Hi, I'm Andrew Rich, and if you're like me, you look at the state of modern wrestling discourse and think, wow, what a cesspool. That's why I'm here to tell you about Music of the Mat Remix. That's right, your favorite wrestling music podcast is back with a new format, where I bring on a guest and we play songs related to wrestling-themed topics. It could be a wrestling reference, a wrestling concept, a wrestling pun, things of that nature. Now you might be saying, Andrew, that is a very, very tenuous connection to pro wrestling on a wrestling podcast network. Is this just an excuse to hang out with your friends and talk about music and ignore the rest of the wrestling landscape? Yes. Yes, it is. So listen to Music of the Mat Remix on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network, available on Apple, Spotify, or your podcast player of choice.
Arsenic, aluminum, selenium, and hydrogen, and oxygen, and nitrogen, and rhenium, and nickel, neodymium, neptunium, germanium, and iron, americium, ruthenium, uranium, europium, zirconium, lutetium, vanadium, and lanthanum, and osmium, and astatine, and radium, and golden protactinium, and indium, and gallium, and iodine, and thorium, and thulium, and thallium. There's yttrium, terbium, actinium, rubidium, boron, gadolinium, niobium, iridium, and strontium, and silicon, and silver, and samarium, and bismuth, bromine, lithium, beryllium, and barium.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to The Good, The Bad, and The Hungee. I'm Fred. No Tyler. Thanks for checking us out. We've got ourselves a special episode this year. It's becoming an annual tradition, and I really enjoy doing it, so I'm hoping to stick with it going forward. It is the 2026 Great Wrestling Primer. So this year, we got together with some friends, pulled in 9 people I know to talk about various promotions around the world, because really, if you're an AEW fan, then you're a wrestling fan, and you should at least have an idea of what's going on globally in all these different places. So, I want to give special thanks to our guests who have joined us to discuss various promotions. And please check their stuff out. I asked them all to plug them in their segments, or at least I hope I did, and if I didn't, well, I'm not very good at plugging them. As you can see from I think it's 3 times that I messed up the plug for someone. Either give the wrong name or something. I am fantastic as a podcast host and as a human being. But I do want to very much thank these friends of the show for helping do this project, help make it possible. First of all, I got to thank the Cubs fan, the legend of Lucha Libre coverage in the English-speaking world. He stopped by to talk CMLL and AAA. We had Case Lowe come by to discuss Dragon Gate. Chris Samsa to discuss New Japan Pro Wrestling, Joe Gagne to discuss for a little bit Evolve and WWE ID, Kelly Harris, joshi, Ian Hamilton to discuss the world of European professional wrestling, Will Youngby to talk about WWE, and then we dabbled in totally real promotion Ring of Honor, like Gilbert, on our second try to talk about TNA, and then finally Gerard DeTrolio to talk about a little cluster of Japanese promotions, All Japan, Noah, and DDT. I did that in the order that you'll be listening to them, except for Cubs fan. He'll be last, but I read him first because I didn't fix my list, and I'm basically operating at a Ron Burgundy level of put something in front of me and I will read it at this very moment. But I do appreciate everyone helping out with this project. I just like at least having an idea of what's going on globally in professional wrestling. It's such a diverse scene. There's so many different places to check out. So much great talent. Yeah, so check it out. I hope you all enjoy the show. We'll also note that the BOW Match of the Year is out. That list for 2025. I always love doing that. Just voted this year, didn't write any blurbs. But it's always great to see what other people enjoyed. And then the FSM 50, of course, came out before that. And I'm a voter on that. Always a pleasure. And it's just fun to discuss like who had a great year and all these different talents. And I think it's a pretty good list this year. I think we could have stood maybe a little more joshi potentially, I think. But that's also something I didn't get to spend a lot of time with, so a little bit of that is on me. One day I will actually get everyone to see that Miyu Watanabe is easily one of the best wrestlers in the world, but, going down swinging on that one. And, there's a lot of AEW on there, but frankly, AEW is a big promotion that always goes for great matches, so I don't think it's that big of an issue, if I'm being honest. But, I am biased, I guess, because it's still one of my favorite promotions, so, Anyways, check out those lists, watch wrestling, it's good. And thanks for listening to this episode. I hope you all enjoy it, and we'll talk to you soon. Tyler and I will hopefully be back together in the next week or two to resume talking about All Elite Wrestling. Until then, though, thank you all. Hope you all have a wonderful 2026. Talk to you soon.
All right, welcome back to, or possibly hello and welcome. I don't know. I am not competent to the 2026 Great Wrestling Primer. I am Fred, of course. We'll have an intro before this, but this is chronologically the first one I'm recording this year, and we are joined by the rising star of radio, Case Lowe, to talk about Dragon Gate this year. Case, thank you for joining me.
I am now going to be so curious as to where this falls in the actual running order. It's a lot of pressure to lead off, even just in your recording schedule. I'd like to think that I can make the top half of the episode. I mean, it's Dragon Gate, so if I'm in the bottom half, people are going to click out before they get to it. So I think if we can assault their senses early with the shrill tone of my voice, and I'm sure the detail that I'll go into in this promotion, luckily, people will have promotions that they like more later on in the podcast.
Well, Case, the problem is that you're relying on my competency, so I'm going to put it like 12th. Somehow between like GCW and GLEAT. We're going to get Mike in to talk GLEAT for God knows what reason.
That is tough. That is bad news for me. I'm about to waste a lot of oxygen, I fear. But no, I did this last year, and I'm happy to come back because Dragon Gate is always in flux. It's always changing, and I feel like I probably have a lot of new information compared to when we talked at this time last year.
Yeah, and I love Dragon Gate. It is definitely my favorite promotion. I barely watched any last year. I had a really nice relationship with Mike Spears where every month I would say, it's like the 5th day of the new month. Can you give me match recommendations for last month? And he'd be like, yeah, here are 25 matches you should watch. I'm like, great, I will get to those. And then I did not. So
this is my relationship with Dave Meltzer and Dragon Gate. And I say this with all the love in the world. This is not a shot at Dave whatsoever, but you could always tell when I've recently emailed Dave because the Dragon Gate section of the Observer is twice as long as it normally is. And then I start reading it and I go, oh, this sounds really familiar. And then I look back at the email I sent Dave. I go, oh, this is just the email that I sent Dave with him changing, the verbiage of me saying, this is a great match, you should watch it, to Dave saying, I heard this was a great match and you should watch it.
Well, of course I know that's not a shot at Dave because what am I, MVP over here? Yeah, that is, God bless Dave. That is the Dave experience, man. And we love him. All right, so Dragon Gate 2025. We're going to start by looking back at how that went for him. Do you think it was a successful year for him, or maybe a little middling, or a disappointment? Where do you fall on that?
I thought it was an okay year. The first half of the year I thought was really, really strong, and a lot of that was bolstered by the fact that Yamato was the Open the Dream Gate champion, and anybody that's listened to Open the Voice Gate for a long time knows that Yamato as Dream Gate champion, as a babyface, is something that has a bit of a checkered past. Now, if you're somebody that maybe started watching when Yamato won the belt, say in the middle of 2024, you're like, I don't know what you're talking about. He was the best champion in wrestling last year. And I agree. The thing that made Dragon Gate so great in the first half of last year was that Yamato was Dream Gate champion. Then he actually entered 2025 as not only Dream Gate champion, also Open the Brave Gate champion, which is their sort of middleweight title that they have. It was the only title that Yamato hadn't won up to this point in the company's history. At the end of 2024, he and Dragon Dia had a title versus title match. Yamato won, and we entered 2025 with the Brave Gate title on ice, and Yamato saying that he was going to focus on the Dream Gate belt until a worthy challenger stepped up for the Brave Gate belt, and that would happen in April, and then we would go from there. But it was a promotion that I think was booked really, really strong in the first half, where they told you from the very first Cork and Hall show of the year. They did a gimmick last year in January where they had all singles matches on a Cork and Hall show. And most Dragon Gate Corkins don't have any singles matches. They might have one, maybe two if you're lucky, but they did an all one-on-one Cork and Hall show with the main event being a non-title match between Yamato and Shun Skywalker. Shun Skywalker pinned Yamato. And sort of from that point on, you knew those two were going to be circling each other until we got to Kobe World in July. I remember talking to somebody last year in May before the lead up to Dead or Alive, which was one of their big pay-per-views. And I was telling them, I go, man, I think this is the best top-down booking they've had in years. The undercard feels alive. The Brave Gate scene, which by that point Yamato had vacated the Brave Gate belt, and they did a title tournament that was decided at Dead or Alive for the new champion. I go, the Brave Gate scene feels really fresh. I like the Twin Gate champions. I like the Triangle Gate champions. And there was just something about Yamato. One of the things we were talking about a lot, February, March, April, June of last year, was who's the better champion in wrestling, Yamato or Hiroki Goto? Because people, and rightfully so, loved the work that Goto was doing in New Japan. Yamato had a little bit of a head start on him winning that title in July and then beginning defenses in August of 2024. So by the time we got to the spring of last year, it's like, wow, this is a really special run. And for as much as I enjoyed the Goto stuff, I still felt like Yamato cleared him. So that was the first half of the year. And then in July, Shun Skywalker beat Yamato for that Dreamgate title. Then his heel unit, which was this unit called Z-Brats, turned on Shun Skywalker, and they turned on Hamare, who has been labeled as Shun's protege since he came into the company of September of 2024. And so Skywalker and Hamare, and then later Gianni Valletta and a wrestler named El Cielo, who I'm sure we'll talk about in a little bit, they created a unit called Psypatra. The unit that was Z-Brats, which had been led by Skywalker, was now led by Madoka Kakuta, with Jason Lee and Coach Minoru and Ishin and Kai and Yoshiki Kato. And that unit became Gaja Dokuro. And as we got into the latter half of 2025, Kakuta beat Skywalker for the Dreamgate title in August. So Skywalker did not have any successful defenses of that belt. And with Kakuta as champion, the booking started to feel a little thin. I don't think the undercard was as active as it was in the first half of the year. And I found that Kakuta as champion was somebody who was capable of having very good matches. The Ben K title defense was great. The Susumu Yokosuka title defense was fantastic. He defended the title against Gianni Valletta in December in what I thought was a really, really interesting match. But the in-between, the road to matches, the overall character of Kakuta not only wasn't as strong as Yamato's was, or even for the month that he had the title, for as strong as Shun's was, but I actually feel, and I feel this way now in January of 2026, that Kakuta's current incarnation is actually a pretty flimsy, weak character, and I can't decide how he's supposed to be portrayed, and so I have a hard time investing in that character. That being said, last year I thought Dragon Gate had a great influx of international talent between Luis Monte, who's been there for years and years now, and Flamita and Bendito, not Bandito, but Bendito. I thought all those guys were really strong in the summer. They were doing a lot of Team Mexico versus Team Japan stuff that was really entertaining. And like always, I just submitted my Voices of Wrestling Match of the Year ballot, and I had 3 Dragon Gate matches in the top 10 and another 3 or 4 that were certainly in consideration. And if we were going to expand that out to a top 25, let's say, it would be littered with Dragon Gate matches. So there's still a ton of high-end stuff there. I think the booking, especially in January of 2026, has been fascinating. But 2025 was an average sort of B, not a B plus, not a B minus, but a B year for Dragon Gate.
So, we mentioned the transition from Yamato to Shun and then to Kakuta. And really that big heel turn with Kakuta's unit was kind of the real story of the back end there. How do you think Kakuta's handled being back on top with this promotion and being in the lead heel role?
I don't think it's been great. And it's one of those two-pronged stories where you have the immediate in Skywalker versus Kakuta and what they've done there. And for the back half of 2025, it was Kakuta and Skywalker and Kakuta and Valletta. And they were certainly teasing the idea of Kakuta versus El Cielo at one point. But the real long-term story with Kakuta, which we should see some sort of conclusion with at the end of February, when Dragon Gate has a new event called Uno Dos Tres, which is replacing what was Final Gate. They're going to be back in that venue in Fukuoka, but now at the end of February instead of at the end of December. The real story with Kakuta is that of D-Courage, of his relationship with Dragon Dia and Ryoya Tanaka and Yuki Yoshioka. Because when Kakuta turned heel, it was last May in the Dead or Alive cage match, and he turned on Yoshioka. And then they had a King of Gate singles match in November, and Yoshioka beat Kakuta. And they've been circling each other for a while now, and so it's going to hopefully pay off here in February. I'm not sure those guys have great chemistry with one another. I was actually writing about that this morning in my Open the New Year Gate review, which by the time people hear this will be up at voicesofwrestling.com. But that's the larger story at play. And so whether the idea is that Kakuta loses the title to Yoshioka in February, and Yoshioka, for lack of a better term, mirrors what Yamato did with the Dreamgate belt the last time that he had it. They kick off a long sort of Iron Man babyface Dreamgate run, or whether the idea is that Kakuta loses it to Yoshioka and then Dragon Gate pulls the rug out from under us and Yoshioka then loses quickly to a heel challenger. I'm not sure, but it does seem like we've reached a natural conclusion with Madoka Kakuta as Dreamgate champion. I would be shocked if we're talking in March and he's still the champion. I think that would be a mistake if we're talking in March and he's still the champion. He is an excellent pro wrestler who I think at times throughout his career, he's 6 years in now, 5 because he missed a year from due to injury. Mm-hmm. At various points in time, you've been able to look at him and go, that guy is the complete package. And that's been both as a babyface and a heel. When he initially turned heel, I thought they nailed the execution of it. You look at my Corkin reviews, May, June, July, August of 2025, and I'm raving about the way that Kakuta had been handled. Everything since, though, has been slightly underwhelming, and it's not an in-ring problem. It is a presentation problem that he just has not been able to figure out.
So further down the card, we had with the Open the Brave Gate, we've had Ryoya Tanaka hold the championship since July when he beat what still feels like a really weird champion of UT. For him to be the guy to, I actually think the Brave Gate title in the first half of the year was kind of weird because they had that interesting bit with Yamato kind of, saying, we're not going to see this until someone proves themselves. And then in May, he just gives it up, right?
So he didn't defend the title from December to April. And then in April, Daiki Yanagiuchi, who at that point was, he had been on the roster for 2 years, and Yanagiuchi's whole story is, he used to work at Corkin Hall and would ask to be scheduled during the Dragon Gate shows so that he could watch the Dragon Gate shows, and that's a real backstory. He debuted in 2023 and had been winless for the first 2 years of his career, but in March, at Corkin Hall in March, he stepped up to Yamato and said, I'm going to do something brave. Essentially, I'm going to put myself out there. Yamato, I would like to wrestle you for the Open the Brave Gate title. And so they had a Brave Gate title match in April that was awesome. I love Yanagiuchi. I think he's
great,
talented. And it was the type of match that I think a lot of non-Dragon Gate fans, or at least people that maybe aren't super passionate about the promotion, it was the type of match that drew them in. I think the dynamics were so strong between Yamato for the first 3 quarters of that match being completely unfazed by this guy, and Yanagiuchi, throwing his life at Yamato essentially. So they had a great Brave Gate match in April. And then after that, Yamato said, okay, I've served my time with this title. I'm going to vacate it now. And then we'll have a Brave Gate tournament, which UT ended up winning in May. UT won that tournament in part because that was the last Dragon Gate show at Aichi Prefectorial Gymnasium. And that is UT's hometown. That is a homecoming show for him.
Makes sense then. On top of that,
sorry, I cut you off. You were saying about the Brave Gate belt.
Oh yeah, it just kind of had a weird first half of the year, and then my general understanding, because I didn't get to watch too much of it, is the Tanaka run was pretty good. I think
it's been awesome. He's still got the title, and the talk right now is that he is closing in not on the length of Pac's 2010-2011 Brave Gate run, which is not only the longest Brave Gate run with the most defenses, but is also looked at as the gold standard of the Brave Gate belt and the best champion that Dragon Gate ever had, but he is coming up on the defense record. And so now whenever Tanaka comes into conversation, we're plotting out, okay, well, he hasn't done Daya, and he hasn't done Junior, and he hasn't done this guy that, like today we're recording this, he wrestled Alejandro on a Noah show, and they went to a time limit draw, and I was like, oh, I love Alejandro. He should have a Brave Gate match against Alejandro. So that seems to be the direction that we're going, is that Tanaka is at the very least going to flirt with breaking the defense record. And by the time we get to Kobe World, if he's still the champion, he'll have held the belt for a year. I think Tanaka versus Hyo and the deciding match for whether he gets that defense record or not would be an incredibly hot match. The prevailing thought this year is that Hyo is going to work the Super Juniors tournament for New Japan. And so Hyo would be coming out of Super Juniors into that challenge and hopefully that match in July. So the Brave Gate belt and the Brave Gate scene is so much healthier than it's been in years. Dragon Dia did a lot of great work with that title in 2024, July through December of 2024. And Yamato, at the very least, they experimented with something with him being the double champion. It worked for me. I liked the way they handled all of that. And then to come out of it, UT versus Homare in the finals, excellent match. UT versus Junior, Mochizuki Jr. in June, excellent match. And then Tanaka versus UT at World in July. Through all of these Tanaka matches, notably one great one against his teacher and Billy Kid, this is the healthiest the Brave Gate belt has been since 2021, but I even like it a little bit more than the stuff that was going on then. There's more depth to this division now, because there was a point in time when Daya first got the belt. This is now years ago, but it was like Daya, Hyo, Ishin, KZ, and I love Jason Lee, but Jason Lee's Brave Gate run wasn't great. And there was just this 2 or 3 year period where there was a lot of talk about oh man, we're tugging our collars here. These Brave Gate matches are not what they used to be. And Tanaka has been a shining star in everything that you would want from an Open the Brave Gate champion.
Of course, the other singles title in 2025 is the most historic one of them all, the Open Owarai Gate Championship, which everyone loved and enjoyed greatly. Case, I think you hated this pretty badly. You want to break it down real quick and how it's over now, I guess?
Well, remind me, is there currently an active champion?
I think Ultimo Dragon won it and immediately gave it up.
Okay. So, the Owarai Gate belt is a comedy belt. I have a higher tolerance for comedy in Dragon Gate specifically, but I still have a pretty low tolerance for comedy overall. But even this is sort of one of those deals where Dragon Gate debuted a kid last year towards the end of the year named Jiro Shimbashi. And Jiro had been in the dojo for quite a long time. People weren't really sure if he was ever going to debut because a lot of people that came into the dojo after him had already debuted. He's a very small, thin guy, and it wasn't looking good for him. And then all of a sudden he debuted with this Japanese businessman character where he wears a suit and tie to wrestle in. He comes out to the ring with a briefcase. He's taking phone calls in the middle of matches. And it's the type of thing that I think would die a death in New Japan or All Japan or Noah. I think he would probably be the DDT world champion if he worked there. But in Dragon Gate, it is confined to the undercard. And even as I sit here crossing my arms occasionally, it is an excellent gimmick, and he is legitimately funny. And for the people that are really into Dragon Gate comedy, and there are people that are, it does feel like he is, in many ways, the spiritual successor to Konomami Ichikawa, Stalker Ichikawa. So a lot of people are really, really bullish on him. I know there was some talk of, they should bring Jiro over for WrestleMania weekend. He's not. I've seen the talent list. He's not on it, and I also think nobody in America would understand that gimmick whatsoever. But he is an entertaining guy, and that match with Ultima, which they had in December at Corcoran Hall, was very fun.
That title is, I guess, inactive. I'm kind of confused on its status right now. But
it comes and goes. It was at one point a very featured part of the promotion, sort of in the late 2000s and early 2010s, and then it went away for a little bit, and then it came back, and then there was this idea that Shingo had finally destroyed the title in one of his acts as a heel. And then they brought it back. And, it's the type of thing that if Masaki Mochizuki is running a produce show, it'll pop up there. If they need something for the undercard on a big show, they'll put it there. It's not anything that matters outside of just the second or third match on the card. Sure. And it just sort of depends who you have in the mix as to whether or not it's going to be entertaining. If there's been some bad lingerie Muto or Takashi Yoshida stuff in there, some tired Kikutaru stuff in there, but this Jiro guy, people are very into, and it is a breath of fresh air, even in terms of comedic wrestling.
One more thing I want to mention from 2025, and then I'll just open it up to anything that we haven't talked about that you want to cover from that year. Luis Monte, I think, had a very interesting, trending, not good year in the sense that he had what I thought was a pretty great run on top, and then he dropped the belt, and then immediately there's like no plan with him in 2024. And unless I missed something in 2025, entirely possible, it just seemed like he never got back on track.
He's in a really interesting spot right now, and he is at home in Mexico, and I believe... Actually, I don't believe. I know this is the longest break he's had from Dragon Gate since he became an active member of their roster in August of 2019, because he stayed through the pandemic. And I've told this story in other podcasts before, but when the pandemic happened, Monte was over there, Ho Ho Loon was over there, Martin Kirby was over there. There was a Mexican wrestler named Jimmy who was over there, and Larry Dallas was over there. And Martin Kirby retired. He was like, I'm going home and I'm not wrestling anymore. And Kirby has since come back, and I would love to see him back in Dragon Gate. Jimmy was a luchador who, they were given the option. Do you want to stay in the dojo or do you want to go home? And Jimmy said, I will see you guys later. I'm going back to Mexico. Larry Dallas actually stayed for a while, because I remember talking to Larry Dallas in maybe late March 2020. I forget exactly when he was able to go home, but he's like, yeah, I'm just watching Fast and Furious movies with Ben K. And I go, does Ben speak in English? He goes, no. Like, we can't communicate with each other, but there's literally there's nothing to do but watch movies and lift weights. Like, we can't go anywhere. We're just stuck in the dojo. And Monte was one of those guys that was over there, and Monte stuck it out through the pandemic. And not only did he stick it out through the pandemic, but he also he improved leaps and bounds. When Monte first came over, I made the comment, I go, I think this is the worst foreign wrestler Dragon Gate has ever hired. And a few years later, I thought he was one of the 15 best wrestlers in the world. It was incredible, the strides that he made. So when he won the Dreamgate belt, like, I still hate the way that he got the Dreamgate title. And I think he was doomed from the start because of the way that his booking was handled, with him actually winning the title. And ever since then, he was in a unit called Big Hug with Jackie Kame and Hyo. And when they got together, it was like, oh, this unit's going to be awesome.
Yeah, that was a hell of a combo.
Yeah, it really made sense on paper. It was right at a time where Hyo was really starting to catch on with the audience, and it was Hyo's first babyface turn in almost 5 years. And it was like, okay, I think these are going to be our main character babyfaces. They're going to replace D-Courage. This is going to be such a great thing. And that unit just never felt right in a way that I can't put my finger on as to why. I don't know if anybody can, but that never felt right. And so Big Hug lost a unit disbands match in November of 2024. They'd only been an active unit as a trio since May of that year. So it was about a 6-month run as the trio.
And they never even got a fourth member, correct?
No, never got a fourth member. It was just those three guys. And ever since then, Monte has been without a unit, which in Dragon Gate is an incredibly rare thing, especially for somebody of that caliber, of that talent.
Like an established guy.
Exactly. So he went through 2025 without a unit, with the one caveat being that, again, Flamita and Bandito spent a lot of time in Japan over the summer, and then the Panther Brothers in the fall. And so they were able to run these series of Team Japan versus Team Mexico matches, with Monte being the figurehead for Team Mexico. And that stuff was excellent. I mean, I thought in ring Monte had a great year, but
it's never been an in-ring issue with him.
No, not post-pandemic. It hasn't. So I think it's good that he's at home right now. I think everybody needed a break. I think he needed a break from Dragon Gate. I think Dragon Gate needed a break from him. And I think the fans needed a break from everything that's involved. When he comes back, if he comes back and doesn't slot himself into a unit and he's just doing unaffiliated 8-man tags, that's weird and that's bad. And I don't think he'll progress in that situation whatsoever. I'm assuming that when he comes back, it will be to join a unit. And from there, I don't think his ceiling is Dreamgate guy anymore. I think they were all hoping that his charisma with a mask as Diamante would transfer to his charisma without a mask as Luis Monte. And I don't think it totally has, but I still think that his ceiling is Twin Gate guy, Triangle Gate guy, maybe a Dreamgate challenger in a smaller building at this point. But the issue there is not the wrestling. It is how he's going to be handled going forward.
Yeah. Anything else you want to focus on from 2024?
No, I don't think so, because I think anything else I can tie into 2026.
Okay, cool. Or 2025. I definitely know where I am, what time it is, one match that I want to specifically point out because it made my top 10 for the year. And I'm saying this as a guy that was absolutely terrible keeping up with Dragon Gate. Jackie Kamei and Rita challenging Dragon Dia and Yuki Yoshioka for the Open the Twin Gate Championship on November 3rd. Was easily in my top 10 matches of the year. Just an absolutely fantastic tag match. Anything you want to add to that, or I just wanted to shout that out real quick?
I think there are very few wrestlers in the world better than Jackie Kamei. There's a comment that I've attached to Shun Skywalker for the longest time, which is that he's the best wrestler in the world, not named Will Ospreay or Bryan Danielson. And we've now hit a point in Kamei's career where he is flirting with that conversation. I mean, I think he's on the level of a Kyle Fletcher, of a Konosuke Takeshita, of a Zack Sabre Jr. And I also think, and this is the point that I've made for years, is that when you look at Kamei's history in title matches and in main events and in cage matches, things like that, the bigger the spot for Kamei, the better a wrestler he is. And that's something that not everybody has. That's not a trait that everybody possesses. And in 2025, we finally saw this push mixed with this positive crowd response. And he's now in a unit called Love and Peace, which I think is as deep of a unit as Dragon Gate has had in probably 15 years. And he and Rita are a part of that. And so Kamei was brilliant throughout the entire year. Rita was brilliant throughout the entire year. I think the world of those two guys, we talked earlier about Tanaka and the Brave Gate belt and this idea of him breaking the defense record at some point. Kamei and Rita, my point whenever the Twin Gate titles come up now in conversation is just don't beat them yet. Just let them be champions for a long time. Let them run through every combination of guy possible, because the bigger the spot, the better those guys are. And I know I love that match. It was in my top 10 for Dragon Gate this year. It wasn't in my top 10 worldwide, but I completely understand why it would be for anybody. And I hope that, as we get these Voices of Wrestling Match of the Year results here, that's the highest rated Dragon Gate match, because I think for a lot of people, it was the best Dragon Gate match this year. And that is, a testament to Daya and Yoshioka, who are great, but really it's the work that Kamei and Rita have been doing now for years and years and years. And I just hope that at some point, the type of fan that watches all of the big Stardom shows and follows New Japan religiously and checks out the big Triple Crown matches when they happen and knows what's going on in Noah, I just wish they would wrap their arms around Kamei and Rita and go, we think these are also the best wrestlers in the world. When Kento Miyahara and Kano and Kaito Kiyomiya and Zack Sabre Jr. come up in conversation, it should be mentioned in the same breath alongside Kamei and Rita. And if you don't watch the product, or if you're not intimately familiar with them, that might sound insane, but those guys have the track record now where I can point to the spreadsheet and go, who else is doing this? It's Ospreay and Danielson, and Danielson's retired, so it's Ospreay and maybe Fletcher, and not many other guys with that track record right now.
I'm going to force Takeshita in there because I think Takeshita's 25 was as good as Ospreay's 24.
No argument for me.
I think I'm going to die solo on, more or less. But yeah, for me, it's globally, it's I think the clear top three right now are Takeshita, Sari, and Fletcher. And then after that, I think you could put probably 5 different Dragon Gate guys, just depending on how much they work, into like that number 4 slot, and I'd be open to having them bump Fletcher. Frankly, I'm a little lower on him than everyone else. So,
yeah, I mean, I had Shun Skywalker as my 3rd best wrestler in the world this year. I think I had him at 23 matches at 4 stars or higher, which is an Osprey caliber year, a peak Osprey caliber year, and Kame and Rita were not far behind. So any combination of those guys, you're talking about some of the best wrestlers in the world.
Well, transitioning to 2026, how do you think the outlook for the company is? What do you expect will happen this year?
Well, had you asked me this on January 1st, my answers would be drastically different. But as we sit here now towards the end of January, I'm quite excited. I'm really very bullish on the direction of this company coming out of the first month of the year. And as we record this, we've seen all the Dragon Gate in January that we're going to see. They're done with TV for the month. And the big story coming out of this year, where they had 2 shows in Kobe, a day-night doubleheader in Nagoya, a show in Osaka, and then a Korakuen Hall show, the only Sunday Korakuen Hall show in the history of the company, the story has been the return of Big Boss Shimizu. And for those that don't know, Shimizu is a guy who debuted in 2013. He was a comedy character for a little bit. He got repackaged as Big R Shimizu. He's been under a million different names since. He was King Shimizu. He was Big Boss Shimizu. Was always a wrestler that we were talking about this on VoiceGate last week, where when I go through my global rankings of the best wrestlers in the world, even to me, Shimizu is shockingly high on my own list sometimes. But 2016, 2017, I had him as a top 15 guy in the world. 2023, I had him as a top 15 guy in the world. And then in November of 2024, he was suspended. The company announced it publicly that it was a breach of contract. Everybody at that point, and rightfully so, I don't think they're wrong for this being their gut reaction, but everybody tried to tie it into it being a Glate thing, with Glate trying to poach him. And I was told very confidently that that was not the situation at hand. Glate even then came out and said, we'll never try to poach a Dragon Gate wrestler again. Like, that was a very weird public statement from that company. And then it was radio silence, not only from Shimizu, but from anybody in the company for all of 2025. A story this big, it might take some time, and it certainly takes some effort, because nobody in Dragon Gate likes to talk, but I can normally get something out of someone. And I heard in December of 2024 an unverified single sourced story about what might have happened. And the story that I heard, I go, okay, yeah, that I could understand why that would lead to some level of suspension. In November of 2024, we didn't know how long the suspension was going to be. And then nothing happened, and then nothing happened. And, Mike and I would refresh the roster page to see if his profile had disappeared, but it was still there. And so in May of 2025, Dragon Gate came out and they said that Shimizu was going to be suspended for the rest of the year, and that he will rejoin the roster in 2026. And when we were talking about it then, I made the point. I go, I think we've seen the last of Shimizu getting pushed. I think he'll be a fun, hard babyface wrestler from here on out, but any sort of serious Shimizu push we'll never see again. And I couldn't have been more wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong. Every once in a while in this job, you just have to be wildly wrong about something, and I'm glad that in this case it was this, because Shimizu came back on the first show of the year unannounced. He cut a tearful promo in the ring alongside GM Ryo Saito, and then KZ, Strong Machine J, and UT, who are in his stable Natural Vibes. And it was a very Dragon Gate thing. It was very emotional. UT was crying. Shimizu was crying. GM Ryo Saito was very emotional. And it was decided that Shimizu would come back the next day in Kobe and wrestle in an 8-man tag. And then in that 8-man tag match, he turned heel. He joined Gaja Dokuro. And he also revealed in the process that Shimizu, who has always been this barrel-chested, at best, at times overweight wrestler.
Large-boned.
Yes, yeah. Husky-sized. He was now shredded. Absolutely jacked, completely insane, but he stayed completely out of the public spotlight for a year. He went from wrestling the busiest schedule in all of wrestling, other than Mystico, to not wrestling at all, and he transformed his body, and since then, Shimizu, to me, has been the most interesting thing in wrestling. He had a singles match against UT in Nagoya at a venue that UT's mom could walk to. It was so close to her house, and he killed UT there. He then went into Osaka, and he killed Strong Machine Jay there. And now we're coming off of this Cork and Hall show where he killed KZ in a singles match, and then they set up Shimizu versus Shun Skywalker for the February Cork and Hall show. So when I talked about Yoshioka earlier, it feels very safe to say that he'll win the Dreamgate title at the end of February. What I'm curious about is if Yoshioka is just going to be a transitional champion for Big Boss Shimizu, because right now he has some momentum and he has a real edge to him that I would say is just historically uncommon in Dragon Gate. There's a real grit and a real meanness to Shimizu that is just different in this promotion. He is just coming across with a different energy than most of their heels have historically, and I welcome that. I think it's a very interesting thing that's happening. So right now through January, you've still got Kame and Rita as your Twin Gate champions. Love and Peace are also the Triangle Gate champions, which I think is such a blessing. You've got this great stuff with Ryoya Tanaka, but the main character of this promotion has been Big Boss Shimizu, and what they do with him and how far they go with him is going to be a really interesting thing to see. And as somebody who's always been a supporter of the guy and has always wanted more from the guy, this now feels like his best chance to become a Dreamgate champion. And I think if they do he and Yoshioka, whether it's in Osaka, which is where Shimizu's from at the beginning of March, if they wait until the end of April for their big show in Aichi, I don't know what they're going to do, but I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah, and just to go back to the physical transformation for Shimizu, when I and I'm granted I'm big dumb baby. I started watching in 2023, and he stuck out because he was just like wide compared to everyone else on the roster. Like the classic Dragon Gate wrestler, at least at that point in time, was like basically about the size of Darby Allin for U.S. wrestlers. Like it was basically a roster filled with variations on Darby Allin. And then you've got Big Boss Shimizu, who comparably looked like he weighed 300 pounds. Probably not that much. I'm going to guess like 250-ish. And then he comes back and he's got an 8-pack. Yeah. It's like on the level of Pac.
It's funny. It's funny you say that because Jay on commentary on the Cork and Hall show said it literally looks like Pac and RED. Like it looked like the last time Pac wrestled Dragon Gate, and that's what Shimizu's body looks like now. And yeah, I mean, you're right. I was in Vegas last year with the Dragon Gate guys, and I'm 6'2", and at the time I was about 250. I'm down to 200 pounds right now, but I tower over that.
Tony Khan approves.
Tony Khan approved. Thank you, Tony, for that. That was such a bizarre experience, but I towered over those guys. Shun's about 6 feet tall, but Shun's very slim. And so Shimizu on that roster represented something completely different. And the heel turn with the body change has worked. I was worried watching his first match back, which was under the guise of him being in Natural Vibes. It wasn't until the end of the match that he turned heel. I wasn't sure if he had stripped away what made him special. I wasn't sure if he had lost aura
because that was my first concern when I saw this photo. I haven't watched him yet, but I'm glad to hear that.
When you see him work as a heel, you go, "Oh no, this works." Awesome. Again, I don't think if he was just doing 6-man with Strong Machine J and UT and he had that body, I'm not sure it would correlate. But he's figured out a way to use that body as an ally essentially in this new character, and it's really interesting. It is really good to see the UT match in particular, which was in Nagoya, I think on the 10th. It's the nighttime show from the 10th because they've got a new building in Nagoya because for those that don't know, there's a crisis in Japan right now with buildings that can hold wrestling because all the buildings that if you're somebody who's been watching Japanese wrestling for 5 years or 10 years or even much longer than that, all the buildings have been the same by and large. They go to every company goes to the same places in Tokyo and Osaka and Kyoto, etc. And all of those buildings are super old, and all of them are now either closing or undergoing major renovations. And Dragon Gate, for whatever reason, seems to be getting hit harder by this than anywhere else. And so, they went from having an arena in Nagoya, which is their second best market outside of Kobe, really. They went from having the same arena that they've run for 20 years and the same mid-size, hall that they can run for their house shows. They had those places for 25 years, and now they're both gone. And so they've got a new arena that they're going to run in Nagoya at the end of April that they haven't run a show in before. But for this market, they now have to go to this live hall that, they sold it out well in advance, both shows, but it's 250 people, and they have to run 2 shows there now to make it a financial success, or at least to make it financially viable. Whereas previously they could run 1 show and get 1,000 people in there. So anyways, that's a whole mess. But the nighttime show, the second Nagoya show with Shimizu versus Yuti in a singles match, is probably the best match I've seen in January that isn't Okada Tanahashi. It is certainly my favorite thing I've seen.
Nice. All right, so we've talked about Big Boss coming back. What else do you think 2026 bears for Dragon Gate?
It's going to be very interesting. They just added 2 new members of Natural Vibes, so I don't think that unit is going anywhere. They added Daiki Yanagiuchi, and they added Akihiro Sahara. I'm incredibly bullish on Sahara. I think this is good for him. Sahara is a guy who is he's got the same body that Shimizu used to have. He has an American football background, so they play into that a lot. But Sahara, for Dragon Gate standards, he's the type of guy that if he was in All Japan or Noah, I would go, don't change a thing. He's a very serious wrestler doing a very serious thing. He has these big offensive powerhouse moves that will guide him to success. But in Dragon Gate, you need to be a little bit more than that. And so they've put him in this very lighthearted unit. We haven't seen him wrestle with Natural Vibes yet because that just happened at the Corkin show. But I think that's going to be a super big positive. I think the thing to look out for this year is what do they do with this Saipatra unit, which is Shun Skywalker and Homare, and when he's in Japan, Gianni Valletta. And I wrote a very long article for voicesofwrestling.com last year about Valletta and his success in Dragon Gate, and how I think more roses should be thrown in the direction of Dragon Gate for the way that they've handled this Bruiser Brody knockoff character, essentially, and the brilliant work they've done there. And then there's this wrestler, El Cielo. Now, Fred, I ask you, and this is not a rhetorical question, do you remember a Dragon Gate wrestler by the name of, at first he went by Takuma Nishikawa, he later went by the name Tien Revolucion?
Oh, yeah, who wrestled like 5 matches, looked amazing, and then he exploded.
Yes. So for those that don't know the story, I'll tell a quick version of it.
Sure,
so please. Nishikawa went to Mexico at the same time as La Estrella and SB Kento and Takuma Fujiwara. And Estrella is still with Dragon Gate. They have a working relationship where Estrella doesn't want to be in Japan and Dragon Gate doesn't need him in Japan. And so he works low-level Mexican indies. He works low-level U.S. indies. He'll be on the Dragon Gate USA shows in America come WrestleMania weekend. But La Estrella is still a part of Dragon Gate, but they have found a partnership that seems to be mutually beneficial for both partners.
Yeah.
Kento and Takuma, without rehashing a lot of stuff that we broke over at Open the Voice Gate.
Rehashing.
Oh, well done. Not intentional.
Thank you.
They are no
what
longer.
I bring to the table.
They are no.
This shit.
They are no longer with Dragon Gate. They wrestle on AAA shows, but they haven't been on any of the big WWE shows yet. I don't even think they're a part of Glade anymore. I don't think they have any ties to Japan whatsoever. So there was this other guy in that group. It was Takuma Nishikawa, and Nishikawa was a little bit older than Estrella and Kento and Fujiwara, and didn't debut in Japan. His debut was in Mexico against Ricky Marvin, and the only thing that we really knew about him was he had a very prestigious baseball background, and that a lot of people internally were really, really excited about Nishikawa. And so when he finally came back to Japan, it was September of 2023. That was his Japanese landing. He spent a year in Mexico. By this point in time, Kento and Fujiwara are gone. They've been ostracized from the company. Estrella's a non-entity. But Nishikawa comes back. He wrestles. His first match in Japan is a 6-man tag team match main event in Korakuen Hall that he wins. He pins, I believe it was Yamato. If not Yamato, it was Dragon Kid. And then cuts a promo saying, I thought this was going to be hard. What's the deal? Like, am I the best wrestler in Dragon Gate? By the way, my name is now TN Revolution. And
a quick note, just to be pedantic, it looks like that he teamed with Kid and Yamato against Dragon Dia, Kakuta, and Yoshioka.
Gotcha. Okay, that's right. So he was wrestling D Courage, and he must have pinned Dia in that match. But that post-match promo was at Yamato, his partner. And he was like, hey, everybody told me this was going to be hard. This was easy. Like, I don't know what everybody's talking about. And so for September of 2023, it was like, oh my God, Dragon Gate has a new star. Because it popped a number in Korakuen, and he had this giant cheering section purely devoted to him. If you've never seen this match, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you have to go back and watch it. It's on the Dragon Gate Network because it is such a sliding glass doors moment in the history of this company. It's insane. That was at the beginning of September. At the end of September, they ran a show in Osaka that was on the Dragon Gate Network. 17 days later, they're in Osaka. It's on the Dragon Gate Network. TN Revolution is, I believe, in the opening match. If not, it was on the undercard. He goes to stomp his opponent, and his leg gives out from under him, and he was never seen again. And it was just this complete gut punch to everybody involved, this plagued class of guys that went to Mexico and then never lived up to their potential. And it was just like, oh my God, this can't be happening with him too. And so at some point in the middle of last year, this character named El Cielo started showing up, and he was in a mask, and he's got a bodysuit like Shun Skywalker does. And upon him wrestling his first 2 or 3 matches, everybody immediately clocked, oh, he's doing all the cool stuff that Nishikawa, that TN Revolution was doing. Like, they've got the same build. They're both skinny, tall guys, and they're doing stuff that the human body doesn't typically do. Like, this guy is a freak athlete. This guy looks super familiar. Also, he does this tope suicida that might be the best tope suicida in wrestling, and it looks identical to the one that TN Revolution was doing. So the prevailing thought, at least it's almost become consensus at this point, that, hey, Nishikawa was under the mask. He took time away. I don't believe this was always the plan for him to retire under the name Nishikawa and then come back as a masked wrestler later. I think he retired. I think he sat at home for a little bit. I think Dragon Gate was probably going, God, if only we could get this guy back. And I think they came to some sort of mutual agreement, mutual understanding. The question is going to be, does El Cielo stay as El Cielo, or do they do a gimmick? He's in a feud right now with Yoshiki Kato, who was in his training class. And Kato at the last Korakuen Hall show ripped off his mask and then cut a promo saying, I know who's under that mask. So I don't know if they're going to unmask him. I don't know if he's going to come back as TN Revolution. I don't know what they're going to do. But I do know that as a wrestler, especially in multi-man matches right now, because he's still very green as a singles wrestler. He and Kato had a singles match in Kobe that was not great. But in multi-man matches, he's electric. And he's teaming with Shun and Homare and at times Valletta, which is a really, really entertaining trios combination. Yeah. And so I don't know what their plan is with him, but Shun Skywalker's involved, which means they're going to be heavily featured, and they should, because he continues to be the single most entity in all of wrestling. Homare is a prodigy, and I've complained about this on VoiceGate time after time. I know. Let me put it this way. Well, let me put it this way, because I get defensive over this, because I feel like sometimes my opinion isn't taken seriously in Dragon Gate specific things, because despite the fact that I feel like I analyze the promotion in a very fair way, and if you listen to VoiceGate or if you read my writing, I'm immensely critical of the promotion at times. When I like something, I tend to get labeled a cheerleader, and a lot of the time I think it's completely unfair. I think the first 12 months of Homare's wrestling career were the single greatest first 12 months I've ever seen of any wrestler. That beats Jun Akiyama. That beats Matt Riddle. And if you were living at the time and watching independent wrestling when Matt Riddle was a rookie, that was a very common thought that Matt Riddle was having the best rookie year since either Jun Akiyama or Kurt Angle, if you wanted to go in that direction. And I think Homare has been better. I think Homare has actually been much better than Angle or Akiyama or Riddle, which at this point I think we now recognize as sort of the gold standard of wrestling rookie years. So you've got Homare, who's completely fascinating. You've got Shun, and you've got this Cielo guy. And as a fan, that's what I'm most interested in, is what are they going to do with this unit? And then you have Valletta lurking in the distance. I love Gianni Valletta. I love the way they've handled him. After him losing that Dreamgate match in December, I'll welcome him back if they bring him, but personally, I don't ever need to see him again. I thought they told the Valletta story brilliantly. I thought it ended perfectly. He could go away. I would not miss him. That being said, I like the guy as a wrestler. I'd be more than happy if he came back. So,
spinning off of that, Shun Skywalker, for a long time, basically the central point of the promotion. I checked out in May just because of time. Nothing wrong with Dragon Gate or anything. Just it was my shit going on. But like, where is he in the promotion right now? Because is he still like a main character?
Very much so. Yeah.
Okay, so I assumed when they had Kakuta, etc., turn on him that it was going to set up like the Shun Skywalker redemption storyline over like, I don't know, 6-ish months. Like I thought that by this point, if not like the home stretch, we'd be setting up for it, where like Shun is now like the baby face of Dragon Gate, and it's lagged behind what I thought it would be. How is that playing out? And do you think that's still kind of the end game with that, or are they going to play it like a much longer deal?
No, the end game with Kakuta's Yoshioka. You know,
okay.
Shun was the middleman in that story, but
interesting. Okay.
You know, when Yamato versus Shun happened in July, it was as split of a feeling as I've had in terms of who should win that match. Maybe that I've ever had in Dragon Gate, because it was like, okay, like, you know, Shun's the guy. Shun's the most interesting guy. He should probably win this and go on a little bit of a run as Dreamgate champion. But Yamato is also the best champion in wrestling, and he still has a bunch of guys that he could defend the title against. And also, whenever a Dreamgate reign hits the 6 or 7 month mark now, we start going, is he going to be the guy to beat Shima's Dreamgate run that was 18 months? Because we get the feeling that maybe they don't want Shima to be their longest reigning Dreamgate champion ever. And Yamato, if they were ever going to do it, it was going to be that Yamato version is 6-time as Dreamgate champion. They didn't do it. They went to Shun, and then a month later, Shun loses to Kakuta. So they've told their Shun Kakuta story for now. You know, it's important to note Kakuta's a 2-time Dreamgate champion. Both times he's beaten Shun Skywalker. In 2023, Kakuta was the ultimate babyface. It was the ultimate comeback story, and he beat heel Skywalker. In August of this last year, Kakuta was newly heel and Skywalker was transitioning into being a babyface. And that August match is quite honestly maybe the worst big Shun Skywalker match there's been. I thought Shun was very odd in that match. I think he bit off a little bit more than he could chew, and I did not enjoy it. Luckily, since then, everything's been fine. He's back to being one of the best wrestlers in the world. They did a lot of Saipatra versus Gaja Dokuro stuff in the last quarter of the year. Again, a lot of multi-mans, a lot of focus on Shun and Hamare versus Kakuta and whoever, Shun and Hamare versus Minoru and Lee. And then they got an extension of that story with Valletta beating Ishin in the finals of King of Gate, and then Valletta losing that Dreamgate challenge to Kakuta in December at the second Cork and Hall show they ran in December. No matter what Shun is doing, his presence is just too big. His charisma is too great for him to not be a main event guy. And this is true. If he left tomorrow and went to any promotion in the world, he would immediately rise to the top of the card. It's the thing that happened with Shingo in New Japan, where I don't think when Shingo was brought in 2018, they thought he was going to be an IWGP World Heavyweight Champion, but he's Shingo. And so that sort of stuff just happens naturally. And Shun has that same quality to him. So,
and just as a point of reference here for me, I did not watch Dragon Gate before that. So when Shingo came in, I was like, I don't know who the hell this is. And then immediately upon watching him, I was like, this guy should have every belt and just be pushed constantly. And I can't comprehend what they've done with him the past 4 years, where like he's just been like, and Shingo, you know, like
after really putting the company on his back during the pandemic too. But I mean, the thought at the time when Shingo went to New Japan was a few things happened. First of all, you know, he had been wanting to leave Dragon Gate for a long time, and the management that was in place before May of 2018 would not let him leave. So you started seeing him take more indie dates, work All Japan, work Big Japan, but they would not let him leave. And it was at a time where it would have been beneficial for everybody involved for Shingo to just go away. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He was Shingo. He was great. But he had outgrown in terms of his charisma and his presence, he had just outgrown Dragon Gate in a way that no one really has before, and I don't think anybody will again. But it looked like it was like, oh, Shingo, this is still, different time for the U.S. Indies and the European Indies. It's like, oh, Shingo's going to, hang out and do some U.S. Indies. I was talking to a promoter here in Chicago that was actively working on getting dates for Shingo around this time. He likes doing WXW. He'll go to European Indies. He'll do All Japan. He'll do Big Japan. He'll do a Tenryu show. He worships the ground Onita walks on. I'm sure he'll do some of that stuff. And then at the last second, it ended up being a deal where New Japan needed a junior and Shingo was available. And it was all serendipitous the way that it worked out. But the thought was like, best case scenario, one IWGP junior heavyweight title run, multiple time junior tag champ, but maybe he gets one singles run. And then in 6 months, he was in the G1 and, that story's been told from there. So that was Shingai. Where am I? Where am I going with this? I forget where
I'm sorry. I completely hijacked it just to talk about how cool Shingo is.
Shun. So
Shun,
yeah. So the story with Kikuta here is, again, he turned on Yoshioka. Yoshioka was in his unit. They've been circling each other for a year now. And I guess just real quick for those that don't know the deal with Yuki Yoshioka, class of 2016, same class as Ben-K, Shun, and Hyo. Those guys are now four of the biggest stars of the company. He won the Dreamgate title in the summer of 2022 and then had a really stellar Dreamgate reign from the summer of 2022 until January of 2023 when Shun Skywalker beat him for the title. Madoka Kikuta then beat Shun Skywalker for the title. All these guys are intertwined all the time. That's how Dreamgate works. And then Yoshioka, at the end of 2023, suffered an eye injury that nearly forced him to retire. He did not wrestle for 15 months from the end of 2023 through March of last year because he couldn't see out of that eye for a long time. And then he had to be so slow with his rehab process because if he worked out too hard, the way it was described was his eye could burst out of his head, basically. And so it was a very long recovery process for Yoshioka. And even when he came back last year, I love Yoshioka. I don't understand his detractors at all. That's a big disconnect between me and some lapsed Dragon Gate fans is that they're not into Yoshioka. But, when he came back, he didn't have the intensity that he once did. He was lacking the fire that I thought made him a great babyface champion. And I was willing to give him time because of the injury and the recovery process. But I was also a little concerned at what I was seeing. And I think, luckily, since about October, he's been a great wrestler. I think he and Kikuta have the potential to have a great Dreamgate match in February, but that'll be the end of that. And I don't think Dragon Gate, what you're saying is the Shun Skywalker comeback story. That makes sense with a more linear booked wrestling promotion. Dragon Gate, to a frustrating degree, is not always the most linear. But you have to remember, before you can tell the Shun Skywalker redemption story, Yuki Yoshioka's in front of him in line, and they're currently telling the Yuki Yoshioka redemption story.
And I'm saying this as someone that's 8 months behind the promotion, more or less.
No, it makes wrestling would normally say Kikuta turned on Shun and then took his title. Shun's going to get his revenge.
Right?
But before he turned on Shun, he turned on Yoshioka.
I want to ask you something kind of spinning off of this, and then I'll let you just speak about anything else you have to say about this upcoming year. And this is possibly entirely a thing of my own invention. And look, if I'm an idiot, I'm used to being called that. Does Dragon Gate have a post-Dreamgate Championship run issue in its booking? Because varying degrees, let's go over the previous champions. Shun has still been featured, but I feel like has maybe been more of a 1B than a 1A kind of level guy, if that makes any sense, if that's fair. Yamato, maybe fell off a little bit. Ben-K, still kind of a weird title run, frankly, just the fact that happened. I feel like, I don't know.
It was a transitional run to avoid an ice cold Luis Monte headlining Kobe World.
Yeah. And then Monte, his post-title run we've already talked about, and then Kikuta had his injury. Do you think this is an actual issue, or is this just me trying to read too much into a thing?
Well, so that's an interesting question. I think so let's extend the timeline to the quote unquote modern era. Let's go from when Yuki Yoshioka wins the title in July of 2022 through now. So Yoshioka has that belt. He loses it in January of 2023. But I think went into a Twin Gate run pretty shortly after that, was fine. Shun transitioned from losing that Dreamgate belt into the main event of Kobe World over the Dreamgate belt that year in that cage match at World. So he did okay there.
Yeah.
Kakuta losing the belt to Monte, there was an issue there because Kakuta really started to sputter. And again, I hated the way they got the belt off of Kakuta and onto Monte so much. I think it was catastrophic for everybody involved. And then Monte is the other guy where you can go, okay, that Dreamgate run did not work how anybody was hoping it was going to. And he really hasn't recovered since. You can strike Ben from the record. That was, a zero
just transitional. Yeah.
Yeah, that was just to not have Monte in the main event of Kobe World. And then Yamato, was very openly talking about during that Dreamgate run that was going to be possibly his last hurrah. I made the point when we were going over Wrestler of the Year stuff on VoiceGate. I go, I have all of these Yamato matches at 4 stars or higher, and I have none of them from when he lost the Dreamgate belt on. Nothing in the back half of the year.
Disappeared. Yeah.
But I think that's intentional. I think you have to cycle guys down. That's always the Dreamgate thing. You're going to see guys cycle up and down. I don't think it's a problem yet. I do think it's something to be aware of.
Okay. Cool. That was just the thought I had, and I just wanted to bring it up.
No, I think it's a great question.
2026, anything else that you want to really hype up or that you're excited about, or you have maybe the other way just kind of concerns about?
No, the only other thing I'll mention is this is, I guess this is less of a thing now, but I don't know. I know when I was becoming a Japanese wrestling fan, so this is 2013, 2014, people were really latching on to the Bullet Club and Dragon Gate. But Dragon Gate at the time, it was I feel like it was a much more common thing in the English-speaking bubble, where you had people that were really ride or dies for one specific unit. Monster Express at the time. When I started following Dragon Gate, Monster Express was Akira Tozawa, Shingo Takagi, Masato Yoshino, Ricochet, Uhaa Nation. And so a lot of people loved Monster Express. But you also had your Mad Blanky people, you had your Jimmy's people, you had your Team Veteran people, the old heads. I don't know if that's still the same. When people now watch Dragon Gate, I guess I'm a little too far removed from it to talk to somebody who might be watching Dragon Gate for the first time or is just getting into Japanese wrestling. But I will say this, if you're somebody that's looking to get into Dragon Gate, there is a unit right now called Love and Peace, and I hate the name. They did a whole storyline over naming the unit Love and Peace
and how they hated it.
It sucks. I hate the name. I don't know what to tell you. I hate the name. That unit is one of the best conglomerations of talent that Dragon Gate has put together in the 12 years that I've been watching, in the almost 30-year history of the company now, going back to Torimon. It is Ben K, Hyo, Jackie Kame, Mochizuki Jr., and Rita. Right now, Kame and Rita, like we talked about, Twin Gate champions. Ben, Hyo, and Jr. are the Triangle Gate champions. There is not a bad combination of Love and Peace. You could put any of those guys in the ring with any of the other guys they team with, and they are going to find magic with one another. They're just coming off of a Cork and Hall show where they had a 10-man tag. So it was all of their guys against Paradox, where the older, it was Yamato, Dragon Kid, Susumu Yokosuka, Kagetora, BB Hulk. It's the older guys on the roster. Match was so much fun. It wasn't this phenomenal 4.5 star, you got to go out and see it, but it was just nope, this is what I like from wrestling. I kind of wish all wrestling, the baseline was this, the way that Junior is able to throw these strikes, and this is Masaki Mochizuki's son, for those that don't know. Junior has these crazy knee strikes, and Ben has these power moves, and Kame and Rita we've talked about. And then Hyo, who is now in the 10th year of his career, and I remember Mike and I did a podcast with Jay in 2020. It was right when the pandemic hit. And Jay was making fun of us because we were the only two Hyo fans on the planet. And Mike and I we always liked the guy. Mike especially has always rooted for him. I've always liked the way that he moves around the ring. I used to compare him when he was a rookie. I was like, he moves around the way he moves around the ring the same way that Shima did when Shima was in Michinoku Pro, which in hindsight is a crazy comp, but at the time it was the best that I had. And Hyo for years and years and years did nothing, and he was looked at as kind of a failure. And as time has gone on, just year after year, he has just gone a little bit better and a little bit better, a little bit better. And then he started getting pretty good. And then he started getting really good. And now he's great. And I saw him in Vegas last year. This was really when it clicked, was right before Love and Peace formed. Hyo was in Vegas. It was his first trip to America. He was on that Dragon Gate USA show at the Game Changer venue. And he teamed with Ben K. And now he and Ben team together all the time. But in April of last year, they were not in the same unit. It was really the first time they had teamed with one another. And I watched Hyo move around the ring with such grace in a way, and this is not a shot at the U.S. Indies, it's just a reality. No one trained in America can move around the ring in the way that Hyo does.
If I recall correctly, because I watched a lot of those WrestleMania weekend shows that this past year, I think he was probably the best worker on them, barring like I can't think of anyone else offhand. I mean, he was better than the Panthers.
I have a sentimental spot for the work that Shun and Ishin did that weekend, because I not only saw them on all the Dragon Gate shows, but I went to the Texas Wrestling Cartel show in Las Vegas with Mike Spears, where everyone in that audience, other than myself and Mike, were there to watch Izzy, the It's Bailey fan. They were there for her. And we watched Z-Brats wrestle a 6-man tag against some young indie workers from Houston. And the work that Shun and Ishin did in that match blew my mind. They were so good. They're such top-notch pro wrestlers. But anyways, Hyo, like, I talked to somebody in the wrestling industry who came away from that WrestleMania weekend going, like, who's that dude? Like, what's his? This guy's better than everybody. So Hyo made a great impression on people that weekend, and then took that momentum back to Japan. And he finished in the top 50 in my SFM50 ballot this year. He had the best matches of his career. It's a really special unit that is just an old school babyface. These are 5 friends. They seem cool enough. They don't have an edge to them. They're just guys that like doing their job and wrestling well. And oh, by the way, they have the best matches out of anybody on the roster. And so I think Dragon Gate gets this rep, at times fair, at times unfair, of there's so many units, there's so many guys, there's so much stuff happening. Oh my God, I don't know how to follow this. First of all, let's open the voice gate. We'll grab your hand and take you along for the journey. But second of all, fire up Dragon Gate shows. Watch what Love and Peace are doing. The promotion will make sense when you just start to watch those guys and you see their chemistry with literally everyone else on the roster. So that's my big sell, is depending on how hard they're pushed, depending on what they do, there's a chance that by the time this unit is done, which I hope is not for years and years and years, that they are one of my favorite units, if not my favorite unit in the history of the company.
Okay, so I'm going to spin off from this, and we can get back to if there's anything else you want to talk about 2026. But I got to say, Dragon Gate's visibility in the U.S. right now seems to be at odds with the quality of the promotion, because I know that 2 years ago, Lanza washed his hands with the promotion, and I think part of this is maybe just a wider issue in wrestling coverage in 2025, 2026. I don't get why this promotion, which has just a really stacked roster, tremendously talented people up and down the card, and all the, these great matches, is just completely overlooked. And do you think it's part of just this is what wrestling fans are like in 2026, where WWE is ostensibly 10% better than it was, and thus that fills a lot of holes, and with AEW's presence? Or do you think it's something else, it's just a lack of Dragon Gate outreach? Because, if I just sat down and was like, all right, let's see where I can find Dragon Gate merch as a dumb American. And my options right now are dragongate.base.shop, a totally legit website that I fully trust. Or I could go to Pro Wrestling Tees and buy a Shima t-shirt. And I just don't know what the barrier is that has to be crossed here, because Jay does fantastic English language coverage. So there's not even the I'm scared of people not speaking English thing for at least the biggest shows. I don't know what's necessary, frankly.
So I think there's 3 specific things. in terms of the outreach, like if you want Dragon Gate merch, DM Ho Loon and he will get the merch for you. But I don't think a lot of people know that. So
no one's going to know that. Frankly.
Yeah, like that's.
Do you remember this guy from the Cruiserweight Classic?
Yeah, and I guess for those that don't know, Ho-Ho's their English liaison, and so anytime, like when Dragon Gate wrestlers take bookings in America, they're done through Ho-Ho. The
most lovable man in wrestling, frankly.
And also, and I mean this in the most genuine way because I'm not, Ho-Ho and I have a business. It's the same thing as like we have a professional relationship in the same way that I have one with Tony Khan. But like we're not friends, but.
Right.
Being in Vegas last year, seeing Ho-Ho do all the things that he was doing, Mike and I were talking about like, this is where we really need legacy print media because there is a Sports Illustrated story on Ho-Ho Loon and his job and the crazy stuff that he does for Dragon Gate that should be written about and explored in a real way. Unfortunately, the media landscape doesn't really exist like that right now. But, the other thing is, and I love Jay. I've been talking to Jay online for over 10 years now. He's not a hustler in the sense of I think he likes doing commentary now, but when he first started doing commentary, he didn't want to do that. There's a reason the first time Dragon Gate had English commentary, it was Rich Bocchini and Larry Dallas, and it was only Rich Bocchini because Lenny Leonard has a really nice shoot job and couldn't go to Japan the weekend of Kobe World 2019. But Jay was right there, and he didn't that's not him. He doesn't want to get involved in that sort of stuff. He doesn't want to do that, And so there was a point in time years ago where I was maybe a little bit not more connected, but I had an easier ear to some people in Dragon Gate, and I was pitching, hey, you guys should do this. Hey, look at what New Japan is doing. Can't you guys do a version of that? And it wasn't something that they had the infrastructure for at the time, and it wasn't something they're really interested in. And I think I lose sight of it because I'm so ingrained in it as to just how complicated or mysterious some of this Dragon Gate stuff is. Like, to me, it's like, yeah, if I want merch, I shoot Ho-Ho a DM, or I have a friend that lives in Kobe who will pick it up for me. I don't even have to go through Ho-Ho, but it's like, if people want a Love and Peace t-shirt, DM Ho-Ho. But yeah, you're right. I guess most people don't know that. I think the three things that are really why Dragon Gate is at odds with fans in America is, one, there's just not the thirst for it, and that is what you said. That's WWE being, I won't give them 10%, I'll say 1% better, and the existence of AEW. And not only that, but now those rosters, the American wrestling that you see on TV every week is directly influenced by Dragon Gate, probably more than any other single influence that there is. It's all guys that either toured the promotion or are citing Dragon Gate as their primary influence in the way that they approach wrestling, which makes not Dragon Gate worse, but it does make it less special. Now, I always make the point, and I wrote this in my Voices of Wrestling Match of the Year blurb for my 5th best match of the year, which was Ben K, Jackie Kame, Mochizuki Jr., and Rita versus Flamita, KZ, Strong Machine, J, and UT. This 8-man Atomicos match from Dragon Gate. Everybody thinks they could be Dragon Gate until a Dragon Gate match walks in the room, and then you realize that everybody else is still not on the level of what their ceiling is. But ultimately, the thirst just for Japanese wrestling in general, but especially Dragon Gate, is just not what it once was. In 2014 and 15 and 16, one, I just think the fan base of wrestling in this bubble, and this bubble could be defined as a lot of different things, but there was just a greater thirst for exploration, and wrestling is now battling the same thing that every other entertainment property is battling. I know this being in the entertainment industry, you're being assaulted with everything all at once, all the time.
Constantly.
You can't get air because there's always something new to consume, and wrestling is battling this issue as well. So when you talk about a niche of a niche of a niche being Japanese wrestling for English speaking consumers, all of a sudden there's just not that desire to go out and find that promotion, especially when you're seeing Diet Dragon Gate on American TV 5 nights a week. There's also the fact that the Dragon Gate Network is just not as easy to use as Wrestle Universe. Now, again, this possibly goes into a branding thing. For a long time, the network shows would disappear after 7 days or after 30 days. You had to watch them in a certain amount of time. That's not true anymore. Everything
and it hasn't been for multiple years.
Hasn't been for years now, but I still hear that. That's not true. That issue's been resolved. They worked it out with their TV partner. Shows are shows, and they're there. But finding stuff on the Dragon Gate network is nearly impossible. I feel like I know how to use it better than 99.9% of their users, and I still can't find stuff every once in a while. So that's a huge issue. The service is ugly. The audio on some of their house shows is not mixed well. The archive, they have every Toryumon TV episode on the network. I do not think people realize that you can watch all of Toryumon in HD on the network, and it's just not, people just aren't paying attention to it. So that's the second issue. You have just the lack of thirst for it. You have the network not being Wrestle Universe, which I think is a huge detractor for a lot of people. And then you also have, and I think this specifically plays into lapsed fans, and this idea that Dragon Gate just isn't what it used to be. When I started following Dragon Gate, it was very easy because you had iHeartDG.com, and this was Jay's pet project that went through a number of different names, and iHeartDG was the last domain that he had. And it was all the results, all the title history, all the rosters with English bios, and it was all of the promos translated into English. And I make this point all the time on VoiceGate now. Perfect example being this most recent Cork and Hall show. The end of the show angle, for those that haven't seen it, it's not a spoiler. I actually implore everybody to go watch it with English commentary. But this show ends after Big Boss Shimizu decimates KZ, so he's now beat all 3 members of Natural Vibes in singles matches in the matter of a week. UT and Strong Machine J and KZ are in the ring, and KZ and Strong Machine J are cutting a promo. UT is just in the corner with tears in his eyes, and it sounds like Natural Vibes are going to disband, that they're at their lowest point. They only have 3 members. It's just not what it once was. Maybe this is the end of Natural Vibes. That's when their theme song hits. Daiki Yanagiyuchi comes out. He says, hey, and he also bleached his hair, even though he wrestled earlier in the night. He bleached his hair in between his match and this post-show, or this post-match promo. He goes, hey, I want to bring good vibes back to Dragon Gate. I want to dance. I want to be in this unit. And so I go, well, if you're going to be in Natural Vibes, you have to learn how to dance. Hit the theme song. Show us what you got. And as he starts to dance, that's when Akihiro Sahara comes out, to everybody's surprise, and he joins in with Yanagiyuchi, and they have this. I got a text from a friend who lives in Japan. He's like, the closing angle of that Cork and Hall show made me cry, and this is an adult man saying this, but it really, like, as goofy as that might sound if you don't know the context behind it, it was so moving, and it was such a genuine angle, which is what Dragon Gate still does better than anybody else, is to have genuine emotion in this stupid hobby, in this stupid sport where it's been ruined by the lowest common denominator so often than not. And Dragon Gate hits this home run of an angle. 10 years ago, you and I would be able to go on iHeartDG.com. So not only would we watch the angle, but then we'd have the written text of, oh, here's what they said. Oh, did you catch this detail? It was much, I don't want to say easier to consume because we have live English commentary now, but I do think there's a part of this promotion that is being missed by people. I don't know why, but because they don't have the same services they once did, primarily meaning promo translations in written text on iHeartDG, that I just think the storylines and the storytelling of this promotion, for people that were once extremely locked in on it and were able to follow this promotion beat by beat, I now think these angles go completely over people's heads and they're missing out. It's, it's a lot like watching, like when I watch old Lucha, right? Like I have a hard time parachuting in for Negro Casas versus El Hijo del Santo from whatever year. I kind of need to watch the month-long build-up to that match to fully get invested in what I'm watching. And that's a specific Lucha thing. But Dragon Gate has that also where it's like, no. Like you can parachute in and like it, or you can be invested and love it. And I just think a lot of people, just for whatever reason, I always attribute it to they aren't getting to read the promos anymore. And that's changed the way they view this promotion completely.
Interesting. Okay. I don't know if I would say that's a primary reason, frankly. I think it's more of a a lack of, for lack of a better way to put it, a lack of penetration into like just the market. It just feels like there's this fantastic stuff happening in this silo, and there's just not even like, I wonder if like part of it's just how the media operates now, because it feels much less like, hey, here's this really great wrestling you need to check out, and far more like Booker T said this in a podcast interview, and we're going to get 18 headlines out of it for God knows what reason.
Yeah, I mean, that goes to the curiosity thing. And like I said earlier, and I don't like, I'm not hurt by this. I don't mean this in a self-deprecating way. It's just the reality of it. People don't want Dragon Gate recommendations from me. They know I like the promotion. They know I'm going to watch the promotion and like the promotion, even though that's, I mean, I spent all of 2022 hating my life because I had to cover Dragon Gate to the degree that I did. I did not enjoy the promotion that year, but they don't want it from me. When a Dragon Gate match gets pimped by Rich and Joe, when it gets pimped by Alan Forel, when Dave loves Dragon Gate, he just never watches it. When he finally watches it, he's like, yeah, this is the best. You guys should all watch this.
I tried to bully Dave into just writing about CMLL, and I think that finally worked a little bit. When this past year when it's been super hot, and he's been like, oh, I watch it every week, but
yeah. And I made this point as we've gone back and we've covered classic stuff for Open the Voice Gate. I go, if you go back through the Observer, when Dave is watching either Toryumon or Dragon Gate, when he's watching it, he raves about it. Go back to a 2001 Observer and read what Dave is writing about Shima and Toryumon in 2001. He is obsessed with that promotion. He at one point he's calling Shima like the best thing since Shawn Michaels in wrestling. He's always appreciated it, but he has a million things to do. And Dragon Gate, in the same way that it's the third hour on the flagship, it's just other people have other stuff to do, and so. I luckily, by and large, enjoy the promotion. I also feel at this point in time, like my professional life really hit another level in the last half of 2025. And there were a few weeks there where it was as close to feeling as overwhelmed as I can to try to either write or podcast about Dragon Gate and watch all the stuff that I need to watch. But I do feel some level of historical importance that this promotion still needs to be documented. It's why I still do the monthly written Corkin review. 10 years ago, everybody wrote long show reviews. Now nobody does. Rich and I talk about that all the time. Nobody writes anymore, which is awful, and I hate it. But I still think it's really important to have all of the Corkin Hall shows and all of the big shows documented in written reviews at voicesofwrestling.com. And until somebody takes that away from me, I think I'm going to have to keep doing it. And VoiceGate, luckily I love doing it, and I love Mike. I consider him to be a friend. And I think not only the Dragon Gate stuff we do, but just some of the Japanese junior heavyweight stuff we do in general, I think is important. I think it fills a void that nobody else is doing. And so as time goes on, again, people know my place in the industry. I'm the Dragon Gate guy. I come on shows like this. I'm happy to answer any questions that people have about the company. I would love for new people to listen and to read my stuff and to participate in the Discord. But I know that at a certain point, they don't want it from me. They need the recommendations from other people, and then they'll check it out. And that's fine. Yeah. That's what it is.
Anything else you want to talk about with the promotion? Because I feel like I've had you long enough, and I apologize for it.
No. I haven't shut up this entire time. I think the Shimizu stuff is really exciting, and it has sort of opened Pandora's box in Dragon Gate this year, where I really don't know where the promotion is headed, and I don't know what they're going to do, and I think that's really exciting. So, open the Voice Gate every week. We talk about it. We break it down. I've got a Corkin review. As we're recording this, it should be up any moment because I sent it in this morning. And we'll go from there. But it's still, whatever perception you might have about what it is or isn't, it's still, to me, the best wrestling promotion on the planet, except for a high-end CMLL or AEW.
Any other plugs you want to get in?
Yeah, on the Open the Voice Gate feed, we try to make these episodes monthly. My schedule sometimes makes it a little bit harder. But for those that don't know, we do a show on the Open the Voice Gate feed called Those Days, a Michinoku Pro retrospective podcast, where Mike and I are breaking down Michinoku Pro from the very beginning. We are just about to enter 1996 in our timeline. So I think we've done 11 episodes that have spanned 93 through 95. I'm sorry, we're in the middle of 1995, because the next episode will be the Fukumen Masked League, which was August of 95. And that's some of the best wrestling that Michinoku Pro ever had. So we're very excited to cover that. Those episodes are, I don't think a lot of people realize that before Michinoku Pro, every wrestling company in Japan was based in Tokyo, and Michinoku Pro was the first one to be based outside of Tokyo. So the first few episodes are really deep dives into the history of Japanese independent wrestling, the history of Great Sasuke, the history of Gran Hamada, how this promotion came to be. And I'm really, really proud of those episodes. And then as time goes on, we talk about the influence of Michinoku Pro on the wrestling world at large, and how this promotion that was, this tiny regional indie garnered the critical acclaim and at times commercial success that it did. So we do those when we can. We try to do one a month. I really like doing those shows. I love doing the research for them, and they've been really fun to do. So if you don't care about Dragon Gate, sorry for taking up an hour of your time, but those days of Michinoku Pro Retrospective podcast, we have been getting rave reviews from people in the industry, people in wrestling media, people that just like wrestling podcast. I'm really proud of those episodes.
Wonderful. Case, thanks so much for joining me. I really do appreciate it. I really appreciate your insight. And everyone, please do watch Dragon Gate, because it is a wonderful promotion, really. I'm saying this as someone that is not Case Lowe or Mike Spears. It rocks. So just a ton of fun. Thanks, Case.
Thank you, Fred. That was fun.
All right. Our next portion of the great 2026 Pro Wrestling Primer is with Chris Samsa of New Japan Numbers fame. Chris, worldofsport.com, correct?
Sportofprowrestling.com.
Sportofprowrestling.com. I am so good at pros.
World of Sport is probably still taken. Someone probably has that.
Let's find out. If this crashes, we'll know why. It is currently under construction, but it is not officially under construction because it doesn't have the little dude digging gif. Chris, thank you for joining us. We're going to talk about New Japan, and as we always do with these, we'll start by just talk about 2025 for that company. Kind of a turbulent year, I think, for the company. Had really smooth sailings for a decade plus, and then some things started happening. I think is a way to put it in 2025.
Some things happened. A lot of things happened.
There were events.
There were events. There were deep discussions and big feelings. There were big feelings about New Japan throughout 2025. But I think the major arcs of 2025 really surrounded Hiroki Goto, right? Because we all rode that high. We all rode that high in February or so. Goto won a title shot at Wrestle Kingdom last year, 1/4/25. Got a title shot through the Rambo, which is usually this ignorable, get some dudes on the show, maybe comedy Royal Rumble style match for those of you who don't generally watch New Japan. But that last year, New Japan decided to make that a opportunity for a title shot for the big belt. And and while that was great, it was still one of those things where we were like, oh, okay. Everyone was just sort of like, that's neat. What a novel concept. Obviously stealing from someone else, and also battle royal to world title shot is sort of a in New Japan that doesn't really align, right? So, but Goto won, and everyone was like, "Oh, neat! Okay, Goto title shot in February, great! People love Goto. People want him to be successful. They want him to. There's still that section of the fan base that wanted Goto to win the big title, and the title was on Zack Sabre Jr. at the time, and I don't know if anyone really had the thought of that Goto was going to win at the time, but I don't think everyone ruled it out just because Zack had been, he had the run that you would expect him to have at the time. So in February rolls around, new beginning in Osaka, and Goto wins the title, and everyone loses their mind. I mean, I've seen a lot of Voices of Wrestling Match of the Year votes for that match, either number one, number two, at least on a lot of people's lists, because it made people feel something. And that's what I always say. I'm not a match rater. I've talked about this in a lot of other places, but I'm not a match rater. So at the end of the year, I have to remember the matches that made me feel something. Like, that's the only way I get them onto my list.
Right.
And maybe I can look back through like tweets or chats or whatever to see like if I highly praised something, but most of the time it's just like, what did it make me feel? I make a general list and then I sort of plop them in order. And if I miss something, I miss something. So be it, right? But that match really made a lot of people feel something. And Goto then went on to be a really interesting champion at the top of the card. So, that's one major arc. And the second arc was really Tanahashi. Hiroshi Tanahashi retired at the Tokyo Dome, won 426. And last year he decided he said it and he sort of did it. He wanted to wrestle everyone on the roster. And he got dang close to that.
Yeah.
In singles matches. And a lot of them had a lot of meaning. That really was, it was sort of this subplot to the whole year. And towards the end of the year, it sort of became the plot, obviously, as they were, moving towards a sold out Tokyo Dome where Tanahashi retired against Kazuchika Okada, and which was also fantastic. And we can kind of, tack that into 2025 because that I always look at Wrestle Kingdom as the season finale of the previous year. It's not generally the season premiere of the following year, right? And with it being so close to the beginning of the year, I think that that's a fine way to look at it. And then you go forward into New Beginning, which is sort of this season premiere, right? This is where you see where everything's about to happen. And, with that said, like the Goto title win was when we were all thinking, okay, we're moving, like we're going to do some fun stuff. Like things are going to get interesting. Maybe Goto as the last standing member of that kind of golden era generation, maybe he's going to bounce the title to someone of the new generation, sort of as a proxy for someone like Kazuchika Okada, but not quite that, obviously, but he could represent it, right? That's not what happened. Goto lost the title on a show that was only televised. It was, I don't want to say only, but it was televised on television in Japan, not available to people outside of Japan, even no pay-per-view or anything. A fantastic match, another match against Zack Sabre Jr., where they bounced the title back to Zack Sabre Jr. And that is sort of when people start to be like, what the heck, man? Like, what are we doing here? And, over the course of the year, it felt a lot like most of the divisions, most of the booking decisions felt a lot like treading water. Like we're just trying to get to that Tokyo Dome. And they did, and it was great. And we're going to talk about going forward, soon, but 2025, the two main arcs, it's sort of a year in two parts. Where like that first year, we're all excited. We got Goto. We think he's going to do something cool at the title. There's a plan. And then it goes back to Zack, which was, less than thrilling at the time. The first Zack win in 24 was thrilling. It was great. Like our guy that we all love, he's the guy, and he finally has a shot. And then, 25 rolls around, Goto again, right? They uplift everyone with a title change off of Zack, who we all loved as the champion for a little while there, onto someone else that we all love. But then when they go back to Zack, that's when everyone's sort of like, like missed opportunity, right? And then Dominion happens, and I might have these things mixed up in order, but Dominion happens, and Doki comes back from injury, another kind of beloved underdog guy comes back from injury, immediately joins the House of Torture, which is a group that no one likes to see one of their favorite wrestlers join. Even me, and I'm soft on hating House of Torture, but I still like when wrestlers I want to see are not a part of House of Torture or not involved with House of Torture. So, and then it's sort of a slippery slope from there, because then during the G1, you've got Konosuke Takeshita comes in, and news sort of broke within kind of the bubble, the New Japan bubble, that Takeshita was aligned for sort of what had been called a coordinated push between AEW, New Japan, DDT. Like everyone was going to sort of feature this dude and try to make this international star. Takeshita wins the G1, which could have been really exciting. I was very high on that possibility before the G1, but as the G1 happened, the Takeshita win got less and less exciting as it went on, because the booking was odd. He wasn't booked as this outsider that then needed to be overcome, which is eventually the story they told. But yeah, so that was sort of a big pivot moment where there was just a lot of like wishy-washy, like it was the meme. It was the "Are we back?" or "We are so back." We're, it's so over.
Yeah.
And it was just like, it was sort of an exhausting year in that way. And I think that exhaustion sort of potentially shrunk the fan base a little bit. Not to mention, the discourse around the relationships with other companies and things like that. Like, that's a whole nother side of the equation that all came back to life with Takeshita winning the G1. So, eventually Takeshita wins the championship. Tsuji challenges. They go to Wrestle Kingdom. They have a fantastic match. Tsuji wins, which sort of brings us on the top of the card where we are today. Other than that, everything else really, there's not a lot of other things that stand out about 2025 in New Japan. Yeah. Everything was really odd. There was a lot of oddities, a lot of like, what are we doing here? And it really does, as I now reflect on it, it feels so much like everywhere in the card, everyone was treading water.
Yeah, the what I thought was a really weird part of it, and I think another big story that we kind of glossed over because it happened so early was the exit of Naito from the promotion. In 2025. Big story. He and of course the cornerstone Bushi left the promotion, and then LIJ just became still LIJ, but with the name filed off as unaffiliated, right? Or did I mess that up? Or
no, that is correct.
Okay, cool. I am very good at messing up names, as you will learn soon enough. For example, your website. And then it did that weird, like, we're cool with Bullet Club thing for like 6 months that just seemed to kind of whatever,
An unintentional messed up name there, but they are no longer the Bullet Club. They're just the War Dogs, right?
Just
like,
the War Dogs,
yeah.
Right.
So like I said, everything got weird throughout the year. Like, that's really that's the story of 2025. Besides the subtext of Hiroshi Tanahashi's retirement tour, everything got weird. Naito leaving was a shock. There was a lot of people and a lot of conversation about whether it was real, or he just needed time off, or, and my understanding at first was that he needed time off and New Japan didn't want to pay him through it. So he was like, okay, fine, then I'm not contracted. And then eventually he just left.
Right. And now it's just kind of occasionally showing up in Germany for WXW, I think it is mainly, and possibly stem cells. And
hopefully stem cells.
Hopefully. Boy, those knees. I just watching him walk makes me need stem cells infused. And then like I think that's really, in my mind, that's like the most perfect example of just the year-long kind of booking malaise that New Japan had outside of really the Tanahashi stuff. And I have when I voted for the FSM 50 for 2025, I had Takeshita number one on my list because he is a fantastic worker and he works constantly, and I think that matters. And I thought his work in New Japan was really good outside of like the crowd just being like, oh, this shithead again. And that's really hard to get over. But like, he would come out and be like, ugh, and then he'd have like a 4.25 star match or whatever. The match would be over and they'd be like, ugh.
And I'm really trying to circulate this, is that Takeshita had the second most singles wins in New Japan in 2025. His year was front loaded, and then it was loaded from January through the G1. Mm. And from there, he sort of disappeared, but the problem is he disappeared with the title.
Yeah.
And in a prominent story in AEW, and that created this panic of like, oh, our guy's not gonna end up, the guy who New Japan is featuring is gonna end up, with his face in the mat under Okada, And that's not quite what happened, but I could understand the kind of panic of that.
Sure.
From the New Japan beholden fans. So, yeah, I mean, and, you know, on that, I mean, people leaving New Japan has become a thing. The money in America is great, obviously. I mean, like, everyone knows that. And I, you know, a conversation I was having earlier today actually is that it's a lot easier to leave New Japan now because New Japan doesn't feel like the force in Japan. They don't feel so far away from everyone else in Japan as they used to. So the gap between them and say Noah or DDT or, you know, really Noah is probably the one, right?
Yeah.
But like they're probably the number 2. Like the gap between them is not that expansive. So to leave and to give it a shot in America, or even just to give it a shot in Noah, it's probably not changing people's, you know, the risk is so much lower. If they think they're burning a bridge in New Japan, they're saying, okay, like it's the same size house on either side of the bridge. Or it's a similar sized house on either side of the bridge. And, you know, there's a lot to be said about when you finally get your shot on the top at New Japan, you almost always end up working, say, the most, you know, events and the most matches throughout the course of the year. And we're seeing New Japan champions sort of fall like flies, you know, like I hate to say it, but like Okada leaving, sort of ended up being probably in part because physically he can't do the New Japan schedule anymore, or he needed some time where he wasn't doing the New Japan schedule. Not that he couldn't. So yeah, we've seen a lot of that happening, right? Sonata needs surgery. He may never wrestle again. We don't know, right? He's got that very vague post on New Japan, NJPW 1972, and you've got, you know, Okada left and worked, you know, 30 some odd matches last year as opposed to his usual like 140. You know, every champion, Goto got hurt while champion and then skipped the G1. I mean, I
actually have a question. Was that a shoot injury or was that I'm shooting a movie?
He was shooting a movie.
Still unsure. Right.
I am also still unsure, and good on New Japan for keeping that uncertain.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Because that's wrestling, right? They're supposed to do that. And New Japan is traditionally very good at that. My bet is it was a hybrid. It was one of those like, something's banged up, you know, whatever they said it was, it probably was. Maybe it wasn't as bad as they said it was. And, you know, they made a story out of it by getting Taichi into the G1 through that play-in. And that was actually a really neat moment. There were some great moments, like, don't get me wrong. Yeah. But my understanding would be that if he didn't have some pain or something happening where he needed some rest, they probably would have said, like, I don't know, man, we kind of need you in the G1. You're kind of the main character right now. And he probably would have had a great G1 if he had been healthy, and he would have had a story to tell to try to get the title back. And they could have really taken that to another level. But then, yeah, he went and shot the Street Fighter movie, which he looks cool.
It's going to be such a weird movie.
It's going to be a weird movie. Yeah.
I'm halfway excited for it because it has real like train wreck potential, and it could also be good. I don't know, but it's like, I don't think it's going to be boring.
Exactly. If they lean into it, if everyone leaned into it, it might be great. Yeah. So I don't know. But I think by some of that is that all the champions were older than 35, almost older than 40 for a lot of them. And I'm 39. So I know exactly how they feel, and I'm not bumping.
Yeah.
I'm not an athlete, so there's that, but I'm also not, you know, bumping. So, but I still wake up with aches and pains that I don't recognize. So, and they're going out for 150 days. A lot of it's on buses, around Japan, sleeping in tiny hotel rooms. You know, I mean, like, that's a lifestyle. It's the lifestyle that all the territory guys used to talk about, and it's still sort of real in Japan. It's a lot closer there than it is in the US. So, so exits are sort of a big story too, over the last couple of years and seemingly going forward this year.
Yeah. Before we transition to 2026, anything you want to say about the junior division? Because that very much felt like just kind of like it exists technically.
And that's a shame because there's a lot of talent in the division, but that is very much how it feels, and it exists, but it only exists in the smaller buildings.
Yeah.
Which was this really strange booking behavior that it's a rhythm that they came in, is that they would run sort of the junior version of the big show, the matches you would expect on a large event like Dominion or King of Pro Wrestling, or like some of the big tentpole events. You'd expect junior title, junior tag title, and what you got was on one of the Road 2 shows, usually at Korakuen Hall, you would get kind of junior Genesis or junior King of Pro Wrestling, Prince of Pro Wrestling, I guess. And that's the real oddity of the junior division that's seemingly continuing too. I don't really get that because El Desperado is a big star in Japan. He has a fan base in Japan, but seemingly he does not want to. He wants main event spots in smaller buildings, and maybe it's not him, right? Like they want the juniors to have a featured event, that's odd to me. It's odd to sort of segregate an entire division when you could just have them wrestle on the bigger shows. They don't ever go, they rarely go more than 20 minutes anyway. So if they cut it down to, 14, I think they'd still be fine. I don't know the politics behind that all. I do know that some of the booking seems to be cleaned up, and some of the conversations around that are positive going forward, but it is still what I'm hearing is that it's a different person communicating what's happening with the junior division than is communicating with the heavyweights.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's always how it's been or if it's somewhat new. So now people are starting to talk about it a little bit, but it feels separate. And like I said, I like the talent, but really the Doki and Show and a lot of the House of Torture stuff sort of got bundled into that junior division stuff, and it does really put a cloud over it.
Yeah. I don't have any kind of contacts or sources or anything. I'm just going to make a prediction here. I would not be shocked if by the end of 2027, or if not this year, if Desperado is no longer full-time New Japan. I just get that feeling off of how he does all these freelance shows and just kind of is like, well, he technically is like the cornerstone of the division right now, but like, we don't really fully trust him.
Yeah, well,
which kills me because he's fantastic. I mean, he's amazing.
He is. He's fantastic, but he's really good at a lot of things.
Yeah.
So I agree with you that if someone called me tomorrow and was like, "Oh, Despy's freelance," I'd be like, "Yeah." I mean, he sort of has been. So, but New Japan has been really good at supporting that and giving Desperado, as well as some other wrestlers, the resources to run their produce shows, and basically give them carte blanche to do whatever they want on those events. Specifically Desperado, because the Desperado ones they seem to really draw. Ishimori's another one. He's had a couple of really interesting events. So that's what I will say is that New Japan that's kind of new behavior, and it does seem to be paying off because it keeps the guys happy. The mantra from the New Japan office seems to have been keep everyone happy, which does lead to a little bit of creative control for the wrestlers, which is not always good, even when it's someone that you really like.
Double-edged sword, for sure. But okay, 2026 Wrestle Kingdom, the season finale, if you will, for 2025, wrapped up. Pretty much widely regarded as a success, I think. The Okada Tanahashi match in particular received a ton of praise. I've heard a lot of talk about Callum Newman and his direction going forward, and we have a new world champion with Yota Tsuji in the one match I have not watched yet, and of course Aaron Wolf, who we haven't talked about yet. So 2026. Chris, talk about what you expect the year to bring.
Yeah, sort of a new set of main characters, right? All the other ones are gone, so you need to bring in almost a whole new cast, right? And Tsuji's this guy that's been built up for the last couple of years. He came in and he challenged for the title. A lot of people thought he was going to win the title on that challenge, and we were going to be off to the races with that generation, the Reiwa generation. That's not what happened. They still gave Tsuji a couple of years to bake and eventually become the champion. They gave him a moment at Wrestle Kingdom, though not the main event. So that's a story Tsuji could tell if he wants to, right? I want a main event at the Tokyo Dome, not just win a title at the Tokyo Dome. Yeah. And I think that is the sort of, you like to leave a carrot on the stick for some guys, not in reality, but like as a story.
Right. I mean, it worked very well for Naito, his first title shot,
And Naito, that was Naito's whole story, right?
Yeah.
But, and that's why when Okada left a couple of years ago, the first thing I said was, great, space for everyone, space for someone else, right? What else does that guy have to do? And that's a lot of how I feel about some of these other departures as they've gone on. And even some of the people that are rumored to be leaving now, it's sort of like, well, cool. Like, have a great time. Maybe come back someday. I don't know, right? Like, or don't. Yeah. Like, I think you did what you could do, and that's great. And now there's space for Tsuji as the champion. We've got Aaron Wolf came in. He is a judo gold medalist from Japan. He has been on the talk show circuit. He's a legitimate mom test star, to steal one from the flagship. He's a legitimate mom test star in Japan. And, there was a lot of people worried about, oh, is he going to be able to perform in the ring and this, that, and the other thing and da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, he's not there for the match that Tsuji and Takeshita had at Wrestle Kingdom. He's not there to do that yet, right? He'll have some version of that at some point, I'm sure. He's there because he's an actual star outside of wrestling and he likes wrestling. So, and he's very interesting, and I don't know that much about him. Excuse me, but he's showing up in a way that I think is really positive for New Japan. And I think people are showing up on the other side of that by buying tickets to see him. Yeah. If nothing else, because of curiosity. I look at someone like Aaron Paul or Bad Bunny, who came into WWE and treated it seriously and wanted to do some cool stuff. And Logan Paul, right? Logan Paul?
Yeah,
Aaron Paul?
Logan Paul, yeah.
One of the Pauls. And they acted as if they were a part of the roster. And that's what's happening with Aaron Wolf. And he will be protected for a little while. And eventually the mask will come off and we'll see what he's got. And he'll have to go 25 one-on-one without a bunch of run-ins. But he's an interesting subplot for the year. Right now, he's the never openweight champion. And ultimately, that's the second heavyweight championship right now because Tsuji holds both the top titles. He holds the heavyweight title and the global title. So, yeah, Wolf is going to be a featured guy. And then we have this resurgence of the tag team division that's happening right now in New Japan, which is a crazy thing for me to talk about because ever since I started watching New Japan, the tag division was mostly always built around like one or two tag teams bouncing the titles around. Maybe some great matches, like don't get me wrong, but not like we're seeing right now where, if I'm strictly talking bell to bell, my current January match of the month is the main event of the first Korakuen on the Road to New Beginning. It was an incredible match between Shota Umino and Yuya Uemura teamed up against Taichi and Tomohiro Ishii, and they went out and had an All Japan tag match from the 90s. I mean, it was incredible stuff. And that was just for a shot at the Knockout Brothers, who came back from excursion. They had left Young Lions. They came back from excursion, won the tag titles very early in their time back, and they're driving this energy into the tag team division. And we're seeing the next generation both step up and step up against them, because Yuto Nakashima, or Yuto Ice, and Oscar are part of that next generation too. And then you've got Yuya Uemura and Shota Umino seeing that as a path towards IWGP titles, and they're fighting really hard to get there. And I think that it's really interesting. We're seeing New Japan force wrestlers to earn things instead of just ask for things. And that is a big shift compared to how New Japan has operated previously. It used to be like something happens, guy walks out, title match is made. And now we've got, little number one contenders matches, and, even Tsuji avoiding giving Jake Lee a title shot early in the year here because he hadn't done anything, right? And then he won some matches and, hurt Shingo, and then he gave him the match. There has been this shift in booking to make things make a lot more sense, and to create story arcs as opposed to just story plot points.
Right. Yeah, and I think that there is a lot of concern about the direction of booking. I think 2024 is really when it reached probably its high water mark for the next 6 to 12 months there. And, Gedo obviously had a fantastic run as a booker for New Japan for most of the teens. And I don't know, you've brought it up here, there may or may not have been some changes in the power structure backstage. I assume that Gedo is still involved, because I assume it would have been a bigger story if he wasn't. But, it seems that maybe he is now sharing more power than originally intended. Or at least, or not intended, but I should say, but than previously.
Yeah, it's either that, or they got to the point where they treaded water through Tanahashi's retirement.
Yeah,
because Gedo has always held things in his pocket when he didn't need to use them yet.
True.
He is actually a master at extending his career. As frustrating as that is sometimes, he is a master at just long enough to the point where you don't completely give up. And a lot of people completely gave up. Don't get me wrong. The fan base is smaller now than it was in 2019. There's no doubt about that. But I think it's bigger now than it was in 2023, maybe 2024. I think people are sort of back, and I think they're sort of at least paying attention. I think they recognize that New Japan may be the product that they've been desiring out of the company that they are watching on maybe Wednesday nights in America. They want more of that versus more of the other thing. And, AEW has lived on this pendulum of, are they WWE or are they the American New Japan? And when they are the American New Japan, the people we talk to, you and I, are like AEW, right? When they teeter that direction, they don't have to go all the way that direction. But if you just look at the Continental Classic and the praise that gets, and even the booking of that has always been relatively good. That's when you see our bubble sort of come up for AEW, myself included. And then when you have a year where it's MJF,
Brochacho.
the Brochacho year, right? That's when you see WWE fans, poke their head up, right? So, and that's a really interesting place to be in. And I think people are tired of that, right? So, and I think that there's a fan out there that just had decided they were just going to watch AEW, and now they're sort of people are talking about New Japan again. And it's sort of what happened with CMLL too, right?
Right.
People are talking about CMLL again, and that's
it's
a little. And for Stardom, absolutely, for that matter, right? So they're all sort of, and they're all interlinked, right? That whole group of, and I think that makes it sort of acceptable for the tribalist fan to be like, maybe I'm just going to watch New Japan for a little while. Or at least I'm going to watch the big shows and figure out who these guys are and see who these new characters are, because there's hardly anyone left to jump. So they're going to be there for a little bit. So yeah, I mean, I don't know where that point started, but I do see a little bit more of people, coming back after, really diving in with AEW. And now everyone is who we thought they were. Right. And that's okay. To some extent, people are going to complain about their flavor of ice cream that they get served. But I think people are, for right now, there's a lot of people that are seeing New Japan as that flavor of ice cream that they grew up on, and that was what they liked. And they're kind of going to poke their head back in. And I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, I definitely agree, because I feel like as the year went on, things got better for New Japan. The post G1 period is always a little quiet, but I just think that, their indicators have been pointing up for a little bit now. Hopefully they continue.
And I don't know if I've ever talked about this on audio, but I know I've talked to people like J. Michael and Joel and stuff like that. I love the breaks.
Yeah.
I love the breaks.
It's not a bad thing. It's different.
It works. It works for pro wrestling. It works for New Japan. I mean, it specifically works for me and what I do, because it gives me time. Because I do invest some time in New Japan, right? Officially and unofficially. So it's nice. It's sort of nice when there's you go through this rigor of an 18, 19, 20 event G1 where everything is important, right? Everything that happens in that middle of the summer, grade 1 climax tournament. And then you sort of have, a lot of the summer, or the early fall is very quiet, right? You've got some tours that don't mean as much, fewer things happen. And then, there are some quieter periods for New Japan. You don't have this weekly grind. And I do think that that's a positive for how people can interact with New Japan. The front half of the year is pretty loaded. I will say that. Through the end of August, through the middle of August, it's pretty busy. But from there, it really does start to stretch itself out, which makes Wrestle Kingdom feel really big, I think. I think that's a positive. If you're watching every tournament, there's a lot to watch, but a lot of it you can get a vibe on what you need to watch. A lot of it can be voluntary viewing if you want to stay, keeping up.
Yeah. Big story just came out. Which, granted, I mean, this is going to come out next week, so we dead by then. But AEW Collision this Saturday has been canceled because of the winter doom we're all going to receive. So
well,
interesting to see how they're going to handle that. But
that makes some sense. But
yeah. I mean, it's going to be bad in Texas because Ted Cruz left. So wow. So speaking of exits, I'm so good at transitions. New Japan is rumored to be having some exits this year. There's been a lot of talk, none of them confirmed, but the names I have seen talked about the most have been Sonata, linked to neck fusion surgery. There's a report out, we're doing this on the 21st, of course, that Evil is on his way out. Gabe Kidd and David Finlay have really seemingly been linked to leaving since they came in. Feels like at this point, but they are potential exits, as well as Hiromu Takahashi. I honestly think all these, I guess I would say with the exception of Gabe Kidd, in 2026, I don't think any of these are really bad for New Japan, in my opinion. I mean, they're all talented to an extent. Sonata, I'm moving away from, but when I say that, I
love the entrance gear.
Yeah, it's
if some Sonata boots,
if he had a modicum of facial expression of any type at any point, much bigger star, I think. But yeah, I think that, the only one that could really hurt New Japan is Kidd. And honestly, I think after 2025, when he kind of did a soft exit with AEW, which AEW did not handle very well, in my opinion, I think the door on him being the top star in New Japan not fully closed, but it did creep towards the jam.
I think it closed.
Yeah. And so I think this is honestly to the benefit of New Japan to finally kind of force them more fully into the, hey, it's a new generation. You've got to get off the pod and push these guys kind of situation.
Yeah.
Assuming that they actually are.
Of course,
some or all leaving.
Yeah. And Gabe and Finley are actually the two that I'm least certain of them leaving. In part because we have this conversation about them every year in January.
Right. Yeah.
So, and they're still there.
You get the Fightful tweet of like a picture of them and like, oh, they're at the end of their contract. You're like, yeah, it's January, buddy. It's not that.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right?
That's right.
So you shoot them all, and then when you're right, you can post a GIF.
Waiters Island.
So Evil. You said the only one that hurts is Gabe. I do disagree with that because I think Evil hurts. But
I agree.
I say that out of one side. I say that out of one side of my mouth, and on the other side, I say House of Torture is also just tired, right? It's not even that it's not my preferred thing, because I think what they did with the Aaron Wolf match was great. I think, and I loved the G1 final.
That was fantastic. That was a great Evil performance, frankly.
Evil versus Takeshita at the G1 final.
I think he did a damn good job with Wolf as well.
And so, like,
that was like a very nice 3.25 star match, in my opinion. You know,
and it was interesting, and it clearly made the other person a star. Evil is such a company guy that he will ride.
He's
House
a pro.
Of Torture.
He's a pro.
He's a pro's pro, and he would ride House of Torture as long as they told him to. And I'm sure he's making merch money because the shirts sell, right? And those are real things. That's a real segment of your income when you work for New Japan Pro Wrestling is merchandise sales. And, you know, the merch cuts have gotten better because that's money that New Japan, it sort of doesn't come out of New Japan's pocket, right? So, you know, as things got tighter on one side, they got a little looser on the other. So I'm sure that's been okay. And I think there was probably some creative control or creative input to that with Evil too. So, you know, the good stuff, I think was worth holding on to. But with that said, I mean, how long can you do the same shtick over and over and over again? And I get it. It was an easy panic button to make people want to be ready for. Because if Evil had won that G1, if Evil won the G1, I mean, come on. People would have lost their minds. But it also creates but because he's had big wins before, surprisingly, you never got out of that haze of like, oh God, are they going to do it? Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, that G1 final with Takeshita is when I think there's a lot of people that turned a corner on what the act could be. And a lot of us started to talk about like, this could be really fun as a babyface act where they're just like dopey and they keep trying. And Evil is so good with nonverbals, and the rest of those guys will bump their asses off for anyone if the company asks them to. And so if Evil is gone, first of all, like, I think he actually has a chance to succeed if he does go to WWE because he doesn't have to talk to communicate. He's very good at the nonverbal communication. And I think that, you know, he could be really successful there if he has the chance to be. With that said, I don't think House of Torture, and I might eat my words in a year, but it's hard for me to envision a successful House of Torture without Evil. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't watch every House of Torture match or anything, but when I do, it's like, oh, Evil's great. And if it was anyone else in there from this group, it would probably be shit.
Yeah. Right. And Narita has his moments, but not with personality. He has his moments because he's a pretty good actual wrestler.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's generally not.
Shtick with no juice.
Yeah, and like especially on the junior side with Sho and Doki, like both also great wrestlers. I just don't think they've got the timing of everything down, right? Like, and Evil's been doing this thing for 5.5 years now, right? Like, he had a lot of time to work on the timing and the peaks and the valleys of it all and who to bring out and what to do with that. I have no doubt he had a lot of influence in that. So I'm so curious what happens across the units in New Japan in 2026. Like that might end up being the big story. And right now we're seeing a lot of focus on United Empire, and are all the War Dogs leaving, and where does that all land with this new Unbound thing? Is Unbound just a holding mechanism for all these guys, and they're all going to end up doing their own things? Because there's some really important people in that group, and then everyone else just sort of lives in Hantai, and you got to figure that splinters as the year goes on too. And guys will start to set up this next generation of units. And I think that, we're seeing a lot with Callum Newman. He's 23 years old. The information I have is that he just signed a 3-year contract with New Japan, right? So by the end of that, he'll be 26, which is a crazy young, that's still crazy.
Potential main eventer.
Yeah, and he may be Mr. Main Event there. I mean, he's going to build himself up into, a Will Ospreay style bidding war, I think is the goal, right? And he's showing potential towards that right now. And it's been pretty incredible. I think the angle that they ran at New Year Dash with Will Ospreay tells you a lot about how they're going to treat him. And he's not even necessarily the leader. United Empire's got this weird relationship with having a leader. Maybe it'll change now that TJP is officially gone. But whatever. I'm not talking about that. I don't need the Reddit posts. But so yeah, the unit structure and like who aligns with who, not necessarily in a face heel turn situation, but just like literally like who tags together. Right. I think that's a really interesting story and really interesting thing to keep an eye on this year.
Yeah, I think any openings that do end up becoming official, it'll be very much, I think, a big question about if they're going to fill those with younger talent, or if, they may respond by trying to steal some away from a smaller promotion, as they have many times in their past.
A lot of soft jumps.
Yeah. I don't think there's one really queued up right now that I can refer to, but,
obviously there's guys in Japan that if they jumped, it would be a huge deal. Right?
Oh yeah.
But those guys probably have loyalty to their current companies. Even Takeshita, I think to get him on board, they created this. They went back to having a good relationship with DDT, right? Like there's always, and I don't know who they were targeting when they started to get in bed with Noah, right? But that really felt like they were trying to get someone to jump over. And figure that out. And I don't know who that would have been at the time. Maybe they were trying to get the Muto retirement match. I don't know. But like, there's always a little bit of like, yeah, we're going to be really nice to you guys. And then we're going to take your wrestler. But he can still work your shows sometimes. But like, he's going to work for us. It's sort of what happens the other direction, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's the Spider-Man meme between like New Japan and AEW, right? Like they both did
for all the complaints about like AEW stealing their talent, and like they had guys jump over, I think for very understandable economic reasons, if nothing else. It's not like New Japan's been plucking people for the past decade.
Go back to Ibushi and Omega, and it goes back. It's the beginning of time, ultimately.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
So it's just how the business works. And if you can remove the emotion of it, and
it's good. It's usually good.
It's usually good. And the list of people that's out there right now that are leaving or not leaving, a lot of those guys are just they need to go have fun and find something great to do somewhere else. And I would love them for it. What I don't want to see, and what I think everyone's tired of is the one foot over here, 1 foot over here. And I'm sure that gets messy on the business side, on the booking side for everyone, because you have to sort of align characters and, maybe one company wants to do something different, right? You want to have some control with your guys. And it's cool to like dip their toe into each place, once or twice a year for one little arc, or, throw some heavyweights to AEW for the season when Best Super Juniors happens, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't think it's good to have guys like dual contract, quote unquote. It's a myth. I mean, I'm sure they have both contracts, but they don't. It doesn't.
It's not equal.
It doesn't seem to pan out that way. Whether or not they're getting checks from both places. So, and good for them if that's what's happening. I want everyone to get paid.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, like that's one thing to keep an eye on, and I do think the New Japan, it feels like, just based on the news of the day, it feels like New Japan is sort of pressing that button where they say, like, you're either with us or you're not, and you're welcome to come back, but if you're not going to be sort of 100% here, then that has become a conflict of interest, and we're going to go forward with our own guys, because now we don't have an ace in our pocket, literally, figuratively, right? We don't have the ace in our pocket to say, like, okay, like, we can throw Tanahashi at something, we can throw Naito at something. They don't have that. They need to legitimately do the work now to build up this next generation. And what on my end, it seems like that's what's happening. And that's the exciting part about 2026, is that we're going to see a lot of growth from a lot of guys that we've been begging for opportunities and growth for, or people have been begging for quite a long time now.
Yeah, the Reiwa generation, to me, like, it should have been getting this kind of push at least a year ago. But, you know.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this time last year, I wish this was the conversation we were having. I wish, we
should have been having the Tsuji got his big moment, kind of thing. But, here we are.
But I think in turn, we end up with this tag team division that I don't think would have been in this situation then.
Yeah.
Does feel like a focus. I have a strange feeling in a year I'm going to be like, man, remember when we thought the tag team division was going to really take off?
I'm just waiting for, like, it to end in April or something.
Yeah. Well, it's going to have the Goto length arc, right?
Yeah.
Maybe
somehow Gallows and Anderson are back as champs.
I mean, nothing surprises me when those guys are involved.
Yeah.
They wiggle their way in.
Booked against Gorillas of Destiny for no one knows how or why, but
on a WWE show.
Yeah.
For the IWGP.
One thing we talked about pre-show is the possibility of both finalists for this past G1 not being in the upcoming G1, Takeshita and Evil, and I wondered aloud, has that ever happened before in the history of the G1? And I actually did find one. The 05 finalists, Chono and Fujita, both were not in the 06 edition. So they went to 10 people that year at one of the smaller fields, but still I was like, oh, interesting.
It happened.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Just had to get my bullshit in there.
when the G1 rolls around, I'll cite you in the notes.
There we go.
Yeah. That's interesting. And on that, like, let's expand on that just real briefly. Like, Takeshita, when he lost the title, he's not back in Japan right now. He's clearly not. I mean, to me, it's clear that he doesn't really. He hasn't aligned with anyone. No one's talking about him anymore. So he's at least on a break from New Japan.
Yeah. Could be fully memory hold.
Could be. Could have just been a way to get the belt to Tsuji in a way that was relatively exciting. But Takeshita wants to be a New Japan wrestler. New Japan wants Takeshita to be a New Japan wrestler. So I would be stunned if he doesn't pop back up in a way that's very important sometime in the year. But I don't know when that is. And he's the type of guy, and he has the type of life and responsibilities elsewhere that it wouldn't surprise me if he wasn't in the G1 this year. And then when you consider Evil leaving, the likelihood of Evil leaving, I guess, the more people are talking about it, the more I feel that it is likely. Then he wouldn't be in the G1 either, and that's sort of a big deal for both those guys to not be in it, because the G1 is really, it's one of those stories that from year to year, if you only pay attention to the G1, you know what's going on with New Japan, and those the winner and the loser sort of carry over into every year. It's like G1 and Wrestle Kingdom. If you just want to keep up with the heavyweights of New Japan, if you just watch the G1 final and you just watch Wrestle Kingdom, you sort of can fill in the gaps on your own. Yeah. Not necessarily, you're going to miss a lot, but you'll know the the main plot points.
Big notes, yeah.
You'll be able to join the conversation about New Japan if that's what you do. So, yeah, that's it. I think it could be interesting, and it almost seems likely. Takeshita might pop up right before the G1 and be in it, because that does sort of make sense. But AEW's got a big schedule right around then.
Yeah, AEW may say, "Hey, we need him," and
we're doing the grudge match with Okada at All In, and we need to build it, and we'll send you probably someone else who's cool from AEW.
Yeah, sure.
But, they generally send someone cool for the G1. So, yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting subplot to the year. Yeah.
Anything else for 2026 you want to talk about for New Japan?
I mean, anytime I'm looking at New Japan or talking about New Japan, like on a big scale, the best thing I can say is that it's very easy to follow because a lot of it is tournament based. And most fans understand how a tournament works. And if you don't understand necessarily how like a round robin tournament works, you can find someone like me who is literally here to explain that. Like that is sort of my jam. So it's tournament based, and it's almost the same schedule every year. It's very predictable scheduling. So I love that about New Japan. It's like a regular sport, right? In April or late March, whatever, right around that time of year, you got baseball coming back. You got opening day. And in October-ish, late October now, you've got the World Series. Like that's the season, right? You got the All-Star game in the middle, right? Like you have seasons. And New Japan is sort of like that, just like with their annual calendar. So it's not as random as even some of the American wrestling that has weekly shows where like you're like, oh, are they doing Hell in a Cell this month or whatever? So that I think makes New Japan easy to follow. Plus, it's mostly based on the big events, right? You've got 10-ish big events a year. And then you've got all the events leading up to that, and depending how big of a time commitment you want to make, it's really easy to dive in and just start watching. Right? There's English commentary on anything that's super important. There's English commentary on a lot of the stuff that is semi-important. So and Chris and Walker do a great. Chris Charlton and Walker Stewart. They do a great job at filling in the gaps and treating every show like they have first-time watchers. So if you're curious about the buzz around New Japan right now and the promise of a new generation and really interesting new people being involved in prominent roles, I think now is the exact time to dive in and like just watch some New Japan shows and see if it hits for you. And then, like I said, it's very easy to keep up with because there's longer gaps and there's not a lot of flip-flopping of characters. And when it does happen, people are usually talking about it.
Yeah, it's usually a big deal when there's a turn or a character shift.
Yeah.
I guess that answers my third traditional question of these, which is, would you advise watching New Japan this year? I think it'll be a good year. I'm optimistic.
Yeah, I think this is the year to jump back in if you're lapsed. I think it's going to be an important year. I see an upward trajectory on business too, which makes the shows. A lot of people talk about business like they're Brandon Thurston, right? And like it's so important that like
it's good to have people there.
But legitimately, it just changes the feel of the shows, right? Especially in New Japan, which is not a television product, right? It's an actual wrestling show, so they don't move people around the building to hit the hard cam. And honestly, half the shows don't have a hard cam. It's more floating cam. So like it matters that there's people there.
As someone that attended a Dynamite taping in a quarter full Rupp Arena, it very much matters. It
matters. And the G1 is starting in my beloved city or near my
yes.
city.
I keep forgetting that's in the U.S. this year, but yes.
Yeah, the first night of the G1 climax on July 11th will be in Hoffman Estates, Illinois. I have to be accurate here as a Chicagolander. But Chicago, it's the place that All In was. It's the place that a lot of the big early AEW stuff happened. So it's a really neat historic venue. It has become a wrestling destination. So if you get into it, it's very easy to get to Chicago, fly into O'Hare, get an Uber to Hoffman Estates, and you can be at that show. And that's a really neat way to experience New Japan. They do a great job with their live events. So that's a neat thing to be mindful of too. It does the United States side of the New Japan business. They're clearly taking a different direction with this year, giving us real New Japan shows. And I think that
was a very big surprise to me that this was happening in a good way.
Yeah,
I just did not expect it.
I found out the morning of, the morning before Wrestle Kingdom, and someone clued me in, and I was like, oh, I'm excited. Because I would have flown somewhere in America for that too, but also it's Hoffman Estates is a suburb. I live in the same region of suburbs. It's like the easiest place for me to get. So I am hyped. So yeah, so that's something to be mindful of too. If you want to see it live, if that's something that's important to you, get to Chicago. Chicago in July, that's the spot you want to be. It's a good city.
Chris, anything else you want to talk about New Japan? And if not, let's get your plugs in so I don't mess them up.
Yeah. No, nothing else worth saying unless you want to go another hour, because I can keep going.
I would love to, but unfortunately, I actually have a hard out tonight. So,
and I'm sure, yes, no. I was kidding. I also have a hard out. She's going to scream at me shortly, and it's not my wife. It's my daughter. My wife creates the space for me to do this. My daughter, on the other hand, she's not even 2. So she still wants to hang out with dad. Plugs. You can find me on all the social medias. I'm at the Chris Samsa. That's ChrisSamsa, 2 S's in the middle. My website, sportofprowrestling.com. We run contests for all the major New Japan tournaments. They're usually fantastic, usually built by Jeremy Sexton, who is a wizard. And he's a very helpful wizard. And he also runs the back end where I provide stats and info for the New Japan English broadcast team. So you can hear my work, potentially my name stated on those New Japan shows. And part of what I've been up to in the last year or so is meeting people where they are. So you can find me in pretty much any, major New Japan focused Discord channel. You'll find the stats and info that I send to the broadcast channels, specifically in the Voices of Wrestling Discord, but also, any of the other New Japan specific Discords I try to drop in there too. So yeah, my goal is to meet you where you are and get you the cool stuff that I'm looking at, so you can be an informed fan as you watch a show, as informed as you want to be.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chris, very much for your time. Looking forward to a great year in New Japan. Appreciate your help.
Yeah.
All right, and we are back with Joe Gagne, host of the 5-Star Match Game, and our real super freak on watching WWE ID and Evolve and various other sub NXT / main roster stuff. Joe, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Fred. Is this the first time we've talked? I'm trying to remember.
I've lost on Match Game
twice.
Okay.
Oh,
but outside of that, yeah.
All right.
Well, the floor is yours because I don't know much about this shit, but I thought it'd be good to talk about it. I do know that there was a fair bit of turnover in terms of who was part of the ID program and who wasn't last year. I guess that'd be a reasonable place to start.
Yeah, so basically, I think late in 2024, the WWE announced the ID program, where basically they have independent wrestlers under contract with pay them a certain amount. I've heard varying amounts, and then they could continue to wrestle on various independents. So it seemed like a good deal for them. You get paid by the WWE, you have a possible inroad there. And then you can also continue working wherever you're working to gain experience and whatnot. And they also announced the relaunch, the launch of Evolve, which was an independent promotion run by Gabe Sapolsky many a year ago. They kind of brought that name back as kind of an NXT sub-brand that aired on the Tubi network, which is a free, not exactly, the highest platform, but it is a free app you can download. It doesn't cost anything to follow the show. And they've aired it on Wednesday nights. So there's been a Wednesday night war no one really knows about for about a year.
Wednesday night skirmish.
Yes. Yeah. The Wednesday night skirmish. And I just kind of, I don't think a ton of people pay attention to this. I'm sure there weren't a ton of people you had in mind to follow this. I think it was probably just me and maybe Griffin from the Voices of Wrestling Slack we might be the only two people following it. I watch it because I have this weird fascination with these kind of sub brands. I was an ardent watcher of 205 Live when that was on the air. I followed that its entire existence, even when it was like cut back to a half hour at one point, and then they just started featuring heavyweights by the end for that reason they never really elaborated on. They're just like, oh, interesting to see these huge wrestlers here. We'll see more of that in the future. It's like, why are we doing this? They never really elaborated it, and then that evolved into Level Up, which that would air aired on Friday nights after SmackDown, and then that went away for a bit, but now we have Evolve. So there's always this kind of weird sub brand, to always exist and kind of follow at arm's length.
Yeah, and I remember when this got started that there was a big panic that this was going to kill the indies, and fortunately, I don't think it really has affected independent wrestling in the U.S. Very much at all. But it does seem to be yet another WWE has an idea for a project but doesn't plan it out fully kind of vibe. And that's always my favorite thing with WWE. The one thing they've done so far that I would say that they've been fairly successful at is the AAA purchase. And that's been just about it, in my opinion. I'm not saying that like the ID stuff has been a disaster, but it just hasn't had a huge impact yet.
No, I don't. And when they rolled it out, I thought the idea was to just kind of get their hooks in, talent that couldn't go to AEW or elsewhere, and just have, just put a stamp on them and keep them locked away. Which, if that was the case, then yeah, I suppose so. But it hasn't. Has it paid like humongous dividends? Like we're seeing some people go up to Evolve. They just announced last night, like, oh, like several acts signed NXT contracts. We'll be seeing them there. So, is it been like a gang, but we haven't really seen like a huge breakout star or anything yet. It is still somewhat early in the process. I think some people have some star potential. I'm not going to completely write it off, but it seemed like a big deal when it rolled out, and it hasn't really done it in that way. Like you said, people thought like, oh, this is the end of the independence, but it's just some people got signed and they continue to work, and some people have left the program. So it's just kind of a weird thing out there that some wrestlers participate in, but hasn't really had a huge effect.
So 2025, who would you say were the most featured people in ID and Evolve, and how did they look?
They kind of had a big act, and the big heel group was the Vanity Project. That was kind of their, kind of the main characters of the promotion, so to speak. Yeah, Jackson Drake, who was the men's champion, Swipe Right, the tag team, Bryce Donovan, and Zeta Steel. And as it's gone on, Zeta Steel left the ID program, and as did Bryce Donovan. So it's been like you've seen kind of these bits of attrition from Evolve where people who were signed just kind of vanish. Like Stevie Turner, who was the GM of the show, or the prime minister, just got cut, and she just stopped appearing. Like she appeared for another month after she got cut because they taped these so far in advance, but she just vanished, and they just kind of, no one really made a mention of it. They just say like, oh, we've seen some changes in the Vanity Project. It is kind of they've been kind of the main focus of it as well. I think Sean Legacy's someone who has some potential. He's athletic. He's got some certainly some a lot of athleticism. He's got some charisma. I think he might have something down the road. I think Kendall Gray is probably the biggest prospect out of it all. She's been the second Evolve Women's Champion. She won it in a match at Succession. That was clearly the best this company ever produced. It was like 3 3/4 to 4-star range here. It was a very, very, very good match there as well. And She's been on NXT. I think she won one of those wacky Iron Survivor matches on Deadline. I think she's got a bright future ahead of her. I think those are clearly the biggest names that are going to come out of Evolve. In 2026 is my guess. You're going to see a lot more of them.
Okay. Exits in 2025, off the top of my head, along with the ones you mentioned, I think the biggest name is probably Kylie Ray.
Yeah, Kylie Ray, she was announced she was on maternity leave. She was the ID champion, which is a belt you could, win and it gets defended on the independents. She went on maternity leave and then announced they weren't renewing her contract. So
right.
He was gone at that point.
It's not an outright Joe, what is going on with your cat? Your cat good?
I don't know. I made sure I fed her before I came on the show. And
as a cat run and haver, that is a violent cat running right there.
Yeah. Yeah, you.
Oh man, the disaster audio not for me for once. Just kidding, it's fine. So 2026, we've got obviously the program continuing. How do you think this is going to play out over the next few months?
It's hard to. I mean, they just announced a bunch of people, moving to NXT, and they'll still be on Evolve for a bit. But they announced Sean Legacy is leaving. I'm trying to find the other name. Most of the Vanity Project is leaving as well. I don't know if leaving is the right term, but they'll be focused on NXT. Keanu Carver, Eli Knight, who was just there and he just debuted, I think, in December and is already moving on. They're moving a lot of names on. I don't know if they have names to replace them. We haven't seen a lot of new ID signings recently, so I don't know if. This is always kind of tenuous as an idea. I don't know if you told me, Evolve just keeps chugging along, I could believe it. If you say it quietly fades away, I could believe that as well, because I don't know if they're getting it's not a costly show. They tape it at the PC. It's not in front, they're not selling tickets or anything like that. It's on Tubi. I'm sure that's a very modest payment they're receiving for their efforts. So if you told me it went away, I would just kind of believe it. So I don't know. The future is always up in the air.
All right. Anyone you're keeping a close eye on in 2026 that we haven't already talked about?
I don't think so. I know Jack Carwheel was there. He hasn't been there in a while. I know.
Now, is he over in WWE AAA now, or?
He's been in AAA for a bit. That's the last place I've seen him. He's done some good work in Evolve. I always like seeing him there. I think he's translated kind of surprisingly well for being for his style into Evolve. I enjoyed that quite a bit. And I know he has a tag team with Cappuccino Jones, who is also they're pretty fun. They had they actually had a nice series of matches. I'm trying to remember the guys' names here. It was two I'm trying to find it in Evolve there. It was two big hoss guys, and I think it was Jackson Hartley, and I'm trying to remember the other guy's name. I'll look it up. But they had a series of 3 matches I enjoy quite a bit. It's just big, huge dudes against tiny, flippy guys, which is always a good time.
That's a classic formula for a reason.
Yeah, that's a classic formula, and he does some very impressive high flying. I always like seeing him, but he hasn't been on the show in a while. It was Harley Riggins and Jack Presley. That was who I was thinking of. Yeah, okay. They had a series of matches. If you can track them down, they're just look them up on Cage Match. They have the episodes marked off, but I enjoyed that quite a bit. They had some that was genuinely good stuff.
Cool. Anything else you want to talk about with regards to him?
No, I think the commentary team is Pete Rosenberg and Robert Stone, which they're actually pretty good. They're not
okay.
They're a completely competent, fine tag team, pretty by the numbers, nothing too surprising. They don't, you don't see anything wow, that's really impressive. But when that got rolled out, everyone's like, Pete Rosenberg on commentary, he's fine. It does not detract from the product at all.
Okay, good. So we're not talking Booker T levels.
No, this is not. No, this is far.
Well, that's what I've generally enjoyed. Robert Stone, the little bits I've seen of him, I will say. Which, granted, has been a while, but
yeah, he does the heel manager bit, and he does. He plays well with Rosenberg. He works well off of him here too. He kind of cheerleads for the heels. Nothing. He's not reinventing the wheel here, but he does a fine job of it.
Sure. Okay. All right. So would you actually advise watching ID/Evolve in 2026?
I mean, you should probably check out one episode to see what's going on. There's so much wrestling, and all of it's probably a lot better than Evolve. But I just kind of, for me, I enjoy it as Wednesday night, Dynamite's done. I'll watch a little bit of Evolve before I go to sleep. Or Thursday morning, I get up, get a cup of coffee. I'll watch Evolve for a bit. It's a pretty, it's not a big commitment. Episodes go, they're once a week. They go between 44 and 50 minutes is normally it. So not a big time commitment as well. What I like about the show is that there's a lot of focus to it. There's just really 2 titles, the men's and women's title. That's all, the only titles there are. That's all anyone's really interested in. It does provide a focus as opposed to other companies that have like a dozen titles, and it's just your eyes kind of glaze over as well. There are the ID titles as well, but those don't really get talked. Like, they're mentioned and we know they exist, but they're not really defended or mentioned there. I appreciate the focus there. And what's also nice is that, like, they'll have people from NXT kind of drop by, work a program, and then just go back to NXT. So it does, things are always kind of fresh. Like, someone stops by, works, and then someone's gone. Or someone will, a new face will show up. Someone else will get, the focus for a while. It does keep things fresh. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like a smart setup.
Yeah.
Do you follow the ID stuff often? And if so, do you do you drop in for those matches at all? Or is it just kind of like, if something gets buzz?
If something gets buzz, I'll kind of check it out. They're on, you'll have to dig to see where titles get defended here or there. I know there was just the latest after Kylie Ray had to vacate the women's title. It was at a Beyond show. I think Lady Luck won like a 6-way for it. So that was, it's something I saw just because I happened to be kind of checking that out. But I'm not like seeking out every single thing. If something gets buzz, if something's like, easily available, if I don't have to go digging for it, maybe I'll check it out. But
okay.
But yeah, but I will say, like, if you require great wrestling, the wrestling is like usually fine to pretty good. There's nothing, like I said, the best match I saw was that women's title match. They had a quote unquote special show called Succession that they actually aired wherever NXT tapes. So it's not like, normally they tape in front of a very sparse crowd. It's very, very dark. And they were in where NXT tapes, and it was like, it's like WrestleMania 3 comparatively, because you could see everyone. Yeah. It was a much bigger crowd. It's like, oh my God. That was the best match I've seen. And I had that like 4 stars. So you're not getting bangers every week. The wrestling is usually, at least decent. It's usually like I said, I like the focus. When they run into problems, like the skits are usually pretty terrible. They're not like,
sure.
As we talked, there was one last night where Nikita Lyons and Ariana Grace went to like a psychic to see, and like they got their palms read, and the woman's like, "You're in great danger," and they just screamed and ran off. And I'm like, oh my God, like what? I'm really questioning. This is not a good episode to watch before I have to go talk and put this over. Like, there was a Kylie Ray Wendy Chu feud. That was easily the worst feud of like 2025. Just no one saw it, so I don't think it's going to get a ton of votes. But Kylie Ray accused Wendy Chu, who was a sleep demon at the time, and then went to see a psychiatrist and is fine now. But at the time, she like was a sleep demon and was like scaring Kylie Ray and like stole her son's teddy bear or something like that. And
oh my God,
yeah, this is about as bad as it sounds. But yeah, I mean, they usually like. The skits are pretty bad, but they do have some kind of a bizarre charm and amusement to them, I suppose.
Like halfway to Southpaw.
That's a dangerous road to go down, but yeah, you're not far off in terms of that.
All right, well, Joe, thanks for joining us. Appreciate this quick rundown of the sub WWE/NXT brands. Where can people check your stuff out?
Oh boy, you can find the 5-Star Match Game at the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Come here, Fred, in a different environment than this year too. But we've had all the if you like shows on the network, we've had tons of people on and a lot of your internet favorites covering all kinds of topics. It's a podcast based trivia show featuring wrestling.
It's a lot of fun. I love listening to it.
Thank you. Yeah.
And I also love finishing second on it because I've done that twice now. But
oh man.
Keep the streak going, baby. But yeah, it's honestly one of my favorite podcasts, and definitely worth checking out. And they're pretty much evergreen. So yeah, if you just feel like binging like 5 episodes of it, it's perfect for that. So
yeah, we break every show down by a topic. So maybe it's like WCW during the Nitro years, or Pro Wrestling Noah, or Sting. So yeah, you can go back and listen. Things haven't really changed a bunch. So they do hold up quite well.
All right. And your most recent one would be the 2025 wrap-up one with your traditional panel, right?
That's right. We had Alan Cunahan and Case and Mike from Open the Voice Gate right here. And they answer trivia about anything that happened in the world of wrestling in 2025. So it covers a lot of bases. It was a ton of fun. Those are always very, very, very fun shows. So, yeah. And I got a couple ideas in the can. We do them about like once every 2 months because a lot does go into coming up with 100 or so trivia questions for each show, usually on every topic. So, but yeah, we have our specific games. It's a lot of fun. So I encourage you to check it out.
Awesome. Well, thanks again for joining us, Joe. And I hope you have a great day, man.
All right, you too. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Yep.
All right, we are now joined both by my exceptionally needy cat, Gene, and also Kelly Harris, the co-host of Jumping Bomb Audio. We're going to talk some Joshi wrestling for a while. Kelly, thank you for joining me.
Meow, 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 meow.
Yes, it's going to be like this, folks. So let's get right to it. We're going to start with Stardom, and we'll see how much we can cover. I've got a hard out at 4 to do another one of these things. So let's hit the road. Stardom. I hear that Stardom had wrestling in 2025. Confirmed, deny?
Buddy, they sure did. They had themselves a great year. One of the very few companies in wrestling these days that is like on the business uptick at the moment. Like they're having a great year. We're like out of the Rossi era, and now we don't have to worry like, oh my God.
Hat free.
Is everyone leaving? Is the company going to shut down? And it's like, no, you idiots. Things are going to go so much better now that the Hat Man is gone. And they are. Saya Kamatani has been shown to be a massive star in wrestling. One of the fastest rising stars in all of wrestling, I would say, at this point. And yeah, they just had a great year. And it looks like we're on track for another great year in 2026 from them.
Yeah, so I would say, I mean, granted, I think Stardom's already kind of broken out, but like in terms of being like a truly major force in the general wrestling scene and not just like the lead women's promotion in the world, I think 2025 would have to be the year that you could say that they truly, really broke out. And
Yes.
hit another level compared to, I mean, they were doing great post-pandemic. One of the few companies to truly have some great years in the aftermath of the pandemic. But I think it's really fair to say that 2025 was a whole nother level. Sai Kamatani is. When would we have to go back to like the 90s for a woman wrestler in Japan to be this level of star?
I think so. Yeah, I think you really would. Because, I mean, we've had stars like Mayu, clearly a star, clearly a draw, but I don't think to the level that Saya has been. And Saya's getting, like, I guess you would call it mainstream attention in Japan. Like, she's doing, like, the variety shows and stuff. She got wrestling on, like, I think it was, like, daytime TV, or Joshi wrestling on, like, daytime TV for the first time in like decades in Japan. So it's like, yeah, she's becoming a household name in the way that I don't think another women's wrestler has done in quite some time in Japan.
Yeah, she won Wrestler of the Year at the Tokyo Sports Awards, right?
Yes.
Apologies if you just said that. I literally have a cat trying to climb a leg. So it's going to be one of these shows.
Saya.
That's right. So Sai Kamatani, champion for a large chunk of the year, up on top. Their biggest star, leader of the Hate stable. I always mess up with Stardom stables, but okay, good. I didn't screw that
Hate,
up.
The one part of Stardom that I wish would go away, but it's just House of Torture, but girls, and it sure is annoying. But then the bullshit will fall away, and they'll just have a good match, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, you can do this. All right, cool.
Yeah, I would say from what I was able to watch, that Stardom, even with Hate's like antics, it still worked well.
Yeah, it's nowhere near as like overwhelming as it was in New Japan in the past year or so. But yeah, it's there. I wish Hate would go away, but it seems like we're just stuck with this kind of heel unit.
Yeah, everywhere in Japan.
Exactly. Yeah.
I would say of them, this is probably the best one. So, we'll take it. So Kamatani had a great year. Anything you want to talk about in particular with regards to that?
Well, she had. I think I would say like the crowning achievement of the year was the retirement match or the career versus career match against Tom Nakano. I believe it was in April, maybe March. I can't recall. It was in the first quarter of the year, and just a tremendous match. It really great, like passing of the torch. It felt like to me. It was just like, okay, Saya, this is your company now. I've done what I can. I'm passing it on to you. And they had a great match with one of like the coolest final shots of a wrestling show I've ever seen. Like, I know we get dipshits all over the place going like, oh, this is cinema. This is cinema. And they're just like showing Jey Uso like missing a kick or something.
Yeah.
But it's like the shot of Saya and Tom holding each other up, walking up the ramp, and then kind of just sitting there and resting while like feathers fall from the ceiling and they kind of look out at the crowd the last time, and then the just cuts to black. And it was just like, yep, that's a finale.
Yeah.
That was cinematic.
Well, so of course, the end of that historic career for Nakano, and what a career it was. Currently a candidate for the Observer Hall of Fame. We'll see if she gets in. Now we still have Zumi and Starlight Kid amongst others. So beyond Kamitani, how does that the current like top of the card look like?
They've got a great top of the card. You know, you've got Azumi and Starlight Kid that you can pretty much just fire up whenever. Like those two are so good, and that's another great mark of the post Rossi era, because it always felt like those two were going to be stuck in like the high speed division and never really break out beyond that. But it's like, okay, no, they can be top of the card wrestlers. They can have incredible matches that people care about. So yeah, let's go with that. So they're up there. Ciara Yano, you can plug her into pretty much fucking anything and she'll have a killer match.
Mm-hmm. She's someone that's really improved in the past few years.
Yeah, like she's so good, and just she's one that will just go out there and be like, all right, you want to just hit each other really hard and drop each other on our heads for 20 minutes? And it's just like, yeah, let's do that.
Dumb Jock Wrestling, alive and well and Stardom.
Yes. Dudes Rock, Girls Edition.
Yeah, this is the thing with Joe and Rich, especially because Joe just really does not enjoy women's wrestling or joshi, I guess I should say, because of various trappings and all that. These women wrestlers, and it's not just Stardom, but I mean, that's if you're looking for like dumb jock wrestling, I would say that is possibly the best place to find it right now. Yes, because who's more? We're going to talk about Sari a lot because I think she's fucking amazing. And not that like Kamitani and Azumi and Starlight Kid, who I love all of them in particular. I really need to watch more. I know are fantastic, but like Sari loves a head drop.
Oh,
and like if you're looking for just like like you said, like just dudes rock wrestling, like ladies can be dudes too.
Exactly. And like the Ciara Yano Natsupoi anniversary produce show they did, like they had the main event was them against, I believe it was Mika Iwata and Chihiro Hashimoto. So it's like you're going out there and getting your ass beat by those two. And then after that match, they're like, you know what, let's just do a fun little 10-minute match for funsies with each other. And like they're taking apron bumps and just landing on their heads. And I'm like, you did not need to do this.
Yeah. They make a lot of decisions sometimes.
Uh-huh.
I mean, God, it rules. Not my body.
Yeah, exactly.
So Natsupoi should probably be mentioned too, specifically for Stardom. I mean,
yes.
They have such a deep roster. Like you could probably just spend like 10 minutes just listing names, like a remember some guys thing.
And then their young roster has gotten really great too, which was kind of a weak point for them for a couple years. They didn't really have any super strong rookies coming up. They would a lot of times kind of steal from other companies, but now they've got a really great crop of young wrestlers. So it's like the future's bright for them too.
Yeah. You want to talk about those people?
Well, you've got Aya Sakura and Sayaka Kurara. Those are the two that immediately spring to mind. They've been tag team recently, and they've been doing great stuff. It looks like they're jumping into a feud with Maki Ito, who just made the jump over to the company, so that should be some fun stuff. And you've got Rana Yagami, who is probably my favorite of this current generation, who's just more of like an... She's the essentially the protege of Syuri now. Syuri, we didn't even mention her.
Oh, no, we didn't get to her, no.
That's how deep the roster is.
Yeah,
it's forget like one of the best technical wrestlers in the world.
Oh boy, it is just an embarrassment of riches for Stardom, and I would say that, like, I mean, Stardom's been the top joshi promotion for quite a while now. Probably what, a decade? Is that fair to say? If not a decade, almost.
I would say so.
It feels like, and it does, and I'm saying this with regards to, like, I feel like every other joshi promotion kind of stepped up in 2025 in some way. Like Marigold is starting to maybe move past the we got two good wrestlers and 87 awkward rookies stage. Tokyo Joshi Pro, I actually did think step back in 2025, except for Miya Watanabe, who also gush about. And like Marvelous and Sendai Girls, like they actually have US distribution, and you can actually watch their shows in a change of pace without like knowing the lore, basically. But even having said that, all of that, it just feels like Stardom is at the point relative to the other Joshi companies where New Japan was pre-pandemic relative to the men's companies in Japan.
Yes,
just
I would
like
totally
on a
agree with that.
Different level completely.
Yeah, and it's something like Taylor and I had talked about it for however many years I've been doing the show with him now, where for a while we both were incredibly frustrated with Stardom. We thought they were a pretty not great product. They started doing well during the pandemic. Like, I think they picked up a lot of new fans during the pandemic, but most of the shows weren't very good. But people were kind of treating it like, yes, this is the peak of Joshi wrestling. It's never going to get any better than this. And we're telling them, like, no, it obviously can get better than this. They're not drawing the numbers they did in the 80s. We can get there again if we really try. And they've turned around pretty much every single complaint that Taylor and I had with the company. And guess what? They're doing better than they ever have.
With a booker who just had no previous pro wrestling experience.
Yes. And that was the thing with Saya too, where Taylor and I were tough on Saya for a long time. And she went away for a while. She got hurt. And then she came back from that injury and changed up her style and said, you know what? I'm going to cut down on all this high flying I do that honestly doesn't look very good. It kind of led to me getting hurt. And also in the past, hurting other people. And you know what? She's fucking awesome now. So it's like, things can always be better. We can always hope that things get better. And that's why, to take a tangent, I think wrestling criticism is important, because people need to say, hey, this is what you're doing that can be improved upon. Because sometimes, and you know, I don't know if it ever gets back to the wrestlers, but you know, enough people start saying something like, oh yeah, this could be fixed, this could be improved. And if the people inside didn't see it, because it's, you know, you're on the inside, you're focused on what is exactly happening right now. Sometimes you don't realize those changes need to be made. So it's, if someone from the outside like Taro Okada comes in and he's like, hey, there's all this stuff we can fix, and they fixed it. Hey, maybe we don't need to run constant time limit draws.
God. Yeah, that was always the big thing with when I try to get into Stardom in, like, you know, late Rossi era.
Yeah.
Is that I was like, they have a lot of talent and nothing seems to happen with the booking.
Yes, it was very much no one can really lose to anybody. Everyone's on the same level, and who wants to watch that?
Yeah. Like, you watch a match and it'd be like, that's a very good match, and then the finish is, and it's been 20 minutes each shit.
Yep.
Like, Oh, okay, cool. That'd be all right if like this was a rarity and not almost a default.
Yeah, I feel like now, back during the Rossi era when matches would get talked up, it would essentially, I think anyone that watched Stardom, it was either the Joshi fans or people who dropped in for a single match because Dave, and that was kind of it. But now I feel you've got a lot of people who maybe they only watch Stardom in terms of Joshi, but they're more tuned in because they're like, hey, this product is compelling and this is actually good. Yeah. I don't need to just wait for one guy to tell me, hey, I should watch this. There's enough good matches to keep me around and enough things happening and roster movement. So it's like they really did improve so much in the past year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah, and it's really impressive. Like, it's them and CMLL as the companies that have really gained in the past 2 years. And I love that. It's fantastic to have like proper growth from a company because you're not getting a lot of that elsewhere. I'm not saying like most companies, like AEW has shrunk in the past 4 years or whatever. I don't really think they're in free fall or anything, but it's, it has 2025 was notable for them for like stabilizing essentially.
Yes.
There's not really growth, but it's not shrinking anymore. WWE is in a is probably shrinking, I think is fair to say.
I think so,
factor out the John Cena stuff and the fact that the booking is 10% less nonsensical than Vince McMahon has kind of washed out, especially as we start getting more and more evidence that Vince never left, really. But, and like New Japan has had its struggles and, those were the three big companies right when the pandemic hit and all have, I think AEW and New Japan have promising 2026s, especially New Japan, but I think that there's definitely been a hole if you're looking for a company on the come up, and I think Stardom's done a wonderful job slotting right in there.
Yes, 100%.
Anything else you want to talk about with the company as far as 2025?
Nothing comes to mind immediately. I'm excited for the year. I mean, currently we're in a very hate focused like they're the top champions. You've got Saya at the top, Konami with like the secondary belt. Here's the thing. I'm not saying what the names of the titles are because I can never remember them. I don't remember which is which. So
I don't even remember like which one is which color. Like
I
as
think
far as like
Saya's
the hierarchy
is red, Konami's is white. I know that.
I just stick with World because I know that's the top one, and then I'm like,
there you go. Yeah, World and Wonder.
Yeah.
And then you've got the Ruaka and Natsukatora, my two least favorite wrestlers on the roster as your tag champs at the moment, which not great. Not great. So the tag title scene at the moment, I'm passing on title matches until they're out. But we're going to fight through the heel dominated roster at the moment and kind of see the heroes take their spots. I do think Saya is going to hold on to the title for quite a while, though.
Yeah, and I mean, why
rightfully
wouldn't she?
So.
Yeah. Okay, so you mentioned it, 2026. We just finished up with a couple big shows at the end of last year and then the start of this year, and of course, a very good Wrestle Kingdom match that got its prescribed 9 minutes or however long that was. I think it's amazing in a very funny way that like New Japan / Bushiroad is like, all right, we are going to use Wrestle Kingdom, basically our biggest show of the year, to promote Stardom. And are we going to let them fully show what they can do? No, why would we do that?
Yeah, we need to have a Rambo where we put like people out there to pretty much do nothing.
Yeah, it's important for reasons. But so what you think 2026 will continue, another great year?
I would be shocked. Something incredibly drastic would need to happen for them to not continue on the upward trend. I was somewhat worried that with the success of Stardom, that Bushiroad might be like, hey, we're taking Taro Okada and putting him in charge of New Japan.
Yeah.
That was the one fear I had. I'm thinking that's not the case, but, if I would say if the Aaron Wolf thing doesn't work out, you might see them do something along those lines.
Well, maybe. Anyone that you think will have a breakout year in 2026?
I really hope that we see Starlight Kid kind of step up and essentially be the number 2 in the company. Yeah. I think that would be really cool to see. Or as either one. Like, it's weird to say those two are interchangeable, because it makes it sound like I think less of them. But they're just both so good. They both are. They're essentially they're tied. They're tied to each other forever. For better or for worse, I think for the better. So it's like with those two, you slot either one of them in at your number 2 slot, you're great. You're golden.
Yeah. Anyone else lower on the card you think will move up a lot, or?
I'm really thinking that I'm hoping Rana Yagami has a good year. I really am high on her. I think she'll have a good year. The Inaba sisters, I think we'll see a lot of good stuff out of them. Hanan came back after some time away earlier. I think just last week she made her return. I am really high on her. I think she's very good. She'll probably have a good year. More than anything at this point, I'm very interested to see what they do with Maki Ito. Because that's such...
Yeah, that is really going to be interesting.
Yes. I'm not like super high on her as a wrestler. I think she can be great. She has some very good matches in Tokyo Joshi. But for the longest time, she just relied on the gimmick. Mm-hmm. Which, that's what happens when you go to GCW for a while. And just
I was getting ready to say she went full GCW move for the most part.
100%. And I'm really hoping she can break out of that and have a good year. I don't see her ever reaching the top of the card in Stardom. But I think she's a good mid-card hand to have around for sure. And again, you have the character stuff. So it's like, yeah, you can slot her in the middle of the card and get some good matches, because where she's at her best is doing kind of long-term story arc stuff.
Yeah.
So I think once they kind of get her embedded in the company and like establish her, whatever her alliances are and allegiances, and I think they've got something with her that I assume a lot of people that only saw her kind of just in her rare AEW appearances or in GCW or that fucking Mickie James match
oh boy.
might not expect out of her.
Yeah. I think my assessment of her as a worker is that she's good at selling and she can get the crowd invested.
Yes.
And her offense is imperfect.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's kind of the elevator summary of her game.
Yeah, her offense requires a fair amount of buy-in from the viewer to be like, yes, she has an incredibly hard head.
Yeah.
You need to have that level of, I know this character, this is what she does. Like, you can't just plop her match in front of someone and be like, look, 5 stars. It's like, no, yeah. You need the background with her.
Yeah, her best matches are usually tag matches where she's the 4th best worker.
Yeah,
essentially. Yeah. But, with Stardom's high level of in-ring talent, she could really benefit from being, from zigging a little bit where everyone else is zagging.
Yes, I think so, too.
So I think that'll be fascinating. Or it could just completely fall on her face. I don't know.
We'll find out.
Yeah, that's the fun part. Anything else before we move on to your favorite promotion, Marigold?
Oh, God. No, I guess let's get Marigold out of the way.
Technically the second biggest Joshi promotion, I guess, but in the same way that like people acting like, oh, TNA might actually be the second biggest promotion in the US, like that level of importance, which is to say not very much.
Yeah, it's a bad scene there. I don't like anytime I don't watch Marigold unless I absolutely have to. Like that's where we're at. Unless it's like, damn, we don't have anything else to talk about on the show this week, I guess I'll fire up this Marigold show. Because other than that, it's just like, all right, you want to watch some boring ass house shows where they make the same 4 bad wrestlers fight each other again. Okay, fine. It's just
they do. They have Iwatani, right? And
they should
have Haya Shishida.
Yep.
And Hummingbird might be good. I mean, I feel like that's a big step right there. Is that the young one that everyone's super high on, or am I?
Yeah. Oh, I think Victoria
Yuzuki. Sorry, yes. Victoria Yuzuki.
She's very good, but I feel is incredibly overhyped. She's fine. She's a good, strong wrestler. I don't see her as like the future of Joshi wrestling, but that's just me. Because I'm also seeing it through Rossi colored glasses, I guess.
Right.
Because it's like I can only have so much investment in this because the booking is so bad. And that's the thing. Even when Rossi's Stardom was at its best, it was because of the wrestlers. It was nothing that the booking ever did. His booking was always, at best, serviceable.
Yeah.
And most of that was carried by the wrestlers shooting their own angles.
Yeah, I listened to part of, I should say, the episode of The Ballot talking about Tom Nakano's Hall of Fame candidacy for the Observer, which is why I brought that up earlier. Mm-hmm. And I think it was Scotty Wrestling that was on there as the guest, and he talked about how Nakano built her own angles a lot on social media, and that cited that as like helping with the growth of Stardom. And I will say that like Rossi's booking is exactly the kind of booking that would lead to parachuting in, because ain't nothing going to keep you hooked in between. But if you hear like Miku Aono and Nane Takahashi had a great match back in May, you'll be like, okay, I'll check that out. And now they don't have
Miku Aono has been one of the saving graces of the company, and it really seems like they're going forward with her as like, hey, there's other people here than Mayu and Utami. Please watch.
Yeah, and it doesn't have the funding to really peel off many other people, seemingly. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but like I would have expected like maybe more appearances from Chihiro or even Sari than we got. And I mean, you did get a couple Sari appearances, I believe, but honestly, it was like maybe the third most worked promotion for her.
Yeah, well, she barely worked them this year. She was mostly she was in Stardom quite a bit this year. Her Marigold, I think she just had like one surprise appearance for them, and that might be it. I could be misremembering. Really, what saved Marigold this year from being completely unwatchable was their feud with Marvelous and having those wrestlers come in, because that was such an influx of talent where it's just like, oh my God, look at all these wrestlers that are good.
Yeah. I mean, it's just going to be a huge issue for Marigold to be able to develop those young wrestlers into like actually centerpieces of the promotion,
Yeah, because they're
desirable centerpieces, I would say.
Yes, whatever their training is not working. Their young wrestlers are not very good, and they've got just a million of them. They've got so many, and they're not getting any better because they're stuck wrestling each other for the most part.
Yeah, it's not a strong resume point for Rossi to be like, I've got all these young wrestlers. So then you go, are they any good? And it's like, I've got all these young wrestlers.
And like, of course, they've got their heel stable that cheats and such, and they're all pretty bad.
The onion on the belt of 2025 professional wrestling.
Yeah, Marigold is just one of those companies where it's everything that I hated about Rossi era Stardom. It really is just distilled down into that, and every now and then they have a good match. And
if you accept the premise that like he got boosted in Stardom by having a fantastic roster, then when you take away that fantastic roster, what do you have? And it's the time limit draws and other things that we'll joke about.
I think it was so John Carroll, when he was in Japan recently, they ran like a one night tag team tournament that had, I think, two time limit draws and 1 count out law. Like, come on, man.
At some point, the protection just doesn't work,
Yeah, and it's so often where it's like, why are we protecting this person?
Yeah, and for what end, really? But
yeah,
I mean, I could also say this about Tony Khan sometimes. So it's not like this is only Rossi's issue, but it is a very prominent Rossi issue.
Yes. Well, and that's what always gets me when people are like, oh, we got to talk about Rossi's case for the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame, and it's like, sure, the case is nothing. The case is he took a lot of pictures one day and then started a company and was really bad at it for a while, and now the company succeeded in spite of him, and now that he's gone, it reached heights it never could have under his watch.
I don't want this to turn into just the Barry Rossi podcast. We can, if you're available another time, we'll talk. But I think it's wild to for his Hall of Fame case to be based around he did some stuff and then Stardom happened.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, what did he do for All Japan Women? And you get a literal litany of answers from he took photos to he was actually the power behind the throne.
Yeah.
And with no clarity as to where that he actually falls on that spectrum. And it's well, how can I vote for this guy when if we're just boiling this vote down to is Stardom good, yeah, but it immediately got better when he left and bigger. And
there's nothing more damning to someone's case than that, where it's things were good when you were here, but they sure were a lot better once you were gone.
If I was running a restaurant and then everyone was like, these burgers are perfectly good imitations of McDonald's, and then I left and they're like, holy shit, these are the best burgers ever.
Hall of Fame.
Best burger boy. Okay, so is there anyone that you think on this roster that is going to break out in 2026?
I think we're gonna see from Miku Aono. I really think I'm hoping they do a good job of pushing her and giving her a good title run, because honestly they need that. Show, hey, we have more than Mayu and Utami. Because sadly, at any time, I think WWE could show up and be like, hey, we're taking those. We're taking them. Those two, they're coming with us. So I think they really, to survive, they need to have someone where it's like, look, these are our stars that aren't the two that have been around for a while. So I'm hoping Miku keeps getting this good run. Mai Sakurai, who I've never been a huge fan of, really stepped up in the past year. She's turned into a fairly good wrestler. And honestly, outside... And Yuzuki, again, she's very, very good. I think there could be something there with her. She's still very young, so I think we're going to see how it goes. I feel like she's been overhyped, and I think for a lot of young wrestlers that get that level of hype so early in their career, you see them stagnate. So I really hope that doesn't happen with her. So I'm hopeful for her, but you never know if she has all these people in her ear telling her she's amazing, she's incredible. It's like, okay, when she gets that good, will she ever be better than she is now? Because where she is, she's very good. She's not great.
Yeah. Let's see. Anyone else you want to shout out? What about I don't think we've really talked about these two, but Sari Yamaoka and Chiaki. I don't think we've talked about them yet.
Sari Yamaoka is great. She's very good. She was kind of Nane Takahashi's protege. She's their other, I think they call them super rookies. Mm-hmm. So she's very good for her level of experience. She's definitely got a bright future ahead. Reminds me a lot of Chihiro Hashimoto. So I think, they've definitely got something in her. Chiaki is one of the dirt worst wrestlers in the entire world.
Okay.
Her bad guy gimmick is she carries a chair to the ring and uses it. And I've never seen her actually use the chair well. Just the worst chair shots you've ever seen in your life. And they're like, this is your gimmick. And she is not getting any better at it. And just legitimately, if I made a list, like these are the top 10 worst wrestlers in the world, she is top 3.
Damn.
She's horrific.
Well, the bad thing about that is she's the wrestler that worked the second most matches last year for Marigold, 98. So
and like even people that liked her coming in to Marigold, like I've seen people just turn on her.
Yeah.
Just because it's like she's such a bad heel. And they're like, this is what you're doing, and it's rough. It's really rough. And this is the kind of stuff where it's just like, okay, if she gets set in these ways of being bad heel wrestler, that's just kind of your career at that point. That's what's gonna happen. So I don't have high hopes for her, and maybe at best lower card is where she should be used, but I believe she's one half of the tag champions at the moment.
That sounds like maybe not lower card.
Yeah.
She's with Misa Matsui.
Yes,
looks like.
Who I cannot decide if she's any good or not.
Okay, I gotta ask Megaton, who I have literally never seen before until just now.
Comedy heel turned comedy babyface.
Gotcha. Okay. Her birthplace is Planet Megaton, so I'm glad she could make the trip.
Yeah.
Is Mirai done with Marigold?
Yes,
that's
she
a
left.
weird career.
Yes.
Because she's pretty good. I'm not going to sit here and act like I think she's like one of the 5 best women's wrestlers in the world or whatever, but like she has her moments for sure. And it's weird that her current primary promotion per cage match is Michinoku Pro.
Yes, she is signed to Michinoku Pro. Like it's
the powerhouse that we all know and love.
Of Tokyo Joshi to Stardom to Marigold to Michinoku Pro is absolutely bizarre. She is also currently the Tokyo Joshi International Princess Champion.
I missed that.
Which I was upset about because I think they should have used her essentially as like an invading heel when it was really just kind of like, look who's back and we're very happy that she won the title. And I was like, no, she left you. And now she's coming to take your belt. And like she was flanked to the ring by like 2 indie scummer dudes from Michinoku Pro. I was like, just bring that, make her a heel, but that's not really how things work in Tokyo Joshi. So
I mean, you talk about promotion that doesn't really do builds or storylines well. Well, we'll get there. Anything else you want to talk about with Marigold for 2026?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm okay.
Fair enough. All right, that leaves us. Well, I mean, we kind of are at the smaller promotions now, but let's just talk about Sari, who is very good at professional wrestling.
Yep,
and is cool and should be just put in charge of probably the women's division for AEW. And I mean, I would love that, frankly. She's so impressive, just at every aspect of being a professional wrestler,
and still so young, which is the craziest part about it. She
is a stupidly young baby who is like what, 27? Is that right?
27, 28, around there. Like she
29. Okay.
29. She had like a Wrestler of the Year run, then retired to NXT for 1 year, I can't remember, and then came back and it was like, oh yeah, she's still one of the best in the world. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Like, we've seen so many people take that path of, I'm in NXT for a while. Okay. It's now been several years. Granted, it was not nearly as long for her. But still, she had that run. And, the concern is always, hell, is she going to try afterwards?
Yeah.
Because that is the traditional, like, post WWE run is, they're like, okay, I'm a big name now. I'm just going to get $5,000 a show from NEW and do nothing else. And instead she was like, no, I'm just the best damn wrestler in the world.
Yep, I'm going to come back. I'm going to work for the Hat Man for a while. I'm going to take that money and turn it into produce shows.
Yeah.
I'll work Stardom, and I'll just bounce around to wherever the fuck I want.
Yeah. And it is pretty awesome to just see her be like the most like, you're so good that we'll just let you do what you want. We're good, you know. We need your presence. And it's not just like you could be like, oh, Marigold is held together right now by paper clips and tin foil. Of course they'd make that deal. Stardom, who is deep as shit, is just like, yo, please come in.
Yeah, come in, be a champion for a while.
Like,
you just fit in with any division and just have great matches. And it's like, she's so versatile. Like, and even like, she became heel in Stardom for a bit, where it's just something I'd never seen from her, but it was essentially she just kind of was more of a dick about everything, and it was great.
Yeah. She's the perfect, I mean, she can be the perfect, just mean gal heel.
Yeah.
Just like, for the whole, like, Athena dropped Jody Thread on her head once. Like, you want to traumatize some American fans.
Yeah.
Give Jody Thread like $10,000 to be like, listen, just don't die.
Yeah.
And, we'll give you a full-time spot. Just sorry he's going to do 12 minutes and protect your neck as best as you can. Like, because it is very funny in the context of like 2 years ago now, Athena's big run really got started when she like worked really stiff in that Jody Threat dark match, I think it was, and everyone's like, oh my god, Athena's such a badass, so intense. And I'm like watching literally an Issa rematch now, and it's like, I see a badass, and it ain't. I mean, no offense to Athena, who I think is a pretty damn good wrestler, but I mean, it's like the top not Top Gun, the British motoring TV show, Top Gear, is that right? Yeah. Like it's like the meme from that, like, this is great, but I like this. But like Sari's just also great. So God, I can't, like, I seriously, it has been, there's a lot of wrestlers I will put over and say are great. Like, I think wrestling is fantastic. I love watching wrestling. I think it's a lot of fun to like find a new wrestler and be like, oh, they're awesome too. Check this shit out. And I wish more people did that, because I think that's so much more rewarding than like, oh, I'm watching the 500th. I mean, I just don't want to make it like just a pick on WWE thing, but like, because people do this with other promotions, but like, oh, I only watch WWE and I like it when Jey Uso says the yeet thing. Or like, this is the 300th time I've watched Jay Lethal work a 3.5-star match, like, and like, I'm not even taking specific umbrage with either of those guys, but like, it is easy to get stuck in a rut. And I just think it's so fantastic to like, just be like, crack knuckles. All right, let's find out what the hell's going on, and, insert promotion here. And find out that TNA is a hellhole, but like seriously, as part of FSM 50, I think I started to talk about this with Mike Gilbert, and then I had to cancel our recording. But I sat down in December before I got fully burnt out on wrestling, and I was like, all right, let's just make sure that like TNA, that I give the people their fair shot. And I cracked knuckles. I subscribed to their little plus service to get access to everything. And I'm like, all right, let's see how many matches I got to watch. And I pull up, would you like to guess? And I'm going to play this game again. Let's play a cage match guessing game, which I am a sucker for. And if you're one of those people that's like, oh, I hate cage match, look, it's not the end all be all of match evaluation, blah, blah, blah. But it's fun. And it kind of does give you a little bit of a detail or a little bit of an idea of what's going on. TNA, full-time U.S. promotion, got a lot of coverage because of NXT Association, blah, 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 blah. 7.5 on cage match is roughly equivalent to 3.5 stars, because everything gets a little bit of a boost with the weighted average and everything, and also like people just rate high.
Yeah.
So we're using 7.5 as the cutoff. How many matches were there in 2025 for TNA? Let's find this out.
Okay.
There were 309 matches total for TNA in 2025 that at least have a cage match entry. How many matches would you like to guess that they had in 2025 that broke that 7.5 plane?
I'm thinking 10 might be high.
It's a little more than that. It did get to 18.
Okay. My final guess was going to be 7.
Little more, but I mean, look, if it wasn't for Leon Slater's in, let's do the Joe Lance accounting gimmick, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
there's 5 for him, 2 for Mike Santana, actually 5 for Mustafa Ali, and then you had 3 in January involving people that were no longer there. Of those, because it's 8 people, I think 2 are left. Axiom and Nathan Frazier against Trey Miguel and Zachary Wentz. Jordan Grace versus Tessa Blanchard, and Josh Alexander against Mike Santana. So, nevertheless. But like, it's just good. I still got to find out actually Leon Slater rules. So
yeah, he's very, very good.
Yeah.
I was just hoping he wouldn't find his way into WWE.
Yeah, I mean, at least you're going to get like 7 good matches with him a year that are probably not going to be ruined by booking. Maybe.
Yeah. But it's just like what you were saying before. It's so great to just discover a wrestler like Sari, where she's just got this incredibly deep back catalog.
Yeah.
And it's like, she is so good. There was a match from last he had with Chihiro Hashimoto, and my review was essentially like, it was kind of disappointing. 4.5 stars.
Yeah.
And it's like that because I went in thinking like this could be match of the year. This could be top level. And it was just incredibly good.
Yeah.
Like it was a great match that I absolutely loved. But
nearly
it was still
fantastic.
Exactly. That's how good she is, and that's how good Chihiro Hashimoto is. Those two are so good that they can put on a fantastic match.
Yeah, my Sari story is that in 2024, I was doing my FSM bullshit. I'm like, I rated 1,100 matches a year. Eat me, nonsense. And it was the tail end of the year, and someone in the VOW Discord was like, I'm writing an article for VOW about how Sari is the wrestler of the year. And I was like, bullshit. Right? because I was so like self-assured and like, I work really hard at keeping up on wrestling, and I haven't watched Sari and I haven't watched her before, but like she can't be that good. And then I watched like 3 of her matches and I'm like, put it right in my veins.
Yep.
And it was just like so incredible. And the coolest thing is like, because of her talent level and how valuable she is, she's leveraged this into, okay, I'm like 5 times a year I'm going to do my own produce shows, and these companies are going to let me have whoever I want, basically.
Yeah, and I love that she's kind of made her little group where it's like her proteges of Miku Kanae and Chi-Chi coming along on the ride with her, because I think they're both very good. And
I need to watch more of them to really have a take, but
yeah, I think they're both very good. And I think they're only going to get better by hanging around with Sari, and I like that she's getting them bookings. Like, that's awesome, because otherwise there's no way that Kanae would have ended up working Stardom aside from the Sari thing. Like, she might get there eventually, but there was absolutely no way she would have got booked by them this year. And Sari's like, no, you're coming with me. We're going to work this match. You can be my pin eater. And it's like, that's awesome. I'm glad to see that. And I'm glad to see her taking young wrestlers under her wing. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's really important for wrestlers to help the next generation, and you're also getting that with Sari too. Mm-hmm. So that's pretty awesome.
And she's just barely not the next generation.
Yeah, I know, right? Like 29. Like, we're talking like she's an old man, but like she's so good, just extraordinary. All right, let's gush a little less to not embarrass ourselves, but we'll move on to Tokyo Joshi Pro, where I will now instead gush about Miyu Watanabe in a promotion that is, I think, in a level of flux with the exit of Ito. And is Yamashita officially out yet, or is it just kind of like circling the drain?
It's weird because Yamashita has been given a role in in Tokyo Joshi that they've described on commentary as she's essentially like the class president.
Okay.
I don't fully understand it, but it sounds like she's almost like the representative of the roster when like they have to make decisions in the overall company and maybe like cyber agent.
Okay.
It's odd. I'm still not entirely clear what it is, but it seems like she's the leader of the of like the wrestlers. So I believe she's sticking around. She might be taking a lesser role in ring. Like she's maybe like, hey, I'm not coming out here to be champion once a year like I have been. She's started up a tag team with Kaya Toribami, which I really like. I am really enjoying those two together, and I'm hoping that leads to a push of some sort for Kaya and maybe them to get a tag title run. I would like that quite a bit. So it seems like Miyu is sticking around, but you never know anymore. It's very weird. The vibes are less weird with her at the moment now that Ito's gone. So it doesn't look like they're a package deal anymore.
Yeah, it felt like both were like just going to leave simultaneously.
Yes.
And it's a little surprising that they didn't, to be honest, because I honestly thought that Miyu would be somewhere Stardom. I think she'd be a great fit in Stardom just because she's excellent, and that's kind of their deal. But I mean, Marigold, if they found like some money in the couch cushions or whatever. And no, it's a pleasant surprise that she's still there. I'm just kind of confused about how there she is.
It seems, I'm wondering if maybe she's got some sort of office role now.
Yeah.
Because it's, again, they've never been incredibly clear on what is other than like, it's like she's the class president. Or I'm like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking it's some sort of office role.
Well, that does, if she is like only part-time now, you know, Tokyo Joshi doesn't exactly have the biggest roster to start with. And I think that there's some concern, at least with me, that we've hit the point where their top workers, which is, you know, outside of Yamashita, Mizuki and Watanabe have kind of closed out their we're the next generation on the come up acts and are now just the generation, you know, the top people right now. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that anyone on the roster has truly grabbed my attention as the next in line. Like, I know that tag team that I am blanking on because I am so good at podcasting, Suzumi and not Suzumi, are like, they're pretty good. And thank you. Yes,
Daisy
yes,
Monkey is the team you're thinking of, and yes, I would say they're the next people to come up. But I do believe their trajectory now is to be like the top tag team, which cool. Yeah. If you can make the tag team division a drawing division in the company, that would be awesome and much needed. So I would be all for that. But singles wrestlers, you're gonna struggle a little bit for a while. I mean, you still have Shoko Nakajima around.
It's easy to forget. Yeah, easy to forget about Nakajima because she's solidly in that. Well, she's great, but we don't want to like feature her. You know,
every once in a while, it's just like, all right, we're putting the title back on her.
Yeah, remember her? She's neat, and you're like, yeah, and like, okay, that's enough of that. And we're like, why?
So yeah, they do have a good roster, but it's just, I feel like we're in a bit of a rebuilding period, and the booking was not super inspired the past year or so. So I was overall underwhelmed by their year, and was very glad to see them go back to Watanabe after taking the belt off her. And it looks like they're back on an upward trajectory now. They've been doing decently with drawing for what they kind of do, and I'm thinking things will get better from here. I don't know. I'm a little concerned about the upcoming title defense against Yuki Arai because I don't think she's great, but they keep trying to make her happen.
Yeah.
So I think she's fine, but it's just like I don't really ever see her at that kind of top level. So we'll see how that goes. But I am more hopeful about Tokyo Joshi coming into 2026 than I was like mid 2025 for sure.
Yeah, fingers crossed that it's we're coming on the upside, But I'm a little, just because I don't think 2025 was a great year in general for the company. I'm a little pessimistic, and it also feels to be in this really weird spot within the Wrestle universe.
It's very weird, like, because they still push Marigold as like, this is like our top Joshi brand, and it's like, why did you shove aside Tokyo Joshi for this?
Yeah, like it'd be one thing to be like, yeah, we're going to take on Marigold and feature it, but like to put it directly above Tokyo Joshi Pro, and even Tokyo Joshi is superior, even when I'm kind of like,
Because at the worst, like for the most part, like if you watch one of their Kurikan shows, you're probably gonna get at least one 4-star match, and for the most part, the show is fun.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, it's like the 1 or 2 matches that we thought would be great on the show, like under-delivered a little bit. But when you get to like it at least is like there's an energy there for the most part.
They don't feel like a slog, which I feel like a lot of wrestling companies, like a lot of Marigold shows do. You're kind of just waiting for the good match to happen, and then there's just a bunch of the most boring stuff you've ever seen before, where it's like with Tokyo Joshi, at least, I don't know, the crowd has a good energy. It just feels like everyone's having fun.
I will say the downside of Tokyo Joshi Pro is there is a big reliance on bullshit, and sometimes the bullshit is entertaining. I will say that this is hyper Misao syndrome. Sometimes hyper Misao is very entertaining, and then sometimes it's just like, and we're back on our bullshit.
And then there's sometimes where it's like there's entire matches where if you don't understand the language, you are fucked.
Oh yeah, like that is part of the stuff with Misao too. Is like sometimes it's like, she's wacky and riding around on her bike and screaming. Okay, cool. And then it's just like sometimes it's just like there's some other stuff that is either going on and would make this make sense, but I'm not catching it, or else it is just complete nonsense.
Yes.
So, I mean, that is the downside of it. And then you also have like Andreza Giant Panda stuff that like...
Yeah, I really wish we could be done with that.
Japan's version of Blue Cane. Like, Stephen Flo was a good bit the first time, and then there's nothing else to Stephen Flo. Like, it's like a second hour SNL sketch. Like, you're like, yeah, they got a joke, but now we're in minute 5, and I just kind of... I'm over it, So...
Why can't Jimmy Fallon stop laughing? I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad he's having a good time, but me, I'm just like, all right, well, yeah, okay. Which leads us to I think Marigold, Sendai Girls. Any thoughts on either of those that you want to share?
Sendai Girls, I think is in a very good place. They had a really good run with Satomura coming in before her retirement. The downside to Sendai is always their booking is fucking weird. And like I can't even say it's bad, it's just bizarre. There's nothing in wrestling that you can count on more than Miki Iwata is going to lose a match. Despite her being awesome, I think she is such a great wrestler, but I can never buy in to any of her matches, like big title matches, because I'm like, well, they're gonna have her lose because that fucking always happens, and they beat her like a drum. I will never understand it. It's so weird, and it's even like between booking regimes, still she's getting her ass beat constantly, and it's like, why are we doing this to poor Mika? She's great. But then you got Chihiro Hashimoto, who obviously awesome, one of the best in the world as your champion. I think she's going to have a good long title reign. Then you've got in the tag division, you've got Bob Momo Banana, your two young wrestlers, Mio Momono and Yurika Oka, who are just so much fun. just absolute psychos. I love them both. They're awesome. So I think Sendai is in a great place right now, and it's, at least for Westerners, the easiest it's ever been to watch. Because it got bad for a while where it was like, all right, we're waiting for those YouTube uploads that are a year and a half behind.
Yeah. I remember like a couple years ago, I was like, oh, I heard that there's some good matches in Sendai occasionally. How do I watch it? It was like an 18-step, like, is this a summoning spell? Or is this like how I pull up a wrestling match, guys? Because, I'll just watch something else. It's fine.
And then Marvelous is also weird in that, like, they get really good at uploading shows, and then something always happens, and then suddenly it's just a dry spell, and they just kind of, they're still running shows, but they're just not putting any of them up. And this happened before they had like a YouTube subscription, which I canceled after I was like, damn, I haven't watched any Marigold in a while. Or Marvelous in a while. I should check in and see what's been uploaded. And I was like, oh, there hasn't been anything uploaded in 4 months. I should cancel that subscription.
Yeah.
And then like I said that on the air to Jumping Bomb Audio, and Taylor was like, huh, you're right. I should cancel mine too. And then like within a couple months, they jumped over to Wrestle Universe. And he was like, great, they're putting up shows again. This is awesome. And now we're kind of in that dry spell again where it's like, there really hasn't been anything lately. That's weird. Yeah. So Marigold is, God damn it, I did it again. Marvelous is a hard company to really get invested in because it just disappears sometimes. But when we do get it, it's a lot of fun. It's a good time. I enjoy that company when I can watch it. They had a great... I enjoyed the feud they did with Oz Academy, mostly in 2024, but some in 2025. But again, it's all just a case of like, when can you watch it?
Yeah. And that's always a bad problem to have, is the ability for people to watch your shows. Well, anything else you want to add as far as the general joshi scene?
I feel like we're at a really good spot right now, for the most part. Choco Pro has kind of been back on the rise. I've been enjoying their output lately. It feels like we're kind of getting back to the period where it was during the early pandemic, where their shows were really energized and they were doing good stuff. At this point, I would say just check in on their non-dentist office shows, because those at the bare minimum have a killer main event for the most part. So it's like
Mesa Ruga is very talented. I just wish that 90% of their matches were not in the dentist office. Like I consider myself a pretty flexible wrestling fan, but that one just I just can't do it. It just does not work for me. So
I get it. I'll tune into some of the dentist office shows if there's like, if I look at the card, I'm like, oh, that could be good. And every now and then you do get some good stuff in there, but for the most part, it's the actual ring shows that are the ones that are worth watching. Mesa Ruga had a great year. She really morphed into one of my favorite technical wrestlers in the world, which is not something I ever expected out of her. She became incredibly technically sound. I'm assuming that's from working with like Chris Brooks and stuff like that, but she's become really good in that aspect of her game. Rina Yamashita came in and took the championship from May and has been having a really good title run. So I'm enjoying that stuff.
It's good to see her at least still be in a prominent spot of some sort. Gagne needs to be used regularly by someone.
Yeah. And that's so weird. Like Taylor and I were talking about that on the past show, where it's like Seedling is in such a weird position right now, where it feels like they're starting to kind of spiral down the drain, where it's like, oh, are they going to be here in a year? Which is the spot that Ice Ribbon was in last year, and somehow they're still here. So that's good.
Yeah.
I 100% did not think they would be here anymore, but you know what? They've survived, and I'm happy for them. So we'll see how that story develops as the year goes on.
Yeah.
And yeah, overall, I think the joshi scene is in a good spot right now. I really feel like we're seeing companies either stay on an even keel or start moving upwards for the most part. And I think the scene's doing good stuff right now. And hell, I think joshi was the bright spot in 2025 wrestling. Like Stardom and CMLL, like you were saying. Those were the 2 points where it's like, hey, they're on the upswing.
Yeah.
No one else is right now.
Yeah. Why aren't you guys?
Yeah.
I do want to end on a pessimistic note, I guess. But
okay.
Of the promotions we did talk about, which one do you think is in most danger of having a bad 2026? Because I'm torn between like Tokyo Joshi Pro being a thin roster and like seemingly a major injury away from just, a terrible year, and Marigold with its similar depth issues, only with 30 more not good people.
Yeah, I think I'm much more optimistic about Tokyo Joshi coming out of their July 4th Kurikan show. I was a little worried about them going into the year. Yes, and I think I like the directions where things are going.
You mean January 4th and not July 4th?
Did I say July? I meant, yes, January.
You're doing this all over the place, man.
I really am. You make two words start with the same letter, I'm going to fucking mix them up.
Game over. But I think there are good things about that. I haven't been able to watch it yet. But
the main event between Suzume and Miyu Watanabe for the title is tremendous. One of my favorite matches so far this year. So I'm much more hopeful about them going into the year now. Marigold's Marigold. It's my least favorite promotion. So I will try and watch them as little as possible. But if I hear something is good, I will fire it up. But also, I'm not paying for the $30 pay-per-views because I can tell you right now, that show ain't worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, Summer Sun Princess was around that time and pretty good, I think. But that's what you're hanging your hat on. All right, man. All right. Thanks for joining us, Kelly. Let's get your plugs in.
Listen to me every 2 weeks on Jumping Bomb Audio on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network. Find me on Blue Sky at comicgeekkelly. Whatever the fuck. This after the name, I don't remember. I still don't really understand that, like what that aspect of Blue Sky is.
They were very much like, we're going to associate it with a URL. And you're like, okay, I just want an account, man.
Yeah. So I don't. You can find me just Comic Geek Kelly 1K. Find me there. You can find me on Instagram that way too. I'm still on the bad website. I'm there until I get my class action lawsuit payout that is eventually coming. Every once in a while, we do an episode of the Panels on Pages Popcast. This past week, we watched the Mahoney cut of RoboCop, which is a recreation of the cut that my friend Mahoney watched of RoboCop as a kid that his dad made in the VHS to remove all of the graphic violence.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. Well, that's something.
Yeah, it was very fun watching. It's like, oh, what happened to that guy? Why is he just gone now?
All right. Kelly, thanks again for joining us. It was a great time. And,
it was great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Next time we'll discuss the comic book that tells you that Mike Quackenbush may not have been a good partner. All right, and we are now joined by Ian Hamilton to discuss the Euro state of things. Ian, thanks for joining us.
Been a pleasure.
And let's get your plugs in so I don't forget, since I have a hard out.
Yeah, backbodydrop.com. That's where you'll find all my writing. Most of that these days is WXW. You'll also find on there the Auf die Fresse podcast, again, very WXW-centric. And also on Voice of Wrestling, the Euroclutch podcast, fairly irregular, but a bit of a bigger picture look at the European scene.
All right, and we will start talking Euro with WXW, Germany's own. And, well, how do you think their 2025 went, and how do you think their 2026 looks?
2025, for most part, extremely positive. They marked their 25th year anniversary back end of a month ago, end of December. But yeah, it's been one of those years where pretty much everything they've done has been successful. They've had their challenges. Obviously, guys being signed up. They lost Mike DeVecchio to NXT. Idle Blanc's now Elo Lafleur debuted in NXT this week. Cesare, well, I wouldn't really say he was a WXW guy, but he was also snapped up. So there's three relatively big names in their roster gone, yet they haven't skipped a beat. So I guess the big story in WXW this year, and I know 3FSM 50 went live. Today's recording this. The match of the year ballots will be coming finalized soon. But three names I think really characterized WXW's year. One called Manders, who I guess is this decade's Tim Thatcher as far as the American who comes over, gets was won the hearts of everyone and has really took to WXW like a duck to water. Ilya Bloom, who is a relative newcomer, I say relative, post-COVID when he first started wrestling. Pretty much homegrown WXW, or he does work elsewhere in Germany, and is had a real big character change this year. And third guy is Ahura, who's more of a longer-term guy who mostly has been known as a tag wrestler, but really has come into his own as we've gone throughout 2025 and into 2026.
So 2026, as you mentioned, obviously we are heading into the year now. How do you think that looks for WXW this year? It's
going to be a year of change, I feel. So at least in terms of streaming. So for the last 18 months, they've been, or at least for a wider audience, they've been working with Triller. This coming Saturday, they're going to be doing shows on IWTV. They'd had an agreement for a while, but now they're going live on IWTV. Back to the Roots, it's their first big show of the year. It's where they call it the Kayfish the Cage Battle, loosely translated. And it's the kind of thing where it's January is Back to the Roots, it's always the Kayfish Schlacht. So we're doing that's the first big show of the year. We're also doing a Pure Rules title match for Leah Bloom challenging Paige Tahani, the former champion who regained the belt at the end of last year. So they're bringing the big guns out. And the other thing as well is, 6 weeks today, 16 Karat Gold weekend starts. So I don't know if it's going to be on IWTV or whether it's going to be on their own WXW Now streaming platform, but they're bringing the big guns hard and bringing the big guns early heading into the new year.
So who do you think is poised for a big breakout in 2026?
So the problem is 2025 had Leah Bloom and who as the 1B and 1C, so to speak. If we say Manders for 1A, they were very much nipping at his heels throughout the whole year. And both their stories were they're trying to get to the title match and then they'd fall flat. The big story that they're painting at the moment is who is pretty much throwing the towel in, saying, I'm doing 16 Karat Gold, but that is it for me. He won the... so they WXW do two big weekends. They do 16 Karat Gold in March, and then in the autumn before they do a secondary festival, which they've had several different concepts. So the most common one's been a World Tag Team Tournament. This past year, they did the Pro Wrestling Grand Prix, which was 3 tournaments in one weekend. Tag tournament, women's tournament, and the Koenig to Catcher, which was a round-robin tournament. Ahura won that, and that's how he got the title shot, which he was unsuccessful with at the anniversary show. And that's kind of been the whole thing of, look, I've gotten this far, but it still isn't good enough. So, this is my last hurrah. Now, hand on heart, I think we've been working great. A lot of people better than I say, we want to be worked. I don't like my wrestling where it's completely, predictable. But at the same point, if this is it for him, it's just going to be just his luck. He wins Carrot, and then what? Because now it's not, I didn't hit the heights. It's, well, I've hit the heights, but what more can I do? And maybe that's the story. But out of the unfamiliar names, so they're names who have really been pushing out. There's one guy who's been bubbling away on their undercards lately, who I can see being a bit of a breakout star, is a guy called Dieter Schwartz. He's been around a fair while, so it's not like no new name out of nowhere. But he's a guy who he says has been bubbling away in the undercards. He's almost got like the old school Tim Thatcher / Catchpoint gimmick, where it's not quite in the whole, I only believe in this style of wrestling, but it's very much, this is my style, this is what I do. And despite being a heel, he is getting cheated by some crowds, which may be problematic. But and if you're looking for a younger name as well, the one that's really starting to break out is a guy called Ricky Sosa. I know WWE had their eyes on him. He's done some, I believe it was last weekend in his native Holland. He had a WWID title match with Cappuccino Jones. So he's a name very much on their radar. But this is the first real big breakout he's having. He's currently their European champion. So there's a name who clearly they are pushing. He's going to be in Carrot, and DJ Schwartz, the more established, albeit low-level guy, I would say is a bit tipped for breakout this year.
I know this kind of crosses over into particularly RevPro, but Manders, you brought him up earlier. I know that he got a lot of acclaim for how his time in Europe went. Is he going to spend time in Europe again in 2026, or is that period of his career over?
I think he would be back over in Europe. I don't know if he'd be as strongly in Germany. Like, he hasn't been announced for Carriage yet, but he's also one of those names whose absence would be extremely conspicuous. He is on the poster for RevPro's big Wembley show. Completing the batch in a moment. And also, he has got, if you want to do the whole unfinished business thing, he only won 1 gold with WXW. He did have a shot in RevPro. Their last show at the end of mid-December, beg your pardon, he did come out as a challenger for Jay Joshua's newly won belt. So they've laid the bits in place for Manders to have a run for the title. And again, last year he had a fairly lengthy run in Europe. I would not put it past him to repeat that again, even if most of the dates he has this time around is with RevPro.
Well, speaking of RevPro, let's go ahead and transition over to that. I think, now granted, this is always the weakest part of my knowledge area, so I'm very happy to have you on to discuss it. But my general impression was that RevPro had a difficult 2025, I think is the best way to put it.
I guess transitional is the best way to put it. Now,
okay.
I've soured a bit on RevPro in the last 12 months. The best way I can put it is this year for them is going to be pivotal. Like throughout 2025, they've started making changes, to the product. There's a few, the whole thing, hashtag not my RevPro. It's not trending, but it's kind of a sentiment. They used to be what I would call meat and potatoes wrestling. Like you get, the wrestling show. Yeah, you complain the visual quality is a bit crap. The commentary is maybe a bit loud, and to some extent, it's still kind of like that. Though they have made big leaps and bounds. What they have done is they've taken a lot more of a digital focus, I guess you would say. So instead of just here's your show, we'll put the on demand on and have at it. They're going really hard into YouTube now. Like if you look like on Social Blade, they are pumping out at least 2-3 videos a day. So they're hammering the shorts a lot. We're doing, like for every show, they're doing a recap where it's Andy Quill and Bookerman and usually commentator Dave Bradshaw doing the, hey, here's what we've seen. And then a few tidbits there. We'll do a like New Japan style post-match promo stuff, which can lead in the right direction for storylines. Sometimes it doesn't, get onto that. They've started doing like top moments, which I really am not a fan of because it kind of leads you down the path of we've got to have these big shocking things to put in the videos. So we're hammering this kind of stuff out, and we're doing recaps, we're doing promo packs. So they're doing a lot more. So if you don't go to the shows or you don't have a VOD, you still can kind of keep up to with what they're doing. As far as RevPro's 2025, obviously their big deal was Mercedes Money. The women's championship was held by Mina Shirakawa going into the new year. Money won the belt from her in Tokyo Dome. That's something that you would not have expected back in days when RevPro's women's division was Ginny and Challenge of the Month. But that's a blast from the past. But the big complaint, and this was Gideon Gray on commentary as well as a bunch of fans as well. The big thing of, got the champion, but she's not coming over here. Like, she's on AEW TV. Like, it was April before Money came over to RevPro, and that was, let's be blunt, not exactly a stronghold. Like, RevPro, they ran over WrestleMania weekend in a town in South Yorkshire called Doncaster, which RevPro do run up north, but Doncaster's not a venue they've ever run before this. It used to be run by a promotion called 1PW, which there's a a rabbit hole for people to go down if they wish. But they ran on Easter Sunday, WrestleMania weekend, and you'd thought, well, Mercedes money should sell the place out. But it was about half full, which was fine. Bear in mind, it's a Sunday, it's a bank holiday, so public transport isn't going to be there. It's an unfamiliar town. People have had plans anyway for whether watching WrestleMania or whatever. So, to be fair, they did get some stuff out of money. They had a beat Hungee in Doncaster, Sapphire Reed in Wolverhampton with Summer Sizzler show, Emerson Jane, the anniversary show in Crystal Palace, where Money got another belt to a Ultimo Dragon collection. Took on Rio at Uprising Cardiff at the back end of last year, and then it kind of just fell apart. That one of the last collisions of the year, they taped in Manchester. Absolutely no notice. Title defense, Alex wins or wins. And it's like, well, hold on a second. RevPro had been trying to build up for that title change, and they'd done a few soft builds and then rug pull kind of stuff. Danny Luna at that high stakes show won a gauntlet match, but at one point they hadn't said, they outright implied was for a title shot. Never happened. Hungee was starting to be built up for a title shot, and a lot of people had circled that Wembley show as that's where it's going to be. And now we've just got, it's back on Alex Windsor, who was a good wrestler, but unfortunately she's already had a lengthy run of that belt. And we still have that whole thing of, it's kind of on an AEW wrestler. How do you get it off? Because people were kind of making plans for, it's lost in a three-way or four-way or what have you. So
right.
Yeah, a little bit underwhelming considering everyone was fancy booking, it's going to be Hungee beating, it's going to be Danny Luna, it's going to be Rio. And it ends up being, the other British wrestler who signed AEW, which, is what it is. But yeah, I think plans change seems to be in the buzzword. And again, going to this year, you're getting that as well. Leon Slater, we briefly mentioned on the WXW part. He was a guy who RevPro had, I say, big plans for. And I think right now those plans just went through a shredder. So at the start of last year, they did this whole thing with the heavyweight title. Every man's dog pretty much came out saying, I wanted a shot, and pretty much everyone on that list did get a shot. Leon Slater, had challenged for a title shot at that Uprising show in December, and then Saturday night's main event happened and all that. And I think as we sit now, obviously we don't know what's going on with Leon, whether he's signed or signing. But I think, him being on the RevPro show, if it's one or two, it'll be as a favor. And I know he's on that Wembley poster, but I would be very much surprised if he is actually on that show, just because of how rapidly things seem to be changing with TNA, with WWE, and the three parties altogether.
Yeah, it certainly seems like he's Leon Slater is well on his way to WWE, and it's just a matter of when, not if.
But I guess the other thing with RevPro in 2025 bleeding to this year as well, and this can be a good or a bad thing. They are running a lot of shows. I had seen or had heard someone who may work for RevPro previously compare it to the GCW the UK. Like, you look on their website today, they have got, I think it's 40 shows announced. That's pretty much most weekends they're running at least once. Mm-hmm. And those are just for shows in the UK. Like, in years gone by, they've run in Lyon in France, they've run Berlin, Germany, they've done Barcelona. So you'd think there's going to be extra stuff, and there's also the shows they are somewhat prone to adding onto the schedule. But because of that running every week, you'd think they'd have a much varied roster. And the problem they seem to be having at the moment, their roster's too focused. Like, a lot of the shows feel like you're just seeing the same people in different positions. And on the flip side, there'll be some guys you'll see in a show once and then they just vanish into thin air. Mm-hmm. I have one name that leaps out, Cameron Kai, who a few years back was being put touted as the next big thing, homegrown guy, was going to be the next big cruiserweight star they had. He appears for a show, then it feels like it's 6 weeks before you see him again. And that's despite being part of a pretty major group in the promotion. The other thing which people have pointed out, and there's one of these things, I stopped covering week by week for shows, but I still watch. The one thing which is coming up more and more now for RevPro is just the patterns. They seem to like their trilogies, whether it's earned or not. Like right now, you've got, let me see. Right now, we've got a trilogy going on between the Young Guns, Luke Jacobs, Ethan Allen, and Lycos Jim. Lycos Jim, before the start of this year, had 2 matches in 2025 in RevPro. And now we've had a non-title win, lost a title match, and then in week after next, we're having another match with if you lose, you can't challenge against stipulation, which would be fine if they'd been a long-standing team, had been on every show for 18 months. But to come out and then boom, 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 3 matches in the space of 5 weeks is a bit much.
Yeah.
Likewise, we've had these trilogies. Charles Samuels, he defended the title against Jay Joshua in October, November time, lost it at Uprising in December. Then the following week, had a rematch despite no build or no, those post-match promos. After losing the belt, Shaw was speaking like, "Oh, I'm done. I'm going to take time off." 1 week later, he's having his rematch. So a lot of this stuff just feels like it's trilogy for the sake of a trilogy. The other thing which stood out, and it was only a show they had last week in Coventry, but left off the page here, they seem to have this love of people running gauntlets. So we spoke of Alex Windsor. She used to be the leader of this group called the Cutthroat Collective. She got kicked out after she signed for AEW. Now the story she's got when she's in RevPro is she's running through everyone in that group. Makes sense. We had a short-lived tag team called the Sons of Southampton, JJ Gale, before he went off to 0-1 for a tour, and David Francisco. Well, Gale's back. He's now running through everyone in David Francisco's new Sons of Southampton group. Sound familiar? And at the moment, got Michael Lowe, who going through everyone in the Close Personal Friend CPF group. Again, don't know why, but it just feels like they have an idea and they just can't help Control-C, Control-V, Control-C, Control-V. And it's like, that's fine. But that show in Coventry, they either did or referenced those matches in back-to-back segments. And it's like, I feel like I'm being beaten over the head with your one storyline, regardless of whatever the end point is. And it's a bit much. I mean, I guess, let's say they are running Wembley this August as part of All In Weekend. And I worry because there's nothing they have. And yeah, granted, we are 7 months away. But there's nothing that they seem to have even be pointing towards as the big thing for that show. Like the one homegrown match you would have expected would have been Michael Oku and Connor Mills. They were tag team RevPro. Before the pandemic, they've had sporadic matches. They had a match in December, which was clean finish. They've kept the storyline going. So it's like at this point, even if you kill it off the next big show and then warm it up again, it's still going to be pretty fresh. And that, to me, it just feels like they're looking a lot too much at the here and now. Of like this weekend, it's a rare week off, but next week we're in London. Then it'll be Coventry. Then it'll be Sheffield. Then it'll be Stevenage. So they're running so often. They're serving the master of where's our next show, rather than hey, you've got 9,000-10,000 tickets to sell for Wembley Arena, your biggest show ever. Maybe even I'm not saying I want a full card for Wembley. I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. But it just feels like there's nothing being left in the chamber for that Wembley show. And, this is your big show, your big chance to show up and show out. Progress did that in 2018. And unfortunately for them, it was followed very quickly by a massive cliff edge. And I don't want to be all doom and gloom and go, oh, RevPro after Wembley, they're going to crater. But right now, I find it very hard to be optimistic because one, they just be more focused on what's the next show, but just also the stylistic change in promotions where as they're forcing in moments for the sake of YouTube videos and all the other stuff we've spoken of. It feels like this year is going to be a year where they have to put their flag in the ground and also make sure that all their ducks in a row. And historically, that has not been a thing they've been able to stick the landing on, at least with any kind of regularity.
Yeah. And are you concerned about them overextending with the schedule?
So they have had this kind of schedule before. What the issue is they're really going hard on every show as a big show, which I get. You don't want to be going around saying, oh, well, this show in Coventry, it's the C show. You don't need to go because then people don't buy tickets. The problem is the show they did last week, they didn't have a full card out late and it led to a low crowd. I think there's a happy medium there. And it's that whole thing of if you try saying to everyone, but every show's important, no show's important. And it's that, like I say, it's that whole thing of they have got two strands of shows, the live in X, whether it's Coventry, London, Southampton, Sheffield, and then the name shows, whether it's like the High Stakes, Revolution, Rumble, Uprising, Summer Sizzler. The name shows are always the shows which they stick the landing on. And a lot of people who will only fly in for those shows will wonder, well, what the hell are you doing being so negative? Every time I watch RevPro, it's great. Yeah, if you only watch those shows, they always perform, they always deliver. It's the rank and file, the week-to-week shows is where people are starting to get locked, frustrated, and just almost disillusioned where things are going, because they get to the destination, but my God, that journey is meandering.
Anything else to add for RevPro?
No, like I say, I think the destination's going to be fine. It's just if you're there for the whole journey, it's going to be the kind of thing where you are probably going to have to suck it up while they figure things out.
All right. So that brings us to, I believe you wanted to talk about Eve next.
Yeah, Pro Wrestling Eve. They're another promotion that's doing a big show actually in March. They're doing Wrestle Queendom 8 at the Indigo at the O2 Arena. So it's not the big O2 Arena that WWE's run, but Forbidden Door was in last year. It's a smaller venue. It's inside the compound, so to speak. But it's so in the last year, Eve's really gotten in or on board with AEW. So Will Ospreay is a producer for Eve shows. When he's in the country, you will. I went to one of their shows in November. They made no secret and showing them around. Both to the not on the stream, but also if you're there, he's part of the show to some extent. The big concern I've got with Eve is the AEW connection is they are maybe at risk of overdoing it. So what we've got so far for the Wrestle Queendom 8 show, and by the way, I think the tickets of those right now, you're literally down to standing room only, which those tickets flew out the door. And from for card as well, they haven't announced that much. Like there's 2 matches announced and a third one which has got a question mark because it's a title match. Former Dakota Kai, Charlie, she's going to be debuting for Eve, taking on Chris Statlander for the Eve International belt. We've got Amira Blair and Harley Cameron, which I think for maybe a lot of people listening to this is absolutely not going to be their kind of wrestling. The main match we've announced as the main event is Session Moth Martina challenging for the Eve title. So Eve for a while have done this thing called the She Won. You can probably guess by the name what was originally like a spoof of. Back in the day, it was 4 shows over 2 days. Back when they used to run the Resistance Gallery in Bethnal Green, it was for those who've seen the old Eve shows, like a small venue, hot, sweaty. It was cramped, but it was a good time. As we've gone through, I think not a single one of those round robin She Wons they were able to complete without injuries or substitutions, which they changed the format up. This year was a one-night tournament. Well, it ended up being a one-night tournament. It originally was advertised as quarterfinals and the semi-finals were going to be on the show earlier this month, with the finals being in February, and ended up with Martina against Anita Vaughn, the final. Anita Vaughn basically said, look, you're hurt. I'm going to basically demand you have a final now. We did that. Martina won. So it was a feel-good story for Martina, but in terms of like longer term, like you've got your big show at this Indigo VO2, and with all due respect to Martina, it's someone who was a big name in the European scene 10 years ago. Like, granted, the Ring of Honor run didn't happen because of COVID, but you're looking at that card. There's no big young stars who really got a spot on the card. And granted, there's been injuries. There's people who maybe weren't in the spot in places to be in a run-up and to have a run-up for these. And they've got a show next month as well that could lock a lot more of these down. But it's like your top 3 matches, they're the only relatively new face off the British scene is Amira Blair. And all due respect to her, her big claim to fame certainly hasn't been wrestling. People will be more familiar with her being Michael Oku's valet, which that is something she's breaking away from. But if you just watch RevPro, the big promotions, that'll be what you know her as. Right. So that's something I think Eve will they will have a younger face on the card. Sapphire Reed, Anita Vaughn, a lot of faces there who haven't got a spot. at the same point, the fact that in the second half of last year, they had a lot of AEW people on the rosters. Nyla Rose, Willow Nightingale, Chris Statlander was spoke of. August, they had a big time show on Forbidden Door weekend. Billy Starks, Julia Hart, Sky Blue, Trish Adora, Queen Mamanata, all on the shows. How long can that sustain is my question, because AEW, as much as Tony Khan wants to pretend otherwise, there's only so many names you can have signed, and there's only so many times you can have those guys fly over before it's like, yeah, I'm not going to pick a name because it's going to be unfair for them. Yeah, I saw them 6 months ago. Oh, cool. It's that kind of thing where it's going to have a lifespan. I just don't know how long they can maintain this lifespan, especially when you had the big show in November, the Elite Encounter show, the She won this month. The Wrestle Queendom in March. We're going to be doing a big show over All In weekend again. It's like, it's one of these where we're probably doing too many shows as big shows, and then like with RevPro, if everything's a big show, you can end up with the issue of the perceived smaller shows dropping out, and then it's going to be the peaks and valleys. I think with even though they have gotten a bit of buzz, and I think they will absolutely get eyes on them over that. I believe it's March 8th, the Wrestle Queendom show. We'll get eyes on that, whether that translates into anyone sticking around afterwards. I sure hope so, because they're about the only mainstream women's promotion in the UK, and certainly they're one of the most prominent in Europe as well.
Anything else regarding how you think 2026 will go for them, or just their general outlook?
I think it's all going to depend on how Wrestle Queendom comes out. If they're able to make, when I say stars, I don't mean like, oh, hey, these are guys who people outside of a bubble recognize it. But they can get like a Sapphire Reed and get them beyond the Eve bubble. Whether it's a Lucy Sky, who knows, just coming back from injury. If they can get some of the local British names out as more, hey, these on the same level as your whichever age of names are flying in, then that I'm sure will help. The only thing is with Eve, their usual shows are the first Friday of every month in London, which is somewhat restricting. But again, the streaming world we're in now, with time and date and location of show is hardly an issue. So I think it's more making a big impression on that show. Hopefully it's more than just a viral Instagram or TikTok clip of Amira Blair and Harley Cameron doing whatever musical stuff they're going to do. And hopefully, it does, parlay into something that is going to be more robust in terms of people paying for on demand if they aren't able to go to the shows.
All right. So you mentioned another promotion you wanted to cover. So
yeah, Progress. So it's like Progress. We're going to American there. That's so they. Let's just say, let's be frank. They're not what they were. Is probably the generous way of putting it. They're not running the outlandish schedule that RevPro's doing. Like right now, they are down to virtually once a month. The vast majority of their shows are at the Electric Ballroom in Camden. Very much keeping it simple. They do WrestleMania weekend. They do 1 or 2 shows a year in Manchester, but the bulk of their shows is Camden, London. And they're pretty much what I'd say keeping steady. The shows, they're not selling out, or at least nowhere near the instant sellouts of days gone by. You can question, is it an artificial sellout by removing chairs or legit sellout? We can all see on Triller what they're putting out. But 2025 Progress, I would say, has been more of a solid rather than a spectacular year. Big story was Man Like Dries, won Super Strong Style 16, then beat Luke Jacobs for the title and straight into a feud with Cara Noir, which, if you say those names, but it's not like they do the shows where it's like this happens and you can like let it simmer away, then bring it up. It's like all these shows like boom, 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 because they only run once a month. So I think with Progress, they do have it, folks. The in-ring has never been their biggest strong suit, I think. So if you're looking for notebook matches, you aren't going to get from Progress. I think a lot of it's one worth keeping an eye on, because they've got the names, but I think the other thing as well is they do have some guys who you don't see appear much in other promotions. Like Cara Noir doesn't appear in RevPro. Dries, if he's done like maybe 1 or 2 RevPro shows this decade. Spike Trevay, he had that run in RevPro, which went absolutely nowhere. So they do have a very different roster to RevPro. It's not like the same names inside different positions. But again, I think a lot of people, you still think of Progress as what they were 10 years ago. they are nowhere near that. But depending on your miles will vary, but they still have their bright spots. And they still have, is it Paul Walter Hauser won their Pro G belt? Well, that's been on ice. It's kind of like their tertiary men's title. The Atlas belt, that's still a thing they do. Saxon Huxley won from Will Cruz over a New Year at Pro Wrestling Noah. That's looked like it's going to go back to Axel Tischer, which would be fine, except he had the belt for about a year before it was won by Mike DeVecchio. And RevPro, Progress, sorry, and as to say the main European scene, that style of the big lads wrestling as it used to be, there isn't that many guys who really fit into that style. You don't have the number of big guys to make that stand out like it did when you don't have your Walters of the world anymore. Going to that spot. So it's one to keep an eye on, even if it's not one to be like top of your list, I would say.
Anything else to add for Progress as far as outlook?
Not of Progress, but I think this year in terms of Brit Race, it's like I say, it's going to be a year where change needs to be made. You've got your big shows with RevPro, with Eve. The big worry that I've got is the scene in general, it could start feeling like it's going to be a bit stagnant. We're probably speaking out term, we've lost Leon Slater to WWE, and that isn't he's retiring. But like, he's a name who for first 5 years coming out of the pandemic was on an awful lot of shows. Mm-hmm. Like, he was a guy, granted he was wrestling before COVID, but coming up the pandemic, he was the Brit success story. I look up and down the cards we've got now, and there's no one obvious as for who's next up. Like, we lost Cesai, we lost Igel Blanc, we lost Mike DeVecchio. And there's names to mention, guys like Ricky Sosa, maybe that. But again, he's literally just starting to get regular bookings with company size of WXW. Guys like Leon Cage from Wales, but again, he's pretty new. Nino Bryant, no one from RevPro who has had a bit of a run. He's fairly new. I think the problem we're going to have is act like we have lost Leon Slater from the independents. Mike Loco, he did do that whole thing of I'm going to AEW, through media interviews, but went nowhere. There's no one on the scene right now who you can hang your hat on in terms of, hey, this is the guy, he or she's going to be the next big star. Watch out for them; they're going to make it big. It doesn't feel like we've got that. Like, you look even just on, who's actually traveling over the independents. Like, we spoke about Manders, like he came over here for a few months, became, a living legend in WXW virtually. And there's no one doing that going the other way. And granted, for US Indies is in a bit of a mess, shall we say, with Deadlock going away, with Prestige going in a bit of flux. But like, the only names I see from the UK doing any kind of regular work in the States is Doris and Emerson Jane. And that's mostly with Game Changer. So I think it's that whole thing of, on this scene, we don't seem to have anybody yet who is either capable or able to break out in the States. And who knows, WrestleMania weekend this year, Progress will be running. Maybe there's someone there who will be the guy who does the 10 matches this year and stands out. But again, it's been spoken of repeatedly. Those WrestleMania weekends, it's not the breeding ground it was for having a breakout moment anymore.
Right.
I think I'm not sitting here going, it's going to be a lean year, Brit Rez is dead, somebody else has that catchphrase. But it's a year where we aren't going to have that obvious star that we're going to hang our hats on and go, watch out, this guy's going to be the person you want to watch and see. They're going to be on all these tryouts. And to be frank, there have been European names on most of the tryouts. Anita Vaughan's had a few. Aaliyah Bloom, Golden Boy Santos had a few. Name who mostly works with OTT, who I'll say has fallen very much off my radar in the last few years for various reasons. There are names that are being scouted by WWE, but not to the point of like your Leon Slaters, where there's so much buzz there, undeniable to a point. I think that's the kind of thing where promotions right now, because you're not losing that top level to WWEs or AEWs, even your TNAs right now, there's no space for people to go into without knocking someone big off the top. And especially, the cost of living crisis, the economy we're all in at the moment, companies are going to be very much remiss to take any kind of risk. So, are you going to take the chance and put somebody new up there, or keep what the hand that's good. At some point, they are going to have to make that take that risk. But right now, I just don't see that obvious star that's going to be Guy for the next 4 or 5 years. They may be then on the mid cards, but certainly not being presented either by promotions or even by themselves at this point.
One last question for you. GWF, I know that's getting a little bit of buzz as a second promotion in Germany. Is that, how different is that from WXW? And
it's night and day, I would say.
Okay.
So they run mostly once a month out of Berlin. All their shows are streaming free on YouTube. So if you go to, I think it's youtube.com/wearegwf or @GWF, whichever hand they're running with these days. They run out of Berlin. It's usually the first Sunday of every month. It's free on YouTube. They have started doing touring to places like Hanover, Rostock, and Hamburg. My big knock on the GWF, and this has been the case for years, I mean, we talk about WXW doing 25 years last month. GWF did 30 years this past November. The only issue is because they are the once-a-month promotion, it does kind of get lost behind the more glamorous WXW, I would say. But what I would say for GWF is their shows, at least from watching month to month, there's very little through line. Like, you'll see on the socials, we'll advertise a match, and it'll be like the main event, maybe another title match. A lot of those cards, they feel thrown together on the day. Now, whether they are or not, I don't hunt out GWF, Instagram, Facebook, what have you, but you'll see, like, they just had Carlito in for a run with their secondary Berlin title, which, great, it got eyeballs, but then it's a whole thing, well, he's gone, the belt's gone back to her, again, he's retiring in a few months, maybe because of someone there, but I think the issue with GWF it feels like it isn't, I don't say not thought out. It's a good show to watch, turn your mind off, but if you think in terms of, like, well, what's the next storyline, where is the storyline? A lot of it is just wrestling. The crowds they get, I will say, in Berlin, I think the usual venue now is the Festsaal Kreuzberg. They have been dotting around Berlin for a while. They do tend to pack those shows out. It is a hot and a loud crowd. So yeah, it's a fun show. It's just if you're watching it for an obvious story beyond the individual matches, you ain't gonna get it unless you're a big fan of the Blutsbrüder faction, which I swear to God has been around for. I mean, John Klinger, Bad Bones, John Klinger died in 2024, and yeah, looking on Cage Match now, that group has been around since 2019. And thought, well, Bad Bones was the quote-unquote leader of that group, and it's still going strongish today. So it's one of those things where, I don't say with the risk kind of thing, they have something they know that works. They're not all over every show as much as they were, but it's something that is carrying on and on and on. It's like, if you've been watching GWF for a long time, or you've dipped out and you come back and you see them, it's like, oh, they're still here. Like, it's that freshness we maybe don't get. But what I would say with GWF, if you're looking for new names, certainly, on the pre-show and low down the card, you will see names that maybe aren't quite with WXW or other European promotions right now. So if you're looking for new names, GWF certainly do give a lot more shots to a lot more people, if only because they rotate their roster a lot more heavily.
All right. Anything else you want to add just for the Europe scene in general?
No, like I say, WXW got Carrot in about 6 weeks. That is mostly sold out, from what I understand. Like, if you're going for weekend, it's pretty much standing room only if you're not buying the whole weekend pass. So that tends to do well. Whatever they do for the autumn weekend, still very much up in the air, but certainly in terms of the whole concept of weekenders, WXW's got to nail down in a way that no other company, I'd say Europe, is even trying. I know there are promotions, probably worth keeping an eye on as well. APC out of Paris. Now, I don't watch one of their shows close, but certainly looking at the results, they've got names that are getting some buzz, the likes of Kuro, the likes of Mecca, and they do get some fairly unusual flyings as well. I think it's saying they've had Mustafa Ali a few times. He's been on a few times. I think was it Andrade was on their show a couple of weeks ago. So they're getting names which you're not getting progress, you're not getting in RevPro. So you'll certainly want to keep an eye out on as well. If you want to see outside of WXW, who's been getting their roses for quite some time now.
Awesome. Well, Ian, thanks so much for joining us. I really appreciate the insights, and thanks for all your help.
No problem. Pleasure being on.
All right. Talk to you later. All right. Now joining us to discuss WWE and Ring of Honor is Will Young. Will, let's get your plugs in before we get started.
Well, Fred, I mean, this is kind of a strange, you met me at a weird time in my life. I don't actually really have any plugs right now. I'm sort of, when it comes to the people who are associated with Voices of Wrestling, like, I'm the one who doesn't really have anything to promote. I guess the only thing I would promote is, check out voicesofwrestling.com. They have some pretty intriguing podcasts and some articles, and I even write one or two of them maybe a year. But otherwise, nothing I don't think that is terribly wrestling related. If anybody out there is interested in a podcast about the PBS Kids series Arthur, then check out Elwood City Limits. We finished that podcast about a year ago, and we're uploading some old Patreon content right now. It's still active, and you have a decade of podcasts covering every episode of that particular cartoon show. But now let's talk about something a little bit more adult and serious, and that is professional wrestling. Oh, yes. The most serious of all promotions within it, even, which is WWE, we're going to start with, and then we'll tackle Ring of Honor. But, I always structure this as let's look over last year, then talk about what's coming up this year. But let's do that with WWE. So 2025, how do you think that that went for WWE? And let's talk about kind of the big stories coming out of the year for them. For sure. I mean, hey, if you ask them, it's going great. They're smashing box office records, and they're getting record attendance, and they're doing all kinds of big deals. And if you're looking at it from a capitalistic point of view, yeah, I mean, you'd probably say that they're going from strength to strength, but it's in between the notes of what they're trying to play here that you're like, well, maybe, it's not the most amazing thing in the world, and then you watch the product, and as a matter of fact, in my opinion, no, it is not the most amazing thing in the world. I mean, this was a big year in terms of where you can physically watch WWE. They have a bunch of partnerships, if not outright purchases, that they got down to this year. And they were even still making, entertainment news with the things that were happening on the shows. So, I feel like the 2020s have been something of a cultural resurgence for WWE, but then the monkey's paw curls in that, well, yeah, but what kind of culture are they resurging with? And it seems to be very closely linked to a lot of, not entirely, but a lot of, let's say, I'll say right-leaning podcasts, entertainment, and all that sort of thing. And the show can reflect that at points, but yeah, a lot of stuff happening this year. Yeah, so definitely a very interesting point in time to kind of take those steps for the company. I'm sure that it will never bounce back on them at all. So as far as just making stars, I kind of feel like it was not really it was kind of a year where they just stayed with the pat hand, where they kept going with the people that they've had. And there's some people that moved up to the main roster, I think, but I don't think anyone really took that big step to being a top of the card guy. Top of the card, no. There are some movements being made, but it is something of a holding year, it seems, in terms of making new talent. And this is what goes along with, WWE being in the cultural conversation, making a lot of money. And, what's making a lot of money these days? It's still nostalgia. It's still the stuff that we remember. And WWE still, it has a never-ending content mine of nostalgia that it can draw from, even though, when you cast your mind back to the Hulkamania era, a lot of those performers unfortunately have passed away or are just not able to be featured. And then you go into the 90s, and we're starting to get to that point a little bit, but now we're beginning to draw from the 2000s, which is really interesting. I started watching in 2003, and going from then to, let's say, the early 2010s, and I'm referring, of course, to the fact that like we've got, AJ Lee was a huge return this year. Brock Lesnar returned amidst a litany of controversy, and there are still even stuff that's not typically WWE. Like I would say the success of like Maven's podcast, who is making, is becoming more relevant by kind of cashing in on his experiences from WWE around that time. And I mean, you keep thinking that this is going to run dry, but they'll never run out of people who used to be kids who remember people from when they were younger. So, yeah, it seems that there is less incentive than usual for them to really try and elevate new people. Up at the top, it's still, Cody Rhodes, who is very much bona fide within that company. It's Roman Reigns, ditto. It's, Drew McIntyre, who is, they're leaning on him again. He's a good guy to kind of use in sort of a transitionary period between real mega stars. And beyond that, it's nostalgia names, it's celebrities, a few key celebrity appearances this year that are again making WWE into a multimedia brand. But off the top of my head, there's still a lot of kind of deck chair shifting around the top of the card. I mean, the closest you could say is that, like, I don't know, watching Saturday night's main event the day before we're recording this, it's like, okay, well, NXT's Trick Williams is sort of finding his way up there, but it's way too early to even begin to refer to him as a top star. And he could just end up being one of those guys who just kind of circles around there and is not is not meant to be a franchise player yet. I mean, this whole year we've been relying on guys like Randy Orton, CM Punk, John Cena to go along with that kind of 2000s nostalgia. So, yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know if this is a good or a bad time to be a younger talent in WWE, because I imagine even though maybe you're not getting the opportunities you want, you're probably getting paid. So depends on what you're looking for as a younger wrestler.
Yeah, it's hard to really complain about that. But, it's tough because it feels like, they are in a situation, and U.S. wrestling in particular is in a situation where some of which is, as you talked about, is based around nostalgia. And it just feels like there's very little incentive to establish new stars when, basically you're with guaranteed TV money deals and all that. There's less stress to like make sure that your show is doing successful and, or as successful as possible, I reckon I should say. And I think that not, trying to find new stars means that the guys that are currently on top that are doing all right, I think WWE is losing some steam on top, and which would traditionally lead to like, all right, we got to find a new person to, pump this up. They're just kind of like, well, we got, we're doing all right. We got the money. So.
Yeah, they still have a bit of an attitude like they're the only game in town, which is less true than it was when, let's take 10 years ago when that was essentially very, very true. And it was still a case where they were on USA Network and they basically they were uncancelable, even though we would still get the ratings and be like, oh, the ratings aren't that good. It's like, it really doesn't matter. Like they're still getting that commercial money, that advertisement money, and they're not really going anywhere. Like their business would have to take such a catastrophic financial hit for it to really matter. And it never really did. And now I don't know if it can. I'm like, full disclosure, I'm not a finances person. I'm not a ratings guy. That's not the type of wrestling fan that I am. I'm really focused on the creative, but it turns out a lot of other fans are like me too. And it's interesting how I see this a lot. I'm not really active on social media very much anymore. I don't have a Twitter. I don't have a Blue Sky, but I do have an Instagram, and even wrestling fans' opinions finds its way there. And it's very interesting just how even among people who I would say are not as the wrestling fans who are not creating a podcast like you or me, Fred,
you're right,
the people who will be like, this storyline has bad writing, or this is not very like a good creative concept, because that's where we are as an entertainment landscape, is that people know enough to know enough, you know, and that
Right.
goes for us as wrestling fans too. Like, I will admit, I don't know very much. I don't have like an Observer subscription. I've never been in the business, so there's a cap to what I can say with 100% certainty. But there are a lot of people who watch this show, just normal average people, and are like, the writing in this is bad, or this is not a satisfying story because of X, Y, and Z. So in some ways, that audience has never been more informed. You had a lot less people, I would venture to say, in like the Attitude Era, when you would have matches end after a minute and a half, disqualification, or you would have a Vince Russo storyline that doesn't make any sense. You would just have people, it feels like, you know, I wasn't there, but it feels like you had people who just wanted to watch the wrestling. And now you have people who want to watch wrestling for the stories. God help them. If I watch wrestling just for the stories, I wouldn't be watching wrestling.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a different type of viewer these days. And you're right in that I think that as much as WWE can make money, and boy, howdy they can, and this happened 10 years ago as well, eventually people can leave watching their product, and it still won't affect them. It just means that nobody's talking about them anymore, and it just makes the product feel really stale and communicates that people aren't really enjoying what they're watching, which, you know, we don't have to get into a whole discussion on it, but I'm not a huge fan of this Triple H guy as a storyteller. And I think he has a couple of negative attributes when it comes to communicating a wrestling storyline. And it seems that a lot of people are finding that out as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting how the bloom is finally seemingly coming off that rose some. And I think a big part of that would be, you could really point to the John Cena retirement year and the usage of him, because, you know, it's one of the things that really bailed out WWE, and it's like 20 teens creative low points, was like stuff like, it's the Undertaker streak, you know, and you could always, that's like a guaranteed big match without a title necessarily. On WrestleMania, you know, you can always just have somebody be like, I'm going to break the streak, and then, you know, face the Undertaker, and it's an instant like main event level match. So every once in a while, life just gives you a real, quote unquote, but like based on actual wrestling history story. And John Cena's retirement year was one of those. Like, it's just a super unique situation where you could have used one of the greatest stars in American wrestling history and do some stuff with him on his way out. And what they did was a really poor heel turn and story that basically concluded by going, let's just pretend that never happened.
Dude, I mean, in the last few years, I think we're all getting really sick of living through important moments in history, because a lot of times those important moments are really, really bad and scary and upsetting. And not to compare this John Cena turn to anything bad that's happening in the world right now, or since 2020, let's say. But it really makes me think of, like, you know, and you and I have lived through wrestling history in our own time, in terms of just like wild, unpredictable movements in the business and stuff like that. For me, this is like, it feels like I'm living through the invasion storyline in 2001, in terms of like, I can't believe how can I swear on here?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I can't believe how fucked up that got. And it's funny when, you know, like, I think before we were even done, you know, John Cena turned heel in February and then he retired in December. I think before we were even done, it was like, people are going to be talking about this for years. It's not quite the level of the Montreal screw job, which we're still talking about, still relitigating, but I think that there is a real life element to this as to why this was so goddamn bad that we're going to keep returning to. Like, not only just to like fantasy book of like, here's how I would have done it, but like, what actually happened to make this the way it was? What were people thinking when they were doing this? And like, don't get me wrong, WWE, Triple H, everybody, they are the first people to tell you, like, here's what we were thinking, here's the emotion we wanted to evoke, which is a whole other thing in terms of how WWE is presented these days through their Unreal Netflix documentary series, or just through when they used to do their post PLE, press conferences. But boy, like, it's wild how they fuck this up. And it is, I think it's number one in the like booking malpractice of the new area of WWE since Triple H has taken over. I don't nothing comes close to this. And I don't know if anything could, because it's such, forgive me if I'm relitigating anything that any of your listeners have heard 1,000 times before, but it's like such a slam dunk. And it seems that not only did they go the wrong way, but like against the wishes of somebody like John Cena, who seemed to be game to do things right, and then they just didn't. Like, and I don't know who, and you know, there's the whole Rock element of it. There's Travis Scott for some reason, like all of
Bizarrely.
these things that I think we're still trying to figure out. We still need to get like quotes from some of these people who were involved, and we need to get some distance away from it before we really surmise the damage, because we don't even know what the damage is yet, because this happened and it was a massive critical failure. Again, even among like the people on Instagram, they knew right away that this stunk, but we don't really know how this is going to affect. Is this going to drive away people? Because you and I have lived through times when it's just like, how many times, even you and I, Fred, how many times have we said, this is the last straw, I'm never watching WWE again? And unfortunately, it can be really hard to turn away from, because they are at the nexus of North American professional wrestling. And if you have any eyes on that at all, you almost have to know what's going on in WWE.
Yeah, I don't really watch it regularly. I'll definitely parachute in for like respected matches, because I think that's important, because I do the FS50 and all that, and I definitely try to give WWE wrestlers a fair shake. But I also think it's a real like, just the level of writing and acting on the show is really bad, because one of my main hobbies is like just watching classic films, and like to go from like Sunset Boulevard or Citizen Kane to you know, Jade Cargill barely able to string 3 sentences together. Right. You know, it's not even the same. It's like, you know, going to Broadway and watching some classically trained Shakespearean actor. Like, you get to watch, like, I don't know, Ian Malcolm, you know, in a Shakespearean play or something, and then you go home and you're like, time to watch some more entertainment and go to like a elementary school play. You know, it's just that kind of like disparity in terms of like acting. I
would love to watch Ian Malcolm and Shakespeare talking about chaos theory in the
oh God, Ian McKellen, God bless. I am so good at this. Right. This will be like the 17th fuck up by this point in the podcast, so you know.
That was a good one though. I liked that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. But like, you know, it's just really, really tough. To no one in wrestling is a good actor. Let's just call it like as far as like what a movie actor really like kind of thing. At least what they're doing in wrestling, it's different skill set.
Yeah, it's a whole different standard as well. It's just you really can't compare it. It's like, if you're really looking for good, entertaining stories, like this is what I think about when we have the wrestling fans who are so anti-violence somehow, and I'm like, what are you watching wrestling for? Like, I started watching wrestling because it was guys hitting each other, and then the stories
simulated violence. You know,
the stories are part of that. That's what weaves it all together. But at the end of the day, it's about guys and women and people hitting each other and solving their differences through fighting, and it's like that is so much of the appeal. And if you don't want to see that, like literally any movie, any television show, video game, whatever, will do it for you in a way that wrestling doesn't. So that's just really, really continues to be very strange to me.
The point I was trying to make before I got completely sidetracked by my own botch, that is like, I think a major problem in particular in American wrestling is that there is no pipeline for new creative talent. Like, outside of like Tony Khan being a huge wrestling geek who also just happened to be the son of a billionaire, and finding this one path to like opening a major wrestling promotion with major stars, is that there's just seemingly no way for any kind of new creative visions to get into wrestling, because it's always like people that have been doing this for 20 or 30 years, and there's obviously value in that, but like at the same time it's a real stagnation, and it's I just think a major issue in the US scene. And it's not just WWE, it's a AEW, it's a TNA thing, like the classic CM Punk story of like him being told, like him pointing out something that was dumb, during his time with AEW, and being told, oh, that's just the way things are done. Like that's the kind of sentence that should just instantly result in someone being fired.
Sure. And I mean, like, again, I can't say this with 100% confidence in terms of me knowing everything about what happens backstage, because a lot of times you hear, yes, Tony Khan is kind of the bottom line of AEW's creative, but there are a lot of, in that company specifically, there are a lot of input that certain voices of producers and senior wrestlers can have with their storylines. And so there's a lot of creative people who have almost conflicting visions at one time. And then you have WWE, where sure, they like hire staff of writers, but depending on when you have been hired into WWE, you may like, I don't know if this is still true, but the thing for a long time was that they always hated people who enjoyed wrestling. They wanted to hire people from television backgrounds. And that's why Raw and SmackDown for such a long time under the Vince McMahon regime was shitty, because it was trying to be TV, and it was failing it seemed like it wasn't trying to be professional wrestling. And then there's also like, is Triple H the bottom line now? Who else is what other creative cooks are in the kitchen? Speaking of cooks in the kitchen, like Shawn Michaels in NXT is the chef. But then like, we also aren't really sure, like, what is his relationship with writers or other people who are creatively collaborating? How much has the WWE internal structure in terms of writing and planning storylines, how much has it changed? Has it changed at all? I really couldn't say, and maybe some of our more intelligent listeners could, but from the outside, you're right. It does seem that it seems that we are continuing. I say the promotions, the main televised promotions, end up getting stuck in their own tropes and bad decisions time and time again. And maybe that is a sign of creative stagnation. And that is certainly, you follow a wrestling promotion long enough, you're going to get that unless you completely overhaul everything after a set amount of time.
Right. But I mean, I think an interesting contrast in the past year specifically is that, Rossy Ogawa left Stardom in 2024, I think it was. Mm-hmm. And then they have a new booker take over, Taro Okada, who had literally no previous professional wrestling experience. And Stardom had their most successful year by like a notable margin under him, like their best year financially and creatively. And it's like, man, if only people could learn lessons. But like, anyways, like, that's just kind of spinning off the whole John Cena discussion. But I think an interesting thing to go forward from that is the usage of Gunther, I should say, as the guy who got put over John Cena's retirement match. And Gunther is obviously, when he actually wrestles, and that's my problem with WWE, is people rarely wrestle in any kind of match actually trying to be good. But when it does happen, he is one of the best in the world. And they pushed him pretty consistently as like a almost top of the card guy, but like maybe a 1B rather than 1A kind of guy. Sure. And it feels like that they're actually kind of trying to elevate him up that final slot. And I think 2026 will be really interesting to watch with him, given that, because he is just really, he's very talented and also rather un-WWE at the same time, which is very interesting to me.
Well, and you mentioned earlier the Undertaker streak as something that was kind of a lightning rod of attention for WWE during a darker time. And this is going to have the same level of focus because what I mean by that is when the streak was broken, when Brock Lesnar broke Undertaker's streak, everybody was like, okay, now what are you going to do with it? And then they sort of recreated a huge star in Brock Lesnar, and they pushed him very seriously for years upon years. It ended in a way that nobody on earth wanted to see in terms of the things that Brock Lesnar has been accused of doing. But now the same sort of attention is going to be put on Gunther because, okay, so you put him over John Cena. Now what? And if the answer isn't suitably big enough, then I think you're going to have people wondering, well, then what the hell did we do any of this for? And I do wonder, how big can it be? Like, you have Gunther win the WWE title or something. It's like, he is already a world champion. He could win like the for real one, the WWE championship. But then it's like, okay, is he drawing you more money as a top heel? And that's a genuine question. I don't know. We're still, like I said, kind of figuring out the aftershock of all of this Cena stuff, and if it was even worth it to put him over. Whereas, like, maybe it should have gone to somebody younger, somebody more out of the blue. Like you said, Gunther's kind of 1B, but he was already world championship caliber before this.
He's been at that tier for like a couple years now, I think. And not to say that like a younger guy would have been automatically better. I just wonder like what other directions you could have taken it in. It just seemed that Gunther was a bit of like he's kind of like the best. He's the best answer we have right now, but is he like the number one top answer? And this is the same thing that people were asking of like, who should defeat The Undertaker? Everybody always thought it should be a young guy, but then it was Brock Lesnar, and they managed to use that heat and that momentum into making a character that ended up being, a compelling part of that product for a few years in one way or another. And I don't have the confidence in this particular regime to capitalize on that just based on past track record. Would love to be surprised, happy for Gunther, good on him. But I don't know. Like, you're right. 2026 is going to be a lot of anticipatory, like, and now what? Yeah. And even when it comes to like the business stuff, like a lot of the stuff that I kind of noted here in my own notes is that this was a big year. 2025 was for partnerships, for WWE to finally open themselves up in a way that benefits them, first of all, but the people that they are partnering with, the organizations that they're partnering with, or in some cases just outright purchasing, I'm sure are not sneezing at the money they're getting. So, it started in January with the partnership with TNA, and you can decide whether that was good or not for TNA. Like, again, we're still kind of figuring it out. It short term doesn't seem like it's benefited them greatly, but TNA has always managed to turn a victory into a loss without WWE's help as well. But they've done partnerships with Noah. They've done partnership with Marigold. They purchased AAA in April, and that's still going on. And we don't know, like, I am curious to see where that goes, as they have like a weekly AAA product now. It seems that, and this, I really don't want to, I know that you're going to have Cubs fan on here who is going to be talking about Lucha, so I don't want to go too much into his field. I bow to his superior wisdom, but it is going to be interesting in 2026 to see, like, okay, so do any of these go anywhere, either in Japan or Mexico or otherwise in North America? Search me. Like, it's just going to be it makes you wonder, like, okay, so was the idea to partner with them to get their talent, to spread WWE to other parts of the globe with AAA? That definitely seems to be part of it. Yeah.
But it's like, this will benefit WWE, number one, but how is going to be the thing to keep one's eyes on.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, and the ramifications of that will continue. I think the Japanese stuff, both Noah and Marigold, is small potatoes as of right now. That could change in the future, but as of right now, it's just like we'll occasionally send someone over for a few matches, kind of thing. Totally. The AAA and TNA ones are much more important. I think I think what is going to be really interesting. We'll talk with Mike Gilbert about TNA here later in the show, but I think TNA, the nature of their relationship going forward, is going to be fascinating just because the whole situation with their show on AMC, and it's still not terribly clear, I think, just how long of a term agreement that is, and if that's like actually going to last beyond the end of the year even, and how their relationship with WWE will be reflected in that. I did want to mention before we get into 2026 proper with WWE is the women's division did seem to have a pretty good year for the company. We talked a lot about kind of the really disappointing stuff on the men's side. But I think Rhea Ripley and Io Sky in particular got themselves over very nicely. I mean, I don't know that you can really say Ripley is more over right now than she was at the start of 2025, but she definitely maintained, if nothing else, and is one of their top stars. And I actually do think that Io Sky got elevated and was featured as a real top of the division level worker or star or whatever terminology you want to use. And I think that was probably, I would have to say that's the WWE's creative success of 2025. In my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Io Sky is one of my favorite performers of all time, wrestlers of all time. I think that she absolutely deserves it. It's been great to see her rise over the past few years. Rhea Ripley's a funny situation because she is so obviously, again, with my kind of limited social media in the past few years, it's like she's so obviously a breakout star, just full stop, among any gender within WWE. And you can almost see her, or you can feel at times that her persona, her popularity, pushes against WWE's ceiling. And it feels like at times this is what would happen if China got really big now, where specifically a woman who has a cross market appeal to she appeals to women, she appeals to men, she appeals to young people, and all kinds of different boxes that she checks in terms of putting her on screen. She doesn't even have to really wrestle. The appeal isn't her she's a tremendous wrestler. She's good in everything. But it's all the persona, it's all the look, and that is the mark of a top person in wrestling, is that they don't even really need to wrestle. They just need to show up and be themselves, and everybody goes crazy. And that's true for Rhea in a way that I don't know if a lot of men have been as viral as she has, just by being herself. And then you run into the classic problem, especially of I think of women in any company, but especially I found in WWE of okay, so you are multi-time women's champion, and now what? And most of the times the answer is, guess I'll retire and do something else. And there is no framework for Rhea or anybody like her to ascend further, because then it would be putting a lot of power into the hands of someone that I think they would rather keep under their thumb. If you really wanted to, I think Rhea Ripley could be, one of the biggest stars of her generation. Biggest stars, in terms of drawing power and popularity and all that kind of metric. But there seems to be a cap for that, unless you are a certain type of person, like a John Cena, who is now huge movie star. And I think that with Io Sky, it's she is still kind of establishing herself as top women's wrestler of that division. And I think that someone like Rhea really just she feels almost constrained by what WWE is now.
Yeah. I think a really interesting thing to watch here is WWE's track record in long-term keeping top stars on the women's side is not the best over the past decade.
No.
Other than just continually pushing Charlotte Flair, whether that is the best move or not. I think the biggest comparison I would make here is when Becky Lynch became the genuine top star in the promotion.
Yeah.
And several years ago, but then since her booking has been what I could charitably describe as dog shit. Like, you know, I've never seen someone become like that over and that popular and then get so many rug pulls on her. Now, I know there was some medical issues at one point, and there also, like, she had a kid or two. And I, you know, those are a different situation, but I feel like, you know, even ignoring that, like, just looking at the way she has been creatively turned or handled, and like their insistence on turning her in particular as a heel, and when the crowd has shown multiple times they had no interest in that, I think they've actually like actively harmed her career. And I worry that we'll get a parallel here with Rhea Ripley. Rhea at 29, I mean, I don't think there's any reasonable expectation that she will retire anytime soon. She should have easily 6 more years in her, if not more, if she wants to keep doing this. And unless she is revealed to have like hidden John Cena / Dave Bautista acting talent, which I don't think you would ever be able to tell from WWE. Just to kind of touch back on that combo. I'm not saying she can. I'm just saying there's no way I would think you could tell off of really the on-screen product. I imagine that she would be still active, you know, in the 2030s. And but my concern is that her being active in WWE would just mean like an increasing risk of them, you know, we've got this really popular babyface women's wrestler. Let's turn her heel for no damn reason, you know, that kind of stuff.
Well, and just wheel spinning of just like, okay, now you're face, now you're heel, just to find you something to do. And you compare this, and not to go too far into enemy territory, but you compare this with like the likes of Mercedes Moné or Toni Storm in AEW, who have both become major stars within that organization, and then also, especially in the case of Mercedes, gotten to do their own thing, gotten to act and pursue other ventures, and feels like an even bigger star because of it. And Toni Storm is one of the biggest stars in the promotion, full stop, much like Rhea is, but doesn't feel as necessarily as bound to just be a wrestler, an on-screen performer as Rhea does.
Yeah. And I mean, I think Toni very much, I think it's pretty clear that she has a lot of voice in what she's doing and is very happy with it. Yeah. I do have concerns, just as a side comment, about her placement of this tag team and possibly doing harm to her placement in the industry, but that's a different conversation for a different day.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, I think, you know, I think an issue here is just the lack of movement. You know, this is pulling out the Rich Craich special. But like, I really do think the fact that, you know, even with 2 major American promotions, both paying like major money, I think that we aren't seeing enough wrestler movement really for it to be ideal, in part because like, so it feels like so many of these deals are like 5 years. Like as a default. And if I was a wrestler, I would not be signing it. I would be doing my best if I had any level of established, you know, stardom, to not sign anything over 3 years. Preferably 2 to 3, I think would be the sweet spot. And I just think that, like, you know, when you're at the level of a Rhea Ripley, it's probably in your best interest to make a jump, you know, to the competition just for a couple years, just to keep yourself fresh. It's a completely different group of people to work with, and it just so many different paths. And I this goes the other way with Toni Storm. I think she would also, in a couple years, possibly benefit from jumping to WWE, even if I, you know, would enjoy that product far less, most likely. But I just think that this is kind of a problem based off of a deeper industry issue, and it's one that I don't think will go away anytime soon, sadly.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Anything else we want to talk about for 2025 as far as in fact, I actually quick thing I'll note, real just to go back to the Triple H not actually a good booker, is although also there were those text messages released by Brandon Thurston in that lawsuit that revealed that baby Vince McMahon never actually left after all. Right. But we'll just keep referring to Triple H as the head of creative because they at least present it that way publicly.
He certainly wants you to think that, yeah.
Oh, yes. Just a really shy guy. Please don't put him in front of a camera.
He hates this. He hates
it. Just the worst. I think a real under-discussed thing in 2025 is just how they do their pay-per-views, premium live events, whatever you want to call them, of just like, okay, you're going to sit down for 3 or 4 hours, but you're going to get like 5 matches and then a bunch of commercials. And it's really surprising to me just how seemingly under-discussed or under-complained about that is in the fan base. I do see some comments about it, but like not, I would have expected like outrage, at the way some of these shows are paced, and it's not that. And I've always found that a little interesting.
Well, it's funny because at least in my opinion, we're having the opposite problem in the other company where it's just like it's these 6 hour, they're not 6 hours, but they feel like them sometimes, these 4 hour pay-per-views that are just match after match. And I'm, up until 1:30 in the morning, just absolutely microwaved. And then you have these ones that are, I think if WWE could have gotten away with this sooner, they absolutely would have. It's like, but I've said this sometimes in like, just to my friends of like, can you imagine back in the days when you paid somewhere from $40 to $60 for like, I don't know, Unforgiven or something, and it was 5 matches and most of it was commercials? Like, it's so different now with the streaming. And of course, WWE put its stuff up on Netflix, and then ESPN has the rights to streaming in some territories now, which is a big development in 2025. And, you just do it gradually enough, and then people will more or less accept it. Again, even if people don't accept it, like I think 5 matches, sometimes 4 to a pay-per-view. And like, watching a WWE pay-per-view today is like, I don't know. It's a lot less fun than it used to be for me personally, because of the format, because of just everything going on, but it is so crammed full with ads in a way that it doesn't surprise me, because WWE has always been inherently capitalistic. And this is the end result of that, is that you get these walking, talking banners for every stupid product under the sun, including like an electromagnetic field that can.
I was thinking about bringing that up as you did. God!
I should have gone back. I wish I had done this because I made notes for 2025. I should have gone back with all of the sponsors, because
that would be a good bit.
You have stupid stuff like the Prime, the cart of Prime drinks that are there. You have all the stuff that was on the canvas. You have the Slim Jim tables, and then you have that fucking Street Profits versus whoever match that was sponsored by that company. That
was it not? No, it was not the Usos. It was Was it like the Vision, like Braun and Jonah or something, or
something? But it's like they had the things on the corner post that are supposed to like protect you from 5G or whatever the hell. Oh my god, it was so embarrassing. EMF friendly match, the Usos and the Vision. Okay, good memory. I'm sorry.
I thought it was the Usos.
I'm sorry, Street Profits. I didn't mean to slander you like that. You know what? I was thinking of Street Profits doing that Pizza Hut tie-in from a year or two ago. The first ever EMF friendly match, and I was like, this is where we are. Like, I know that people are gonna, I hope you don't get too much backlash from me saying capitalism and being like, you should be less political about wrestling. It's just like, if you're taking money from them, thank you, Fred, but it's just like, if you're doing an EMF friendly match with this fucking company that peddles this horse shit, it's like, we know what side the WWE is on. We already know that because of just generally who they are as a company, but like, come the fuck on. That was, I couldn't believe that. And I couldn't believe that more people couldn't believe it. I know that they, it's like boiling a frog. It's like they do it so slowly and so carefully that by the time pay-per-views are called PLEs and they're 5 matches instead of 8, and they're filled with commercials, you barely notice anymore. But that was one where I was like, all right, that's a fucking step too far. I can't do this. But hey, here we are talking about WWE, even after saying that. So like I said, they are just going to always have a chokehold on the conversation for North American pro wrestling, for good or for ill.
Yeah, I coming from a medical background and shoot life, if you will, you can imagine my feelings on this. But my favorite, so I'm going to really restrain myself, but I do want to say that my favorite part of the fucking EMF friendly match is that they then took the things down. Which, sure, I get that for sponsorship purposes, but like, if this actually did anything, then like, what are you just frying everyone else on the card?
Right. That it implies that every other match is not EMF friendly.
Yeah.
So they are more susceptible to 5G.
If I had infinite money and was dumb enough to spend whatever time I have on this planet to use that money to run like a mystery wrestling level promotion, I would have had at my next show, or most approximate show to that date, a EMF unfriendly match. And like, be like, we're holding it in the 10G steel cage that you can't see.
Hold it between two radio towers.
Yeah. Just roast everyone. Oh God. We live in dumb hell is what the situation is. But yeah, I mean, like that, you know, I think that I understand the cross promotion stuff, and it's not like this is ostensibly an AEW podcast, so I'm not going to sit here and pretend that they don't like do really goofy stuff like cross promote with the TV shows or whatever. But like it's a little bit of a different level than like outright horse, you know, just like snake oil nonsense, you know. Sure. Not saying it's any more moral, but I am saying it's less stupid to promote like what was that awful Jeff Jarrett match, like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre or something?
Yeah, that's at least a dumb movie. Like, it's not dumb. It's a great movie, but it's like it's a silly horror movie franchise, and it's just like that.
Right.
Like, you know, it fits right into wrestling. It's not like it's not like encouraging mass psychosis, at least not to the level that this stupid fucking thing is anyway.
Yeah. Oh, what a time to be alive. All right. Clap hands, get into it. So I think that kind of covers the big ideas for 2025, unless you wanted to talk about NXT to just kind of recap that aspect of it.
I think NXT continues to plug along. I mean, it's this year I actually started watching, I'm subscribed to, I'm not better than anybody else. I'm subscribed to the WWE Vault on YouTube, and I'm subscribed to their NXT channel because they started uploading the old episodes of NXT from 2013 onwards, the old like black and gold NXT. So I watched that for most of the year, had a lot of fun. That was that's an important time for me as a wrestling fan. And it's now into the pandemic era of NXT, which is not the best time of that show. But 2025, it continues on NXT 2.0, or I don't even know if they still keep the 2.0 now.
I think they dropped that.
Okay. It is what it is. It's very strange in ways you wouldn't expect, just because it's a bit of a different vision. I find myself with very little to say about it because I don't keep up with it very much. There's not a whole lot for me there. There are some compelling talents, but going back to our earlier conversation about the ability to move people upwards, there were just a lot of people in NXT this year that I kept wondering, like, when are they going to go up? Like, they were so ready, and eventually they have. You have Javon Evans on the main roster now. Obafemi is moving up, probably at the Rumble or some such. But it just felt like it was taking them forever. And then guys are still down there. It's like, why is Tony D'Angelo still here? Like, he is ready for the main roster, especially with the gimmick he had like a year or two ago. As it's not the Sopranos, but it's the WWE Sopranos, and that works pretty well. And just like, why is he still down here? It still feels like down. It doesn't feel like across, because you're sharing time with a lot of talent who are very green or just not all that interesting or good enough to be on the main roster. Like, NXT is where they will flourish and where they will peak, and that's fine. But then you got guys and girls on there that are like, why do we even need to bother with them being down here? So it's the relationship now that it's not Triple H advocating for people to be on the main roster, now that Triple H is the main roster, so to speak, it feels like the pipeline of NXT to Raw and SmackDown has slowed down a lot and is not necessarily as there's not really a huge, there was never a great guarantee for NXT talent on the main roster, famously. But now it's like, I mean, you look at the people who are on there now, it's like, oh, well, Julia is a 2-time women's United States champion, and frequently, anytime I see her on SmackDown, it's just she's competing to silence. Nobody really knows who she is. And
what a flop that was. I really thought that she would come in and kind of take it by storm, and it just hasn't worked out that way. And that's kind of fascinating in a not great way, frankly.
It was an interesting time because there were like 3 or 4 different women, like with a fair amount of momentum and pre knowledge from the fan base. It was like, who was it? It was her, Zarya, and Zarya was was like the 4th of the 4 women, and I'm sorry I'm blanking on them. You're probably yelling at your podcast right now, but who all debuted? Stephanie Vaquer,
Jordan Grace around the same time.
Yeah. So of those 4, and Stephanie Vaquer essentially, did her time in NXT and then superseded it very quickly. Jordan Grace is also now on SmackDown, toiling in not just NXT but TNA for years before kind of moving up there. Anyway, the point of this being that NXT is still its own ecosystem, and much the same as it ever was, it's not a guarantee that because you're good there that you can make it anywhere. They will find a different place for you. They will just interpret you completely differently, and that hasn't changed. Nobody's undeniable anymore. There's been a lot of hay made this year about the way that Javon Evans was treated. But who's to say he won't be treated better? And the reverse could be true of someone like Obafemi, who was one of the better parts of that particular scene that he was in. But who's to say that they won't see anything in him once? Who's to say what circumstances won't change? I don't find myself with a whole lot to say about NXT unless you really want to get into the weeds about it, which I don't. Again, I don't follow it.
Limited window.
Yeah, of course. And they got some new people like Ricky Starks, now Ricky Saints, showing up on the show was a big move for the week that it happened. Blake Monroe, formerly Mariah May, big gets, and it's still early days yet. It's hard to say what they will end up meaning to either NXT or the WWE at large. Especially with NXT being its own still weird third ecosystem in the WWE.
Yeah, it did seem like this was a kind of a year where maybe that also fell apart a little bit. NXT did in 2025 from some previous higher peaks. I've seen seemingly a fair bit of like outside of my bubble pushback on Blake Monroe this year. I don't know terribly what to really make of that because I don't really watch a lot of her stuff because she doesn't get a lot of buzz anymore, interestingly enough. But yeah, I mean, it's just it seems like that the NXT suffered a decline along with the main roster this year, and there's some talent down there, and I don't know. It's like seemingly. It kind of gets back to my earlier point about like the reliance on older talent. I was talking about creative talent, but it also applies to the in front of camera people. With careers going longer, there's kind of a tendency to stay pat and not go with new stars so much because it's a little riskier. And it kind of feels like, someone like Javon Evans or even Ricky Starks, who I know had years of exposure on AEW, but refer to my previous, different scenarios can give you, breaths of fresh air, etc. It just feels like they're very content to let those people just kind of fester, I guess, and in NXT. And it's kind of like, well, at some point, the new toy stops being the new toy.
Yeah.
I feel like any kind of boost you get from that is gone.
Well, yeah, and it's like NXT has such a definite ceiling because it is a fraction of a fraction in terms of the WWE viewing audience, in terms of the attention paid to it. They still get their own PLEs, but I'm sure I wouldn't want to guess necessarily the fraction of viewers watching it as opposed to the WWE ones, but it's not easy to translate the people who watch the main roster, Raw and SmackDown, to NXT because it is different enough. There's nobody you really recognize. And of course, this year NXT did the whole thing with TNA. Like, they were so much at the front of the TNA talent who were coming in, and that was at least, interesting for a little bit. It even in just like a grand sense of like, wow, I can't believe like TNA ended up partnering with WWE, given their history as somebody who's followed them from very early days, as I have, or as anyone else listening to this has or may have. It's just that it kind of ended up again, didn't really move a whole lot of people. It, put some belts on NXT guys or put NXT belts on TNA guys. But did it matter? When it comes, and I mean that, like, if you watched it and you enjoyed it, great, then it did matter.
Right.
Bottom line sense, like, I guess it's there. I suppose the main thing is to keep training the young people who come in, and exposing them to talent from elsewhere is a good thing, I suppose. But then you have people, I'm sorry, I can't remember her name. It wasn't Carmen Petrovich, but it was one of the ones who was released recently or left. And it seems to be that, especially for like the D1 athletes that they're hiring, or the people who are social media famous, who are also like athletes or something, like, it's interesting to see WWE, even just like a small facet of WWE, like NXT, being treated like kind of a stop in the road. It's, and that's not a bad thing. I think that a lot of old heads in wrestling, and not to say I'm not a wrestling old head, but we'll say that, if you get into the business, you got to bleed the business. You got to eat, sleep, and think it all the time. And you'll always have people who do that. But it's very rare that you have people who are openly like, yeah, I'm going to try this and see what I think about it. And some of those people stay, like a Tatum Paxley, who won the NXT women's title this year, who was originally from an athletics background and seems to have found her niche. Or you have people who kind of come in, maybe do a couple things, and then they're out, and maybe they'll wrestle again, maybe they won't. It's just it's just one very small part of their life. Yeah. And it's interesting to get that perspective now. Again, with WWE being as capitalistic as it is, it's a very like follow the money mindset of like, once this is no longer serving me, the young person coming in here who maybe leaves NXT with one less ACL than I came in with.
If they're fortunate, maybe pro wrestling, sports entertainment isn't my thing, and y'all are going to have to be okay with that. So, yeah, that attitude seems to be entering into it now, and it can, because there is a bit more of a competitive atmosphere. WWE is no longer the only game in town if you want to make a serious living with professional wrestling in North America. Yeah, Casey Catanzaro, by the way, I think was the name you're going for. Katana Chance.
Well, that did happen, but I feel like, and again, I apologize, I feel like there was someone else this year who was either let go or chose to leave, and it was like, yeah, like, I'm kind of done. Like, and it was whoever was talking about how much money they make. I remember that was around the news for a little bit, of like how much NXT people really make, and somebody just being like, I feel like I'm worth more than that, and I'm not going to get paid more than that, so I'm just going to go.
I remember this story, and I can't think of who it was.
I know, right? And it's just like,
going to bother me.
Yeah, me too. And I just think that if somebody, Jasmine Nix, that's who it was.
Okay, all right, yeah, I would never remember that, actually.
Right, talking about like your salaries openly, and just how I think verboten that was, even in recent memory, of like wrestlers not really liking to openly talk about how much money they make, or that they're not making a lot of money. Or you would hear it with, like, infamously, like, remember Taylor Wilde in TNA also worked at Sunglasses Hut because she wasn't making enough money on her TNA bookings, which was like unheard of.
Oh yeah, and that was atrocious.
it was a cause for scandal. And now you have
Yeah.
someone like Jasmine Nix who's like, yeah, I can't really support myself on what WWE NXT was paying me. And it's just like, all right, then she's going to find her fortune somewhere else. It's not like, you know, I don't think she's blackballed from the industry. Maybe WWE doesn't look on that favorably, but it's also just like, you know, and I feel like, at least I didn't see a lot of people being like, she has no commitment to the business, or like she needs to accept what she gets and likes it. We all know that this is a really dangerous business, no matter what level of it you're at. And it's just like, if you're not getting paid enough, especially in this environment where you're basically learning as you go in NXT, then sure, like, fuck it, quit if you want to. You just, if it sucks, hit the bricks.
Yeah, the share zone. Perfect advice. So let's transition to talk about 2026. I think it's going to be a really interesting year for WWE, and I don't mean that positively. I think there is a potential that now there's no guarantees, obviously. They could always hit on something hot, or, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe Gunter as Der Legend Killer will take off as a hot program or something, but because, I mean, they're doing that with AJ Styles at the Royal Rumble. I wouldn't be surprised if that is AJ's retirement, either real from wrestling or, like, you know, real air quotes from WWE. But I think that there's a real possibility that, even though it was handled poorly, that the John Cena storyline helped prop up WWE's numbers, like ratings and so forth, and attendances.
Sure.
And that we'll see a decline in popularity this year. Now, am I saying anything like, oh, and then AEW will catch up with them? No, absolutely not. Whatever gap there was for that brief period where their, like, TV ratings were touching each other for like a month, I think that the disaster of WWE booking that time has been resolved, at least, and AEW has found their own issues to deal with. But I think that WWE is very much in a position where you could actually see some fan backlash against it. And that hasn't really happened since the pandemic, I don't think, on a real large scale for an extended period of time. And it's kind of like the old, you know, like when people would talk about the Attitude Era, like, yeah, it was great because for WWE because of The Rock and John Cena and Mick Foley, but there was a lot of bullshit on those shows, like a lot of just terrible stuff. And, you know, that gets forgotten because it was a hot period, but as soon as, like, 3 years later, it was no longer that hot, you know, like, I think the Katie Vick storyline wouldn't have been as remembered as, like, one of the dirt worst things to ever go on TV if it weren't for the fact that it happened outside of that peak. Yeah. If it happened at, like, 1998, you know, I mean, that year we had, like, the fucking, I think it was that year, might have actually been a little earlier, but the Kai and Tai choppy pee pee, you know, segment. Like, there's so much crap on there, and a lot of it's just kind of glossed over. And I think that we could be entering a period where people are like, oh, wait a second, this Triple H Emperor, he's got no clothes on.
Well, and what I think is going to really be telling about that is how American politics goes this year. And again, it's just like, I agree with you, Fred. Everything is political, but for those of you who are like, who are cringing, like, let me just say that it literally, in terms of financials, the U.S. continuing to impose tariffs on other countries is going to affect the way that a global entity like WWE does business, and especially like you say, Fred, when your product is less hot, then they are under more scrutiny when they really fuck it up. And the question is, can WWE afford to continue to even, like, sideways associate with a administration that, as even just now in late January, is exceedingly unpopular? And
and just for clarity for our listeners, we're recording this on January 25th, Sunday, which is the day after the second murder, I'll call it that, in Minneapolis of a protester by ICE. And I don't really want to get into, like, a whole our scope is not the outright politics of all that. That's not what we want to get into. If you want my political opinions, you can just come to my house and hear me screaming about it periodically, probably. But, like, it is, I've thought it has been very interesting to me this for the past year, how many companies are just so much more willing to openly align themselves with the Trump administration.
Yeah.
When it felt like this was almost inevitable that there would be that their goal was not like the first administration just kind of doing not normalish, but you know what I mean, like not really moving the Overton window of political stuff to like, oh, anyone that has ever said anything bad about Donald Trump must pay kind of thing.
But yes, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh no, it's okay. And just my point is, like, it just is weird. This is not a WWE thing, but it is only a WWE thing, but it is very much a WWE thing because other companies and they are sticking their heads up to be like, oh, we, we're all buddy with Donald Trump and his administration. And I think it's particularly interesting to consider that in the context that the WWE fan base, if I'm recalling metrics I've seen, is overrepresentative of minorities and of racial minorities, I guess, and also is largely a fan base. Like it's to use the joke that has been made on Twitter a lot, statistically poor.
Yeah.
And they are jacking up their pay-per-view prices in particular, but their TV type pay-per-view prices too by like gigantic numbers. Like just
that was something about 2025 we neglected to mention, is that it is now exorbitantly expensive to even get like a bullshit seat at a WWE show.
And if the economy tanks in the United States, it is going to be a big issue, I think. And like, I know that it's not going to be a concern for the people that are like, yeah, I'll pay $25,000 or whatever the hell it is for like a front row WrestleMania ticket. Those people will probably you'll probably be able to find people to fill those. But it's the people that are like, yeah, I'll pay $100 or $150 or whatever for a nosebleed at Mania or Vengeance or whatever, like C or B show. Like, I think that is that could be a real financial reckoning for the company. And then you add in the potential of backlash of like, oh, we're right there with Robert F. Kennedy, kind of stuff that Triple H has been doing, or he's on the president's fitness board and all this stuff. And like, it's not exactly a state secret that WWE leadership has long been right wing.
Of course.
But the first Trump, I'm sorry, I'll wrap up my bullshit and let you
know.
It's all
good.
The first Trump admin, like Vince McMahon was in charge, and he was like, we aren't talking anything about this, despite being close friends with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And despite agreeing with him largely, I think, politically. And it's been really weird to see over the past 12-ish months to see WWE more and more be like, yeah, we're on Fox News with Trump people. It's cool. I don't know that was a smart idea. I guess we'll see.
And that goes along with as much as WWE viewers have become more educated about like creativity within watching these shows, they've also become more politically and socially conscious. Now, I say that, I'm not saying that as like a wholesale good thing. Some people become politically conscious and become fucking maniacs, but for the most part, I do think that they are on a bit of a powder keg in terms of everything that you've mentioned, Fred. So I don't want to completely echo what you've just said, since you said it well enough. But it's going to be interesting when the downturn happens, which will be like primarily financially, whenever it is, for whatever reason. The economy is a very good reason for that to happen. But yes, as you said, there will always be that core of people who are not going anywhere. And maybe we are part of it simply by rubbernecking at WWE, not even engaging in the weekly shows to the degree that other people do, but even just by kind of looking around and being like, what's going on over there? There will always be a core of people who are paying attention to WWE and even paying them and helping them to kind of make their money. But then whenever the downturn happens, then their mistakes will become a lot more glaring because they're not as hot anymore. Yeah. And I just think that it's inevitable. They've already made like many different mistakes, even just like, you know, a very minor one, I think, these days. The hot button issue that AI is recently when they had that AAA video package where Dom Mysterio was the AEW champion. And it's like, yeah, that's more on the silly side of things, but it is also just like, yeah, they found out they can get away with it and they are. And eventually, when that kind of wears off, when the heat dies down and people start to see stuff like how closely WWE is tied to the current presidential administration and to Republican politics, and even just, that's that sort of thing, that like the sponsors that they have, the fact that they're as close as they are with Logan Paul and everything like that, it's going to drive people away that are just a lot of the average typical viewers who are like, this wrestling's this, I don't need this. You and me, Fred, it's just like, we're going to be watching wrestling no matter what. But there are lots of people that WWE have attracted that can easily drop them because they just don't like what's going on, or they heard some bad things about WWE. You know what? I don't need to watch that anymore. Yeah. And that's where, a lot of that's the vaunted casual fan of, you don't want to drive away the casual fan. They can, what everybody talks about, and turning away. But I think that eventually you can have, and we've seen this in our lifetimes, where the WWE brand is so like toxic to sponsors, to just like good taste, that like nobody wants to touch them. And it's wild that they actually came back from that. I'm listening to a podcast right now where they're talking about like late 2000s, early 2010s WWE. And you think back and like how really just upsettingly bad that shit was at times. They came back from that and managed to heat up the product to a degree that like you can put it on par with the Attitude Era, I believe, in terms of financial success. And it's gonna stop at some point, and could be 2026, might take a little bit longer, and it may have to do with some of the seeds that were sown in 2025. And it's going to be very, very interesting when it does, and what the landscape will look like with I would just say, depowered WWE. They are most likely never, ever going away. But it'll be interesting to see what happens when and if they get on the ropes. Because, of course, they could always have another big deal. They could have another Netflix or ESPN-style deal that'll keep them in millions and billions of dollars for years and years and years. Like I said, I'm not a finances guy. But if anything happens that causes them to take a back step or get on the back foot, it'll be interesting to see how they react to that under this newer regime.
Yeah. And I think a thing that is also to consider here is that I'm trying to remember the exact circumstances of it, but it was before the pandemic. And there was basically people complaining to a sponsor of some sort. And I want to say that it was Snickers that ended up making a difference.
You're right. I think it was Snickers, but you're right. I'm struggling as to what it was.
Yeah, I just can't think of it. But like my point is that at that point they had a fan base that was, I think, largely unhappy with WWE, and something pissed them off, and enough of them were able to or willing to create noise about it to, make a stink and actually affect change with this company. I don't think this fandom currently is willing to do that. Now, is that who is currently WWE hardcore fans thing, or is that just the company is fulfilling their needs enough where largely it's not an issue? I don't know. But it's just something to note.
It was by the way, it was the naming of the Fabulous Moolah Battle Royal.
Oh, okay.
At WrestleMania.
How quaint at this point.
Right? Of all things.
Oh, boy. Woo, good times. So I don't know. I think 2026 will be very interesting. I think there's going to be a lot of stories to follow, and I think I don't know. I think it could be a very unpredictable year for WWE after seemingly 4 or 5 years of just growth.
Good or bad, it's never uninteresting to keep your eye on WWE.
Yeah. So. Anything else you want to add to our discussion about WWE?
No, but I will say Fall Guys.
Now we do.
This is the only platform I have.
Fair enough. So we'll shift now to Ring of Honor. You wanted to discuss that a little bit. I actually don't think I've watched a Ring of Honor show in several months outside of, I think it was actually the one that they messed up the pay-per-view stream on and posted for free.
Yeah.
I just have no time for it because it's not a real promotion, in my opinion. It's very much just AEW Dark with different colors and just no creative, very little in the way of through line creative, and it's very much a lost opportunity to me that I think with minimal effort could be made a million times more interesting.
Sure. I think that there would be an opportunity to make RoH almost like an NXT style entity, but that would require a lot more work. And I think it seems that I don't think that AEW is quite big enough to be able to achieve that, at least not yet. So RoH continues to be in something of a holding pattern, and it's hard to not I don't watch the show front to back every week, but I'd say every week there is at least one or two matches that I want to watch just for the heck of it. It's just a bit of fun wrestling. I enjoyed AEW Dark when it was on, and I kind of miss that it's not here anymore. But it is weird to have it in the skin of Ring of Honor because I do have an emotional attachment to that brand. And so I'm still struggling with the fact that, like you say, it is very much it is the WCW Saturday night to, AEW's Dynamite and Collisions, Nitro and Thunder, if you want. It's very much supplemental. It's weird that they still do pay-per-views, good for them, I guess, if they make money. But, and they're not it's not a complete throwaway, I have to say. There were some signs in 2025 that they're still willing to be attention paid to it. So in January, it was part of Wrestle Dynasty, which was the New Japan AEW cross promotional pay-per-view that happened after Wrestle Kingdom, the day after Wrestle Kingdom. It was a minor feature, Athena was in the women's match, and there were a couple of other things, but it is still considered, worth featuring to some degree, especially, I'll get into Athena in a bit. Actor Paul Walter Hauser was part of the August pay-per-view. He had his in-ring debut, and I mean, cool. If he wants to do that stuff, obviously he's been working with MLW as well. But if
technically not his in-ring debut, but in-ring debut for WWE
for Ring of Honor,
or Ring of Honor. God, jeez, I'm terrible.
Oh, you never know. And to have him do that stuff, and he seems to be true blue about it. It was a violent match that he had with QT Marshall. It was fun. As AEW has become more chummy with CMLL and just Lucha Libre in general, it's another place that they can put guys to just have matches. So you've had every luchador that you've seen on Dynamite has also wrestled in either just a random Ring of Honor match or in a top level one. So Bandito is their champion. Hechicero had a world title shot in Ring of Honor. Persephone had a women's world title shot, and so on and so forth. And they have been part of bigger events. They had their Global Wars shows in Australia, in Mexico, and in the UK in 2025. And they announced that that partnership show with Athena's promotion that's coming in 2026. So it seems that it is part of the whole AEW deals. You get AEW, and then you also get Ring of Honor, which has a bit of that legacy name. It has access to a little bit of a deeper talent pool, and it's just it's an extra. It's not. It's really hard for it to stand on its own thing, and I think it also really doesn't help. I know that one of the bigger stories about Ring of Honor this year is whether it's going to get on TBS, and it seems to be they're always perpetually circling if Ring of Honor is going to get a real TV show, because right now it's locked behind a paywall on Honor Club, and sometimes they stream the shows on YouTube, but very infrequently for free, or in the case of, as you said, the pay-per-view, they just stream the whole thing for free because the thing fucked up. But it's still not easy to access for a casual fan, and there's no real incentive for a casual to even a hardcore fan. You'd really have to you'd really have to be into some of these guys to want to seek it out. Like the match I watched from this week, the one match I watched was Lee Moriarty versus Matt Menard for the pure title. And it's like, I think that's kind of cool. I like both.
Yeah,
those
that could be a fun one. Yeah.
Sure. I loved Lee Moriarty. It was like 8 minutes. It was like a nice way to spend 8 minutes. But then there's like an hour left to show. And it's just all of these guys that you can't not see the stink of like AEW cast off on them, like the Dark Order, like the Varsity Club, and all of these guys who like they just couldn't find room for. And it's like, yeah, you can fill up a supplemental promotion with all the guys that AEW isn't using on TV, but it doesn't mean that it is as cohesive a whole. It just means that you kind of have another place to put them. And maybe they have plans for them in the future. Like maybe they even have plans for the Ring of Honor brand in the future to grow it in some way. But it's just not there yet. It feels like it's so in between, and there's no guarantee that that they will be. And so there's one thing, if I might take the reins for a second.
Oh, please do. Yeah.
When I was taking the notes for Ring of Honor in 2025, like the big stuff that they were part of, the big thing this year for me, what stood out for me as a viewer, is that Ring of Honor is a place where you kind of get to pad the stats a little bit. So when Athena came onto AEW programming, she's the forever RoH Women's World Champion. And she's had that belt as of recording for over 1,100 days, like years at this point. And she doesn't defend it a lot, but she does defend it, like on the pay-per-views consistently, on the show even sometimes, or she has like eliminator challenges. So she's not just because we're not seeing it doesn't mean she's not defending it. Right. And ditto Lee Moriarty. Like I will say that Lee Moriarty and Athena are probably the two best things about Ring of Honor right now. Lee Moriarty's been the pure champion for over 500 days, had stupendous matches last year with like Nigel McGuinness and on pay-per-view against different challengers. I think Lee Moriarty is great. It's too bad that, he was in a similar class with Wheeler Yuta and Daniel Garcia, who have found their places on the AEW main roster. I wish that could have happened for Lee, and I don't know why it didn't. But if this is where he is, like he's showing every time he's on there why he is not just like for me, a must-watch part of the show, but he feels like true, like to the Ring of Honor legacy. He's such a good wrestler. He's such an amazing wrestler. And he's also got enough of a personality that I Tiger style and all that stuff. I think that he's really cool. Maybe not the most charismatic man there's ever been, but like enough to hold it down. And you could see him, like I could totally see Lee Moriarty being on like, second from or like semi-main event of like a Ring of Honor show that you buy on DVD in 2008 or something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that I don't know if AEW is going to be the place that Moriarty really takes off, but he just feels like a guy that could be something. And it's kind of like I worry that AEW is too big for him. Yeah, but like I just there's something there that I wish we got a little more of. But yeah, my let's play a cage match game. I always like to do this.
But I'm sorry. Before we do that,
sorry.
So I wanted to. The other thing about the AEW titles, and this I think communicates a lot about what the brand is right now, is what I call the championship shit show. So let me go down the list.
Oh boy, yeah, please do.
All right, so we'll start at the very top. Chris Jericho was the RoH champion going into 2025. Chris Jericho, who may be on his way to WWE right now. Again, we'll be waiting to see in 2026. He dropped the belt to Bandito at an AEW pay-per-view at Dynasty in April, and he never appeared on Ring of Honor TV. Chris Jericho never did. But now they're fixing this a bit with Bandito, but this is a bad habit for guys who win, especially the RoH World title. They practically never show up on RoH TV. And it's kind of insulting. Like, I think that really sucks. That is like one of those things. It just communicates to you like, oh, they don't need to show up there because the real TV show is AEW Dynamite. And if he shows up on Dynamite with the Ring of Honor title, Like nobody, it's a tacit admittance that nobody watches RoH.
Yeah.
Which I think sucks. There was a never-ending tournament to crown the women's pure champion this year. It's
been
stretched
a while
on.
since we've had a tournament this cursed. Just to add that real quick.
It's stretched on for literal months, and I don't know what the fuck was keeping them from just finishing this thing. It seemed like they wanted to wait until the pay-per-view. I think it was Final Battle where they finally crowned Deonna as the champion.
Yeah.
But they stretched it up for months, and I was just like, when's the next quarterfinal? When's the next semifinal? Why are they waiting weeks and weeks of their TV time? Again, because nobody's watching the TV. Like, it's just another thing of like, I could have been visa issues, could have been injuries. There, I think injury was part of it because of Queen Aminata had to pull out of the tournament. But like, god damn, this is not how you, like, if you wanted to do a tournament that ended up at Final Battle, started in November. You know, why did it have to drag on from the summer? It was kind of embarrassing. You've got Nick Wayne, who's the youngest Ring of Honor World Television Champion. He's been out since August and just still has the belt, which is weird because they did with the Women's World Television Champion. Red Velvet got injured, and they did a whole interim champion thing with Mina Shirakawa and Mercedes Moné. And then Red Velvet beat Mercedes Moné at Final Battle, which did feel important as part of the ongoing Mercedes Moné storyline. But it's also just like, okay, so with one belt, we do interim champions. With another belt,
right,
we don't get, like, literally the same belt, just different gender. We don't care. Like, Nick Wayne has just absconded with that belt, and we have no idea where it is, like, sitting at home with him injured. And then speaking of injury, you got Dustin Rhodes, who got double knee surgery in August. He was both the tag team champion and the 6-man champion. So they vacated those belts, and now they have it on another team, that Shane Taylor Promotions. And the RoH tag titles got vacated twice because it was Dustin and Sammy. Then Dustin had his knee surgery and they vacated it. Then it was RoH and Sammy Guevara. And then RoH got a knee injury in November, and then they vacated it again. And then Sammy and the Beast Mortos are the current champions. It's like, if this was happening on a promotion that people were watching, then there would be no end to people complaining about this. But nobody gives a fuck because nobody really watches it or pays attention or just thinks it's Ring of Honor. It doesn't matter. And that sucks because there's a lot of really good, even like the people I said before have the stink of AEW failure on them. Is like, there are good people in there. There was a time when the Dark Order mattered, God damn it, and now they are just doing the thing, just, pin me, pay me over on Ring of Honor. And as a longtime Ring of Honor viewer myself, I hate seeing it, and I would love for it to be something else. I would love for it to, I don't know, get a TV deal, or just for AEW to get big enough where it can be a viable third brand, but that's like a years down the line thing. And I guess it's, the counter I always see is like, well, at least Vince and WWE didn't buy Ring of Honor. And it's like, sure, but this isn't like the best case scenario either. It's just kind of sitting fallow, and we're kind of playing switcheroo with the titles to small audiences that are, fine. It's like a place for people to go and just do stuff.
Yeah. My complaint about it is not only is it like a lack of like any kind of really interesting story telling that seems to break through to any level, but it's also, you can't even really parachute in for great matches on the TV, on the weekly show.
Not reliably, no.
So my cage match game is, and necessary cage match isn't everything, but I think it's a good little rule of thumb of how good a match is, generally speaking, or at least how it's considered. Yeah. How many? Let's play. My cutoff for like matches that I'm like, I should probably check this out on cage matches, 7.5 with a rating.
Yeah.
That roughly is equivalent to like 3.5-ish, 3 and 3.75. But it's definitely not like notebook only, right?
Yeah, mine is like a 7. Like 7 is when I'm like, okay, I'll check that out. Or maybe like a high 6.8 or something. Like, yeah, I completely get what you mean.
So I pulled up their match guide for 2025, and I filtered it to matches that are 7.5 or higher.
Yeah.
And so my question for you is to guess how many matches Ring of Honor had, not on the pay-per-views, because those are they usually have a few great matches on them each.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
just on the weekly TV for the entire year, how many matches did Ring of Honor have hit 7.5 or higher?
I'm going to be generous and say 3.
It was 2.
I almost said
very
2.
good. Very
Crap.
good. Alex Windsor and Sari on that one that got some YouTube hype and was it was a nice like 3 3/4 4-star match. And then there was a fun little Blake Christian, Lee Johnson versus Commander and Mascara Dorada match, and that was it.
Those sound like the matches that are the 1 or 2 in a week that I'm like, yeah, I'll go out of my way to watch that. That sounds good. And again, it's just too bad that you have to kind of go out of your way, to kind of stay up with this stuff. And I'm like, I'm sorry. This is just me. Like I have a friend who genuinely enjoys Ring of Honor, and I love that for him. And he keeps up with everything, but it's just like, I don't need to see the infantry do a squash match right now. And it's one thing when AEW Dark was so available on YouTube that you could just pop it on. With this, you have to go an extra couple of steps to get Ring of Honor, and it's just enough steps for me to I don't really need to watch this. There's already so much wrestling it's competing with, and as you mentioned, the Ring of Honor pay-per-views are pretty reliable, good time. Granted, it is the pay-per-view model, so you do have to pay for them, and the stream quality maybe isn't the best every time, but then they'll just put it up for free. So the cheapskate wins again. That's me. But they are reliably a pretty fun way to spend a couple hours. It's like watching a New Japan Strong pay-per-view. It's just is it the best thing you've ever seen? Probably not, but there's at least a couple of good to very good matches on there, and you'll have fun with it on. But that's the heights. It's very rarely, I should say actually, that I was going to say very rarely do my match of the year or best matches of the year come from Ring of Honor, but I tell a bit of a lie there. If I open my 2025 list here, I do have one, and it was, as I mentioned, Lee Moriarty versus Nigel McGuinness from Final Battle. I thought that was tremendous and such an old school RoH throwback. I loved that match, but it wasn't much of a story leading up to it. It was a lot of it was the in-ring work. So yeah, that's where we're at with Ring of Honor. I would love for it to be more, but I'm also not fooling myself that it will be anytime soon. Again, I'm glad it's out of the hands of people who could, especially Jesus. One thing I didn't mention with WWE was Evolve. Thank God I wasn't an Evolve homer in the 2010s, because holy shit. But so glad they don't have it, but it doesn't mean that it's, thriving. So
it's great you can actually access the archival footage, because I wasn't really watching the indies when Evolve was a thing, and I unless I get Sail the Seas or something, I'm never going to see any of that footage. So which is really unfortunate. But Ring of Honor is not a real enough promotion for me to do what do we think 2026 is going to be? It's going to be the same. It's going to be the same damn thing.
Roughly, what I'm interested in is the way that it's going to partner with other promotions. As I mentioned, with Tony Khan and Athena are co-producing a show. RoH is sort of the banner that Tony does business with those Dean shows, but not really. You'll have do it, but it's not a.
And I'm kind of under the impression, I don't know what I'm basing this off of. I might have read something, or maybe it's just my brain cells bouncing off each other and forming a dumb thought. But I kind of think that's over.
Okay, yeah,
the Dean thing. I don't know, but I think it might be over.
Okay, I guess what I hope for is for. I wish that they would use their current status as an advantage instead of a disadvantage. Now's the time to get real weird. You can do basically, because no one's watching, open quotes, no one's watching, close quotes. You can do anything. They've been doing a feud with not the Varsity Club. What the hell's their name? The Frat House.
The Frat House. Yeah.
I said the Varsity Club earlier. I meant the Frat House. The Frat House and the Dark Order. And just sure, do whatever you want. You can make that as goofy or silly as you want to. and maybe it'll entertain the people who are there, and then like just try to be a bit more off the wall. I say, like, one of the things that really commands your attention as somebody who's not a regular Ring of Honor viewer is when they do something like, oh, Bandito and Takeshita in the main event of the pay-per-view, or Bandito and Hechisero went 35 minutes. I'm like, fucking yeah, I keep doing that. Like, so weird matchups, stuff that's out of the blue. I'm not saying to go Vince Russo with it or anything, like not nonsensical, but like continue to leverage the partnerships that you have, continue to use good talent. I would love if we reached a point where we had enough talent that we didn't have to have as many squash matches on the show as we do. And just like, I would just say, like, tighten up the show. But a lot of this does get into problems with AEW that it has on its main programming as well. And that's not what we're here to talk about. So as long as it is something of a mirror for AEW, it will continue to exist with these problems and quirks and foibles. And I think that if you got somebody else to maybe take the reins of Ring of Honor, like, I don't know who that would be, maybe like a Bryan Danielson or something, to like just kind of make it into their own thing, I think you could have fun with that. But that's complete fantasy, and what will likely happen, as you said, Fred, is probably not much. Like, they'll probably have some good pay-per-views, they may have some interesting partnerships, but probably not much is going to happen.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be like this. Maybe they'll actually announce a TV deal, but I honestly at this point assume it's just going to be like Shockwave as like a thing that like was supposed to happen at one point and then completely forgotten. That's where we are, I assume. So
yeah, a bit of a shrug.
Yeah, pay-per-views will be cool. And it'll just feel like a big missed opportunity. Like, honestly, I don't consider myself some kind of creative genius or anything. I'm not like sitting around my house with notebooks full of like, look at all these great booking ideas. But when I honestly think that I could make Ring of Honor a more interesting product if given the opportunity, just by myself as a creative force, and that probably says more about your product than it does about any kind of hidden skills I have.
And it's too bad, because I bet that there's a few people in wrestling now. I bet there's a few people in wrestling who would relish the opportunity to just have this as a playground. Now, would we want to give all of those voices an opportunity for it to be their playground? No. Like I said, Vince Russo booking Ring of Honor, that's not what I'm talking about, or whoever. But I think that there would be a way to do Ring of Honor that could make it more interesting while still making use of the smaller budgets and talent pool that you have. Yeah. I think all it would take would be someone who is clever and resourceful enough, or some people, it doesn't have to be just one person, people who are clever and resourceful enough to make the most out of what they have, which is not where it's at right now.
Yeah. I think that's really about it for Ring of Honor, unless there's something else you want to add.
No, that's going to be it. If you haven't, check out the big Ring of Honor main event, pay-per-view main events from 2025, as well as, don't overlook Lee Moriarty and Athena in pay-per-view situations either. Great performers. And I have to give them props, like great black performers. It's awesome to see them. I wish the platform was bigger, because they deserve it, but Athena got to have some shine on AEW proper, and I'm glad that they have it at all. And, the longest reigning of their both championships. Congratulations to them. They were the highlights of the year of Ring of Honor.
Yeah. Well, Will, thank you very much for joining us, and I hope you have a great day.
Thanks, Fred. This has been a lot of fun, and I look forward to seeing your reunion scores in the Slack.
All right. We're having a knife fight over those every day. All right, man.
I gotta be on my toes.
You have a good one, man. Take care.
Thanks, Fred. You too.
All right, and we are now joined by Mike Gilbert of the JD and Mike Show. Mike, thank you for joining us. We're going to talk about TNA here. You want to go ahead and get your plugs in to kick this off?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Fred. So yeah, it's actually the Mike and JD Show.
Sorry,
I don't let JD take top billing, because I do all the fucking work in that podcast. So no, but it's the Mike and JD Show. And we're on the Voices of Wrestling Network. We're one of the many great shows on the network. And it's a weekly kind of news roundup. We don't do a ton of recap stuff. It's unless it's like a big pay-per-view. So for the most part, it's like just discussing the headlines. And then I also have my own podcast called Brace for Impact, where I do a weekly kind of a TNA rundown. I watch Impact to go live immediately after, break down the show, and then I talk all the TNA news on that podcast. And then for the Patreon, so go to patreon.com/the Mike and JD Show. We pop up there all throughout the week. I just dropped an article today discussing TNA's ratings, and I am going to be on a little bit later today discussing Impact on Pop from 10 years ago this week. So I'm doing a new weekly series discussing some old school TNA stuff. But
nice, kind of an overlooked era.
Yeah, it very overlooked because I didn't watch that era. I was not watching Impact on Pop, so I kind of bounced in and out every once in a while, like something would grab my attention. But for the most part, I didn't watch it. So
let's go ahead and get started by talking about what happened with TNA in 2025. And I think we really need to kick off that discussion by discussing their relationship with WWE and how they kind of made a business decision to get in bed with them. And it appears to have paid off in terms of getting a TV deal with AMC.
Yeah. So I think it was January, it was right before Genesis last year. They decided to go ahead and put everything on paper. So they were dating before, and now they're like married. So they have like an actual contract. It's a multiple year deal where they're doing co-promoting and talent exchanges and stuff like that. And TNA in 2025, it was already 2024 was already the biggest year they had in a long time. And then 2025 just kind of skyrocketed for them with the announcement of that deal. TV ratings were not up because nobody has access TV, but they were able to parlay that into a new TV deal with AMC, which started a couple weeks ago, and it looks, it's significantly better than what they had on access TV for sure.
Yeah, and we'll get to, kind of talking about the AMC deal when we get to the 2026 look forward part. But 2025 saw a lot of work with NXT talent coming over to TNA and some TNA talent coming over to NXT TV shows. And it's, I think it's a very interesting business proposition that TNA kind of put themselves into, in that they essentially opted to put themselves in a position where their talent would be more likely to leave, I think would be a fair way to put it, for WWE, or at least it was smoother. And the end result was this TV deal. And I can see some pros and cons of that. And do you think it's really turned out to be a beneficial move for them?
I mean, how could it not be? They're doing the best business they've been doing since Spike TV, right?
Right.
Ticket sales are. I'm watching Impact on Pop from 10 years ago, and they're in like this big arena, and I don't know how big it is, but it's like a decent sized venue in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and there's might be 200 people there, and that was 10 years ago, and they were on Pop TV. So TNA has lost 2 wrestlers to the WWE, Jordan Grace and Joe Hendry, 2 great like stars of theirs. Looks like Leon Slater will be a 3rd. And I think that's a good thing for TNA in the sense that hey, we might occasionally lose some stars, but they were probably going to lose those guys anyway. They had already they're outgrowing the promotion. And, people don't like to hear this, but TNA is actually doing right by their talent. Whenever they get a big money offer from WWE, they're doing right by them by letting them go. So, they were able to go a little bit early, and that's a good thing for them. And I think what that's going to do is attract more talent, because they see that there's that opportunity there. It's kind of the same where in the NFL, you get somebody kind of towards the end of the season, what's the guy's name? There was a wide receiver recently. He played for Minnesota. It was Minnesota's out of it. They're not going to the playoffs, so they just released him.
Thielen, I think.
Adam Thielen, yeah, and he ended up going to the Steelers. That way he can go to the play. It's just one of those things. They did right by Adam Thielen, right?
Yeah.
So in this case, TNA is doing right by their guys, and they're not standing in the way of them making a bunch of money. So, which is what they did whenever they were partners with AEW. When they were partners with AEW, they did the same thing for Deonna Purrazzo and W. Morrissey. Like they sent them over there essentially while they're under contract for tryout matches, and then the moment that their contract's over, they're already factored into a spot in AEW. So it's just the position that they're in. They're a small company. They're not big. They had their greatest success that they've had in forever in 2025, and 2026 going to be is significantly higher because of the added revenue from the television deal. And so I know that folks, when I'm talking about like creatively and aesthetically, is there a downside? Yes. But if you're running that company, there literally is no downside to being partners with these people. There just isn't. So,
right.
And WWE, like, look, they're evil. I get it. Like, I don't like those bastards either. But they have done right by the TNA stars that have gone over there. And they have sent. Like they sent Trick Williams over for a while. They sent Obafemi. They sent JCJ, and they sent a lot of folks over. And Trick Williams lost clean in the middle to Mike Santana on pay-per-view, right? And so it's been fairly balanced as far as who's winning and losing matches when it comes to sending talent back and forth. So there really hasn't been a downside. And everybody's like, oh, WWE's rating their talents. Like, not really. They've lost 2 people.
Right.
AEW's taken significantly more stars than WWE has. AEW signed 5 stars in a week just 2 weeks ago. They gave one back. They gave Trey back because he a little homophobic, a little anti-Semitic, 5 years ago. So they gave that guy back. But for the most part, like they're taking him and not giving him back. And which that's the cost of doing business, right? That's just how it is.
Yeah, and fortunately, the Rascals will now be able to act like it's very surprising to smoke weed on TV in 2026.
Yeah, it's like it's legal everywhere, guys.
I know it's such a it's like the Rob Van Dam 02 gimmick in WWE, and it's like, but we just pretend nothing has changed culturally. Very funny. Well, you mentioned Mike Santana, so let's start with a highlight, which I think Mike Santana has done tremendous for himself by betting on himself going to TNA. He was in that tag team with Ortiz under a couple different names for a long time. Got to AEW, had a nice little run, and then they kind of entered the vortex that tends to happen in the mid card in that company sometimes. And he was like, "Look, I just want to be a solo star. I don't have a path to doing that here, so I'm going to go to TNA." And I think I have a lot of criticism of TNA creatively recently, but I think that this is an undoubted success for them and probably their biggest.
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest since the rise of Josh Alexander, I would say. Very
or
similar,
Hendry, I guess.
I'm sorry, Joe Hendry. Well, Joe Hendry was in spite of creative, I would say.
True.
But Mike Santana and Josh Alexander was like they were strategically placed in these positions. They're being pushed strategically to get to the point that they're at now. Like there was this long-term plan for them. And did I lose you, Fred?
No, I'm still here.
Okay, sorry. So Joe Hendry. Oh yeah, no. Hendry got himself over like through social media and through a song, through TikTok, and they tried not to push him. It was very much a Daniel Bryan, Bryan Danielson like WWE type situation. So, in fact, like he hits it big, and the first thing they do is have Kazarian beat him because they're like, this is not going to last. And so, but it ended up lasting, and so they had no choice but to push him. But yeah, it was a massive success. He got the title at Bound for Glory. And much to the dismay of me and everybody else, they immediately beat him, did the cash-in gimmick with Kazarian. But that ended up being a design to do the big moment on this debut episode because they wanted to have a title change, which is the same exact thing they did on their debut on Access TV. Main event world title with a title change. And so they did the screw job, and they were hoping to be able to get, generate a ton of heat for Kazarian and generate a ton of babyface momentum for Mike Santana. I just don't think that actually worked. So like that was the strategy. That was what they tried to do. But no one ended up caring. They're just like, this was just stupid. So, but I understood what they're trying to do. I just think that they failed. Right. And they pissed more people off than they attracted. So, and that was ultimately let down. But yeah, Mike Santana did great.
Yeah, and I think if we're talking about successes for TNA in 2025, we have to bring up Leon Slater, who was brought in from Europe about halfway through the year and pretty much instantly revealed himself to be one of the best young talents in the world, if not just one of the best talents in the world. And I don't think the creative was always the best with him, but I think they finally kind of settled on let's push him while he's here. No matter how long that is, because it does seem like he's already well on his way to WWE.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time, right?
Yeah,
which is good for him.
Yeah, it's absolutely no problem.
So with Leon, and creative is subjective, but what they tried to do was when they brought him in and they started kind of what Tony does when he gets young talent, he beats them like a drum, despite how good, he did the same thing to Fletcher. So I think I think they tried to do the same thing. So they beat him and beat him and beat him. And then finally he got his big moment at Slammiversary against Moose, and amazing match, by the way. Moose is one of the more underrated pro wrestlers in the world. He's just fantastic. And and when he's with a young talent like that, he really gives it his all because he knows that's his job. And they told a good story, and then it just had a really, really good X Division title match at Slammiversary. So they beat him and beat him and beat him, and then they built up to this crescendo and got the title of Slammiversary. And the story was the youngest X Division champion in history, and he was able to get that. So that's on his resume. Fortunately for Leon, I guess unfortunately for TNA, NXT came calling. So he still got the title. He's kind of, stuck in the UK right now until his visa situation gets cleared up, but he should be back. I think they expect him back in February, but he had a good run. He's had a really good run, and he's ultimately outgrown the company. So if WWE doesn't take him again, what happens with New Japan and AEW, when someone outgrows their like New Japan, Tony's going to come calling, and he's not about to let WWE take his favorite guys. Right. So that makes sense. And so WWE's bringing these folks in, they like them, and they're not going to let Tony get them. If Tony wanted, no, I don't think there was any worry that Tony was going to sign Joe Hendry. I think they were safe.
That doesn't feel like a fit there. Yeah.
No, they were completely safe, unless they were going to bring him in and have him sing duets with Harley Cameron. That was but they were safe there. But Leon, you don't think Tony wants Leon?
Oh yeah, he would love to have him. I mean,
yeah.
And selfishly, I'd rather he be in AEW just because he'd have more great matches. But I mean, look, if he wants to be in WWE, I can't really fault him for taking the chance there. And
the earning potential and the worldwide the global profile that he can get in WWE is obviously greater. But you do run the risk of being stuck. You get stuck in limbo in AEW too, but at least you're having good matches, right?
Right. Yeah.
At the end of the day, you're having really good matches, even though you never you can't get elevated past a certain level. In WWE, you don't get elevated past a certain level, and you don't have the good matches that you're capable of, and so that could be frustrating for a lot of guys. So
yeah,
it's a kind of a pick your poison. But I think he's so talented. I think I see him the same as Fletcher, and I think I see him as a really young Ospreay, to be honest with you. I'm probably further ahead at this age than Ospreay was, because I'm watching 10 years ago this week on Pop, and he's coming up. His TNA debut is coming up, and I'm excited to see it. But that's kind of how I see Leon. I think he's fantastic.
I nearly had him in my FSM 50 this year, and if I had the time to just watch his Europe stuff, I got all his big TNA matches. But if I had an extra week to just watch his European stuff, I would not be surprised if he was in there for me. So he was one of my last cuts, because I only watched the TNA stuff, and that's not quite enough volume for me. I think though, in general, the feedback on TNA's creative for 2025, excluding those two successes, has been pretty negative from what I've heard. I will be honest, it's not like a show I watch regularly, and it's not like I keep up on the week-to-week TV. I usually just hear, the big modern version of LOL TNA moments, but
the occasional Lanza meltdown on the flagship,
basically, but what do you think that's a fair summary of 2025 in general, that it was not a great creative year for them, or
No, I think it's more than fair. In fact, I was quite negative on the creative all throughout the year, and it's not that it was so bad as it was boring, right? And if you watched the dying days of Ring of Honor when Delirious was in charge, you kind of understand where I'm coming from. He didn't really do anything all that exciting.
Yeah,
It was
I
very
was. If we weren't going to bring it up, I was going to point out that, like,
Yeah.
basically the two main creative forces of TNA right now, if I'm correct, and please correct me if I'm wrong, are Delirious and Tommy Dreamer, and neither are what I would consider a exciting booker.
Yeah. No, I mean, they have. I think they have Hunter Johnston, Delirious, as like the head of creative, but Tommy Dreamer is like, I think Tommy Dreamer's like the guy in between him and Carlos Silva being the president. Carlos Silva, not a wrestling guy. He's more like a Kip Fry from WCW. He's just kind of a guy with like a sports media background and things like that is just helping get the TV deals done. So he handles like the business side of it. But yeah, it's Dreamer and it's Delirious. And so I didn't watch a ton of Ring of Honor in the dying days, like when the Young Bucks and Cody left, so did I. and I didn't watch for very long either. I watched when they got hot, I started paying attention, and then I just kind of quit. So, but yeah, it's just very, very bland, paint by numbers. Like you can almost like see exactly what's about to happen before it happens. A lot of times, which isn't always the worst thing, but it just wasn't creative. Right. And that's why at the end of the year, I had this speech. It was like, make creative again, do something different, do something outside the box. Like you don't have the talent to have the matches, so you have to be creative enough to make them all shine and make the show exciting again. And so what did they do? They brought in Sonya Deville to be dual general manager, and so now we're doing that shit. You know what I mean? So going back to the well. Right now, you got Ariana, Grace, and Santino doing the same exact storyline that Vince and Stephanie did from 2000s, like beat for beat, the same thing. Which everybody repeats storylines, but it's like, can you like switch it up? It's just like
the problem with the general manager, creative power, whatever you want to call it, on-screen power thing is WWE was the biggest company, and they did it to death for nearly 2 decades. And like, obviously that was a big part of like the Monday Night War success. And then they just kept doing the same shit after it stopped mattering. And so it's one of those things where, like, yeah, I mean, hypothetically you could be like, well, this is we're just bringing back an old idea, but like the old idea was done for so long that it's really kind of like a salted earth situation, I think, in terms of being able to really find something fresh there.
Yeah, I don't really see it having a place in modern. Now, if they're doing it to transition away from Santino, count me in, because I think Sonya Deville is a better performer than he is. Just from what I've seen so far, I'm like, yeah, this is an upgrade. If they're going to keep that role, they got to get rid of one, and I would prefer it to be Santino, because he's in this middle of the storyline. His heart's broken, and he's still mispronouncing everybody's names, trying to be cute. And it's just like, dude, fucking like move on, bro. Yeah. It's been 20 years.
Speaking of retreading old ground, Santino still doing the Santino shtick in 2026 is a hell of a thing.
Yeah, I mean, but unfortunately, it's over. Like every time he gets like the loudest pop every time he comes out, like next to like your tippy top guys, like he's like underneath the Hardys, which are the top draws, and then Santana, and then it's like him. So like the fucking people love the guy. I can't explain it.
There's a big discussion to be had there about like how wrestling is over reliant on nostalgia, I think, and I think that's a good case for it. So otherwise, I mean, they one thing I liked that they did, and then I immediately hated what they did afterwards, was they brought in Sinner and Saint, which I think was a very talented Indies tag team, and Travis Williams and Judas Icarus, yeah. And then they proceeded to do like absolutely nothing with them, just have them be goons, and it's like it's like calling up a top power hitting prospect in baseball and using them just as a defensive sub at first base or something. Yeah, it's just like, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's the company has a hard time booking smaller guys that don't have a ton of personality. Like they don't have the roster to bring in a talent who just has the good matches, right? Which is kind of what these guys are doing. Yeah. And they do, and like when they're given the time to shine, they do really shine. But for the most part, they have not been given a great opportunity, and I don't see them sticking around much longer, because TNA needs to have those big personalities, right? And so guys like Jason Hotch and John Schuyler, who Well, Hotch is actually a pretty good worker, and John Schuyler's kind of an old school, like late 80s type, like heel worker. He's pretty good, but they're not as like fast and dynamic as Sinner and Saint, but they have the personality and they fit in good with Mustafa Ali. They got a good act, and so they're going to get pushed over those guys. And so right now, Sinner and Saint's just doing jobs. So that's what they've been doing. So they come in, and I just don't see them getting past that level. They'll be on Ring of Honor in like a year.
Yeah, probably. They feel kind of destined for like that's kind of their ceiling right now. It feels like, which is unfortunate because they're talented enough where like they could at least be a regular tag team presence somewhere. It's just no one gives a shit about tag teams.
No, and there's a thing to be said for a small room act versus a big room act, and like unfortunately for them, TNA is they're playing bigger rooms now, and they're on AMC. They're not going to put a bland, like as good as they are in the ring. They're not going to put a bland act out there like that. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. 2025 women's division. How do you think that worked out for them?
Not good. They obviously they lost Jordan Grace, and then Masha was the champion for a while, and then she like beat the shit out of her ex-boyfriend with a frying pan. So now she's gone, and so they transitioned to Ash by Elegance, and then she immediately retired. so they had to get the belt over to an NXT person. I can't even remember who it was. Just name an NXT lady. That's probably who it was. Yeah. And then but now they got the belt on Lei Ying Li, and she's supposed to be a transition to Danny Luna, who they're trying to like push as their top heel attraction. But now she's stuck in the UK and missed the pay-per-view. So Lei Ying Li's in a tag team and just holding the Knockouts title until Danny gets there. And then, oh, by the way, Ash by Elegance unretired. So now Danny might miss her shot altogether. So the whole division's a mess. And then they just brought in Cora Jade. So I think they're trying to go for that 18 to 49 demo because now they got Cora Jade and Mila Moore and folks like that. And I heard that there's like a rumor that Taryn Terrell might be coming back. So like you got folks like that coming back. So they might be setting the division back like 10 years.
Wow. Bizarre, in my opinion, decisions there. On the men's side, is there anything else you wanted to call out for, with regarding 2025?
Mustafa Ali is one of the best in the world. Legit. So, unfortunately, his gimmick, they're doing House of Torture type stuff. So if they can, the matches are really good, and then the interference happens. So if they can transition away from that, I think a lot of people would be talking more about Mustafa Ali and just how good he is. So, so he's been a real bright spot in the company. He's back. He like re-signed with the company. He's going to be sticking around for a while. I think him and Santana are going to have some main events this year, and I think they'll knock it out of the park for sure.
Yeah, they should be good.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Your typical guys like Moose. I've always been a big fan of Moose. Eddie Edwards just flipped heel again, and he's like I think he's got a main event coming up with Santana. So Eddie, he's a little rotund now. He likes carbs.
He got chunky a few years ago.
Yeah.
Which, hey, look, no judgment here.
Like who am I
can't talk shit.
But the guy can still go. So he looks good. But as far as like young talent coming up, they don't really have like that next young guy in line because like it's guys that are pushing 40. Then of course Frankie Kazarian's still around. I think that people are hoping that they're going to sign some new folks. Like I think people are looking at like Tommaso Ciampa, but he's like 40 and got a bad neck, and other guys like that. So I just don't really see anybody on the horizon. I mean, Leon Slater is the guy, but he is on his way out. So
it's tough for TNA, I would think, just based on their position to be able to take a young talent who is clearly going to be a star and convince them to sign long term when there's both WWE and AEW out there. Because if it was like the situation in like the early teens or something where essentially it was just WWE, and they were very particular in who they were signing, you could have taken someone like Bryan Danielson at that point in time, or like they did with Samoa Joe even a little earlier, and signed them and be like, listen, we will push the hell out of you if you stay here for 3 or 5 years. And I just don't think that they can really fill that spot in the marketplace.
Yeah, and what they're not going to do is build their company around a talent who they think is probably going to leave.
Oh, you shouldn't.
So they're going to start targeting guys. That's why everybody's like, oh, all they have is like WWE and AEW retreads. I'm like, well, that's kind of who they need to have because WWE and AEW probably not going to take them.
Yeah.
So like they're like the whole company's built around Santana, right? You know, former TNA, former AEW guy that maybe doesn't fit WWE. Moose, Eddie Edwards, like Frankie Kazarian, like guys like that, right? So that's who they're building the company around. And it's because I think they just don't have any other choice. They are a casualty of the wrestling war.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I do wonder if they would benefit from, you know, possibly looking for guys like some of the higher Deadlock Pro card guys, or you know, even like Mad Dog Connolly, who I don't think is. I love them, these performers I'm talking about, but like I don't think they easily slot into instant stardom in either AEW or WWE at the moment. But I think if you were to like bring in Mad Dog, for example, and be like, listen, we're going to push you as a top guy for 3 years or 2 years even. And after that, you know, let the chips fall where they may. We'd love to keep you if you succeed. But if you want to go somewhere else, we get it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, not only should they look at Deadlock's roster, they should look at Deadlock's creative team. So, and their bookers. But I have been like, you know, I don't know much about Mad Dog Connolly, but LeBron Cozone, who I think just got a WWE tryout, I think is really good. You know, Manders they've had in before, and he looked impressive. Just problem with him, he thinks he's Stan Hansen, but he's 5'6", so that's tough, right? But it's still a really good talent, rather like a real good wrestler. You know, you got Violence is Forever, and you got all these teams, but they seem to just target folks that have been on TV for a while that can get that instant gratification, as opposed to bringing somebody without a name and then just kind of building them up from the bottom, and that way they can be your identifiable stars. At least on the men's side. On the women's side, they've done better. Yeah. They like Danny Luna, right? I mean, I know she had a little bit of experience
from Deadlock, amongst other places.
Yeah, but NXT UK, but like nobody's watching that show, right? Yeah. So, but you know, they have Mila Grace and Harley Hudson and Jada Stone and Mila Moore, and like so they're doing that on that side. They need to do that on the men's side. They need to bring in, you know, Kevin Blackwood, who I think just retired, but like Titus Alexander, like, you know, like guys like that.
Good shouts. Yeah. If you could convince Blackwood to come back with, like, you know, obviously it's not going to be huge money from TNA, but like a reasonable offer, you know, if that was enough to convince him to come back, I mean, I if I was in charge of TNA, I would do that in a second. But you know, that's kind of a different wrinkle on top of it. Talking about the older roster, 2 retirements I can think of right now, in addition to the quasi-retirement of Ash by Elegance. We had last year Sami Callihan hung up, and was it this January that
like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, like the former Fandango, who's JDC or whatever name he was using, retired as well. And I get Callahan because he was like that being a kind of a big deal, because he was like with TNA forever, and he was an upper card guy, and he always, for whatever you'll say about Sami Callihan, and I'll say it a little bit too, he wasn't exactly my favorite, but I think you can always say that he worked his ass off.
Yeah,
it was never an effort issue with him, with my shortcomings with him. So, but I had no problem with him making a big deal out of that retirement. But the JDC, like, oh, this could be the final match for JDC. Like, it's kind of like, is this really like a?
Like,
okay.
did we need all that? No, but you know what I'll say about JDC is that that was more for the roster.
Sure, that's fair.
They love him, right?
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Yeah, Callahan was the former world champion. I thought he deserved a bigger send off than he got. And he's retiring because he got hurt in their ring, right, and just never fully recovered. So, and now he has a backstage job. So, like, good for him. But JDC, I think that was more for the roster, and they were also making it seem so big because they wanted to make it big for whenever they brought in his replacement into the System faction, which happened to be Bear Bronson, because they're trying to make Bear Bronson into a guy. Which
actually, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
So, Bear Bronson's been on a hell of a run on the Indies, and he got a raw deal from AEW.
Yeah. Well, and they immediately had him win a battle royal. He got a world title shot right away. He looked great, actually. And then he was off TV for like a couple weeks because they're building this moment, right? So like, hey, we're forgetting about Bear Bronson. So, So JDC loses at Genesis, and then on last week's show, JDC is going to name his eventual replacement, and he goes Bear Bronson. Crowd silent, right? Because they're like, "Who's this guy?" So they're expecting a big name, but Bear Bronson comes out, and then immediately Eddie Edwards low blows JDC, and the system turns on JDC, and Bear Bronson attacks Moose, so they turn on JDC and Moose. So now you're setting up Moose and Bear Bronson, Moose versus Bear. That's kind of cool, but and now you got Bear Bronson as like the main like heavy for that group, and then Cedric Alexander came in and replaced Moose. So now Cedric Alexander is like a heel. So they did this whole thing, built it up. It was a really good angle. It was really well done. It was so well done. I was like, who booked this shit? Because this is not like typical good stuff from TNA. Because it was like well thought out and like and prepared. And then they actually were able to execute it pretty well with a new guy, with Bear, like building a guy that, you know, he was on AEW, but like most people wouldn't even know that because he wasn't on TV very much.
Oh, and his last gimmick was just the shits.
Yeah.
Okay, so transition into 2026. We have the debut on AMC, and it was universally despised.
Yes. Yeah.
Just a total failure, I think, on every level. They had 3 matches, if I recall correctly, and none of them were particularly good. And it was just this huge opportunity for them. They were live. They, debut on AMC, which is a major, like a basic cable network. Their biggest opportunity is to Spike, and just in an extremely TNA moment, they dropped the ball massively.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a real bad show, and I think a lot of people expected the week 2 rating to just bottom out. They lost 2,000 viewers, so
yeah, that's fascinating.
Yeah. So I'm like, I consider that a win, right? after that debut to kind of hold strong like that. So it kind of looks like this is what their level is going to be, which, top 100 show on their night, like kind of in line with what they were a top 5 show on the network the previous week. So I think they're going to do just fine if this is the level they can maintain. They don't get down too far. As far as can they, build up from there, like they would need to sign a signature star, right? And they're not making enough money from this deal to be able to do that. So a lot of people, I heard it was like a revenue share. I've also heard that they're getting like 200,000 an episode, which put them like a little over 10 million a year, which that's pretty good for TNA, which is what they were looking for. Yeah. So however it takes to get them to that, I think that's kind of what they're looking at. So if you bring in a Chris Jericho or an AJ Styles, it's going to take up a big chunk of that budget. So I don't know that they're going to be doing that. But that's what they would need to kind of raise that ceiling up a little bit higher. But I think we saw what that ceiling was, and it's 173. And I don't see them ever getting past that. If only it's probably going to be like around that and lower at times.
Yeah. So the second episode did seem to get better reviews. I don't know that anyone was you thought it was a great episode? Okay, cool.
I'll be honest, I really enjoyed it, and I like TNA style stuff, right? So they had a couple I thought really good matches with Moose and Cedric open it up, and then Jeff Hardy, Mustafa Ali I thought was great. Even with the interference, I thought it just worked. And then they had a couple good angles, and the show closing angle. I'm like, that's all I really need. I don't need like 4 or 5 5-star matches. Like, just give me a couple good matches and some good promos and a couple angles, and brother, I'm happy, right? So, and I thought they executed it pretty well. It was a good bounce back week. Now, was it like enough to get enough people talking to be like, okay, this is my promotion now? No, of course not. So, but it was good for me and other guys that watch every week.
Do you think that they will? Well, I guess I'll just ask more generally. How do you think 2026 is going to look for them?
It's probably going to be a roller coaster. They haven't really done enough to kind of plant their flag as being a place where wrestlers will come and make that company their priority, which is so it's always going to be a transition hub now. Unless they get a significant rights fee from this AMC deal, which that does not look like it's going to happen. Right. And I don't think they did enough on their debut to talk people into making TNA their priority as far as viewers go. So, but it's primed to be their most successful year in over a decade. So I think that's a win. So you can't, I think a lot of people like to compare TNA to AEW, and a lot of that is the fault of guys like Bischoff and Raj Giri and the number 2 talk. And I think even doing that is really unfair to TNA because they just have a significantly smaller budget than AEW. So even comparing them is, I think, ridiculous at this point. But if you compare them this year to where they were last year, I think that's a win, right?
And if you compare them like 5 years ago, like it's tremendous,
5 years ago, I watched Josh Matthews stream an entire
I wanted to bring this up
special on his cell phone. So
and then like cut it off early because he needed to charge it or something. Just a completely different world. And I hate the culture war aspect of this because like just the whole like AEW versus WWE thing, like TNA should be able to exist as like a nice little third, tier or second tier company relative to those two, and just like be able to fill this niche. And instead, it's a lot of people are trying to turn it into like a land war when that doesn't even benefit TNA at all.
No, it's just become kind of a part of the proxy war between the two feuding companies, and it's quite silly and ridiculous. But I mean, it's just the way that it is. Like if you just unplug and stay offline, you don't really get to witness any of that. So
this is true. Do you think anyone's going to be poised for a big move up the card this year in the company?
Ollie, that would be the guy. And if Macklin stays, Steve, I would say Steve Macklin for sure.
He had a good run in 2024 and kind of moved down a little bit in 2025. Like it's not like they jobbed him out or anything, but it was just kind of de-emphasized, I guess, relative to other people.
Yeah. Well, and he lost his main supporter in Scott Demore. So that's tough. So, but we'll see what it looks like from this year.
Yeah. And they also did move away from his best kind of match, which was just like bloodbaths, which I mean, look, I think they rock, but
the same.
But, TNA in their current format and relationship and everything isn't going to be doing many, if any, of those. So,
yeah, they're doing blood more often than WWE, but it was more like Carlos Silva is a tennis guy and wants tennis style sponsors. So, so the blood and the guts kind of like just like pushes them away a little bit. So they just kind of stamped it a little. But they did just do blood, and Dani Luna just had a really good dog collar match, and she was bleeding like a stuck pig on TV.
Okay.
So they just did it was Dani Luna and of all people, Indy Hartwell.
Oh, interesting.
And it turned out to be a pretty good match because Dani Luna is like a magician. So, but so they're still doing some of that stuff, but just not as much as they used to.
Right. Any other people that you think are on the come up this year?
I could see Hotch and Skyler, maybe getting title shots at some point this year. But I think the Hardys are probably going to be firmly planted atop that division. I don't see them being, but Bear Bronson would probably be my guy. Like if I say like who's going to be the most improved wrestler, whose stock's going to improve the most from January to December, it's going to be Bear for sure. They happen to see a lot in that guy, and he's got an advocate in Brian Myers, who was his trainer, who was like part of the production team and all that stuff. Yeah, Creative Pro. And so he's in the top heel faction. In fact, I could see like by the end of the year, Bear turning babyface to fight Eddie Edwards and kind of doing something like that for sure.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So do you think this is a good time to hop into TNA?
It's never not interesting with this company. The shows, like, so if you're
good way to put it.
Yeah. If you're an AEW fan, I know a lot of folks that listen to you like to watch AEW, and you're coming into TNA and you're setting your expectation up at AEW level to where we're going to have all these great matches, right? And we have all these talented people, like AEW's got a roster 200 deep, and they're just filled with some of the greatest wrestlers in the world. You can't come into TNA with that expectation. You're not going to get 3 or 4, like 4 to 5 star matches every week. They just don't have the roster to do that, right? You're going to get 3 to 4 matches. 1 or 2 might be pretty good, and the other ones are going to be just done for angle purposes. So it's like going into TNA with AEW expectations is like going to watch Schindler's List and expecting a comedy, right? Like that's just there's 2 completely different genres. Same, like they're both movies, but totally different genres. So, but if you come into TNA and it's like, you want to check your brain at the door, eat some popcorn, and enjoy a couple of hours and maybe laugh a little bit at some of the absurdity of it all, and then kind of follow some of the drama and the chaos that surrounds the company. I think it would be an enjoyable time, but you can't come into it like trying to make it something that it's not going to be. And that's the biggest issue with like folks coming into TNA. They want it to be this, but it just isn't that, and it's never going to be that. So, but I happen to enjoy it for the most part, and even when it's bad, it gives me stuff to talk about on my podcast, so I can kind of rant and rave, and that becomes fun.
The content, gotta consider the content. I will say that although I do find it kind of frustrating at times, just from as a parachuter, there is talent there, and when Leon Slater leaves, it's going to be a big hit. But there's still plenty of talent there that should, hopefully, with halfway decent creative, that's a little bit of a finger cross, should be able to show out some this year and put together some good moments.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And then hopefully we do get that. Hopefully they are able to dig deep and find some new stars, and everything works out. But you just try to be realistic.
Yeah. Anything else you want to add?
No, man, I think I'm good here. Actually, I'm kind of up against it. So
okay, well, there we go. Good time to go out then.
Yeah.
Mike, thanks again for joining us. Mike and JD show, properly ordered that time. Everyone check it out. And the other show, Beyond the Impact. Praise for Impact. Sorry. Yeah. I'm really good at show names. I'm fantastic. The best host, best plugger. Mike, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate your time.
Thanks, Fred. Take care.
All right, you too. Joining us is off to a hot start. We'll actually reboot this one, or I'll forget, and this will all just be left in because I am the best podcaster. Joining us now is Gerard DiTrolio. Gerard, let's get your plugs in, and we'll get into All Japan, Noah, and DDT.
Hey, Fred. Thanks for having me back. Plugs. I'm a co-host with Paul Volsch of the Emerald Flow Show, and you can check us out on the Voices of Wrestling Network. And we're going about, I want to say almost 4 years now, and we're coming up on our 100th episode because we roughly do it every other week, or sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. And so you want to turn into our 100th episode, which will be sometime in February, because that's when Paul will return from his trip to Japan. So we'll have a lot to talk about on that episode.
Nice.
Yeah.
Should be a fun one. I am having, after 3 botches, I am now having everyone just announce their own podcast, so I can stop doing that. Because once again, the best of this, only the finest podcaster here. So let's get right into it, because we got 3 promotions we're going to try to get through, and I'm not sure if you have a hard out or not, but because again, why would I do any kind of pre-production? Noah, we're going to talk about Noah first, because that is the biggest and most important of these companies. 2025 for them, I think, could probably really be summed up as the rise of Ozawa, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a huge sort of lightning bolt to the promotion in 2025. I mean, the shocking win over Kaito Kiyomiya to win the GHC title right on the January 1st show. It's funny because when Rich Craich was doing his prediction shows, I had predicted last January that the Ozawa gimmick would become too long in the tooth with Team 2000X, and they would rely too much on interference. And lo and behold, I'm taking a big victory lap on that, because it is very correct. And they have completely overdone it, and it's become too cliche, and the crowd doesn't even really get that hot until they are waiting for the interference and everything like that. So that turned out just how I expected it would be. But at the same time, they made a star, and I think he's a great wrestler, a great performer, even if I really hate the interference aspect of it. I also really, really hate House of Torture before anyone else asks. So there was that thing. And yes, did he bump business? He did. Although I think some people think that he bumped business more than he did. What Noah did this year, which I think was pretty smart, is that they ran more Korakuen Hall shows and less buildings bigger than Korakuen, which allowed them to do a lot more Korakuen sellouts, especially for Ozawa title defenses. So yes, business is up, but not as much as you might think, just because most of their the GHC title defenses were in Korakuen Hall in 2025. And obviously the second biggest story in Noah was going to be the return of Kenta. And boy, did he shock everyone. And I'm going to vote for him as most improved I'm an observer.
I can't fault that. I mean,
observer ballot.
I only caught a couple Kenta matches this year because Noah just fell by the wayside for me, just with time and everything. But I mean, what I did see, it was like, I have this theory about Tokyo Joshi Pro wrestlers where they fly across the ocean and somehow their talent falls out. Mainly with Miyu Yamashita and Maki Ito. And like, it's kind of like that with Kenta, where whenever he was out of Noah, it just didn't hit. And it's very interesting to see like him immediately return. And after that long New Japan run of just like, being a shadow of himself, obviously he's not like, 25-year-old Kenta or whatever, but like immediately getting the vibes back more or less is very wild.
Yeah. I mean, he did very well for himself, and I think that his title win was great. That match against Keno was awesome, and they kept the title on him just for a couple months with a couple defenses, which I think was the right amount. Just was Noah's 25th anniversary last year, and which was interesting because, like, yes, they had some shows that they said, "Oh, this is the 25th anniversary show," or "This is a 25th anniversary match," but they didn't lean into that anniversary as much as I thought they would. I don't know why, because maybe that'll bring back too many memories of Misawa or whatever, however you want to think about it. So there was that. The reign for Kenta, I thought, was mostly good, except for the Naomichi Marufuji match that he defended in Korakuen Hall, because Marufuji is just completely washed. And there was tons of botches from Marufuji. I mean, Kenta tried hard. I thought the match structure was good, but Marufuji's just too washed to do a nearly 30-minute match like that. So that was the one like black mark on that reign, but otherwise it was solid. And honestly, when it comes to someone like Yoshiki Inamura, who also became a first-time champion this year, I have also sort of mixed feelings about that, because I have always loved Inamura and have been frustrated with how long they took to put him at the top of the card. I actually think that his matches since returning are great, but some people really, really hate that gimmick that he's doing of Smack Daddy, Mr. Smack Daddy. And I get it. It just doesn't bother me as much because in the ring he still kicks a lot of ass. But yes, I can understand why it bothers some people. But at the same time, I think it's another successful elevation for Noah, because I mean, they had to beat Kenta for the title, and then of course, they had him retained against Ozawa on January 1st on the biggest show of the year at the Budokan. So I mean, they're obviously very confident in him. So, and there's they debut a number of rookies. They signed a couple of indie guys like Harutoki and Jun Masaoka. So they are in the right spot going into 2026. It's just that I think 2026 has been a little underwhelming so far because of the booking, and the January 1st show was not well received. It was not a good show. And then, yeah, so I mean, to me, that's sort of like how I feel about it. And then the match against Kitamiya was, again, another, it had its moments, but it was completely bogged down by more interference. And it looks like they're just going to have a run through all of Team 2000X because Takashi Sugiura is the next challenger. So I have very mixed feelings about Noah. In some ways, they're doing what they should have done a long time ago, but the booking is just awful, I think. So it's really strange to because you think you have a youth movement, you've elevated a couple guys to the top title, you've debuted a bunch of rookies, signed some indie talent on the undercard. You'd think you'd be in a better position, and you sort of are, but the booking is just so awful. I cannot I can't just embrace it like that. So that's, to me, the biggest problems. And I joked the prediction I made on Rich's prediction show for 2026 is that Noah will have worst promotion of the year wrapped up by February.
Oh God.
Which might be a little harsh, but I wrote that just a couple of days after January 1st, which left me a real bad taste in my mouth. Things are a little better, but that top of the card is still a little troubling, especially if they're just having Inamura run through all the Team 2000X guys. So to me, that's where Noah is right now. It's a very frustrating company to watch.
Yeah, and it is at least interesting that with Inamura and Ozawa that you do get this is a promotion that like in 2023, 2024 was just terribly old on top, like tremendously, because it was the Keiji Muto retirement thing. And then you have like Marufuji still on top and, so on and so forth. Kaito Kiyomiya obviously was there, but like at that point, he'd been several years into his run on top and also was being booked terribly. And so it is somewhat promising, at least, that they are going with something of a youth movement up on top. But like you said, that the creative aspects of it are really up and down with this company, and I think more down maybe than up.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like let it play out, cliche, but it's true because they have they really do. If you sort of, like you said, they got really old on top just a couple of years ago. If you really sort of dig down, you're like, well, there's a lot of strong fundamentals here. It's just the booking is atrocious.
Yeah. So one thing that I think is very interesting with this company is their secondary championship, at least in the heavyweight division, with the national championship, has essentially turned into the Luchaverse for them, with Galeno Del Mal, then Dragon Bane, and then Alpha Wolf. Now, am I mistaken that Galeno is gone from Noah, or
no? He's back for a tour.
Okay,
it seems like he's probably imminent entry into WWE AAA.
Gotcha. Okay. So how is that scene working? And is this like, because, this is kind of the third of three luchadors I can think of on their roster. Apologies if I'm missing someone. Is this kind of like a thing that'll end in the next couple months, or is it just going to like kind of be a parallel scene to the rest of the roster?
Well, that's an interesting question because it might, but the thing is this lucha thing was maybe not as exciting as you might think because Galeno had it and his matches are fun, although he's still learning, no question about that.
Yeah, they're all young, I think, especially Galeno.
Yeah. Wolf and Bane are definitely more polished, but the thing is, like, Dragon Bane won it, and then he lost on his first defense to his brother Alpha Wolf. And the thing is that going into on January 1st at Budokan, and everyone was hyped about that. They're like, "Oh, Alpha Wolf versus Dragon Bane in Budokan," but then they sort of turned out to be a bit of a wet fart because they had Alpha Wolf turn on him in interference, and then Alpha Wolf joined Team 2000X, right?
You're right.
And so going from there, now Alpha Wolf just defended against Daga, and I actually haven't had a chance to see that match. I'm actually going to watch it in the next day or so. So I don't know how that turned out, but the question is, how does this all turn out? Who's to say? Because again, Alpha Wolf's getting bogged down by the booking.
How many members are in Team 2000X at this point? Because it feels like it's literally half the roster.
Well, it's funny you sort of should mention that because some people have gone through it. So I have it right in front of me. Shall we go through the members?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay. We have Yoshitatsu, who's the manager. We have Ozawa. And let's not forget, Omos is and was a member of Team 2000X. You've got Owada-san, who's on excursion, but he is still technically a member. Tadasuke, Takashi Sugera, Masa Kitamiya, Null, who was another foreigner that came in for a couple tours last year. Jun Masaoka, Kai Fujimura. Again, they did another turn where he turned on his brother Alejandro, so you can see a trend in some booking. Alpha Wolf, and then of course you former members include Tetsuya Endo, Jack Morris, and Daga. So that's quite a sizable. That's some real NWO black and white vibes there.
Yeah, it is. Like they've speed run the get to like 99 part of the NWO roster. I didn't think I'd really see a heel unit like go faster than the WCW one, but yet here we are. Another really interesting thing with Noah this year is the addition ? Because I'm not entirely sure how long-term thing this is, but the addition of Bushi and Tetsuya Naito, as I butcher his first name, God bless it. I am the best at pronunciation. But them coming into the company on that Budokan show and winning the tag titles, very interesting. Is there any word as far as like what's the long-term look of that?
No. To me, it's like a paycheck, and of course, they put the tag titles on them right away, and then they have the mystery person that's coming in, who I don't know. People think it could be Sonata. Some people even think it could be Hiromu. Although, we're recording this on January 27th, and Hiromu's contract may or may not expire on the 31st. So we don't know. But I don't know. I feel like they would have announced if Hiromu was leaving by now, like they have with Evil and everything like that. So
yeah,
lots of people think it's Sonata, although there's conflicting things with that because he's got injuries, might need neck fusion surgery. So I don't know who the mystery guy is for sure, but again, it's like we have a bet, a bit of Noah falling back on there, relying on the old guys things, because on that match on January 1st, Naito just looked horrendous. The time off did not help him. I thought he said something about getting like stem cell treatment or something in his knees. That definitely didn't happen and everything like that. So they're going to milk that until they can't anymore. But he's still very over, but it could get it ugly.
Yeah, that's the thing with Naito in 2026 is he's just really broken down, and the fact that moving away from the New Japan schedule didn't help him out is pretty concerning, I think. Like, I had some hope that, maybe some months off and like just a couple appearances here and there in Europe and whatever would really, help him recover, but it sure doesn't seem to be the case. And that's rough, for the long term with him. So one other thing that I have heard some good things about is the junior heavyweight division for Noah, which is a bit of a change because I've, recently, again, I caught some, but not very much in 2025. Generally speaking, my impression is that the last few years of the juniors has not been a shining star for the company, but I'm hearing more positive things about it, and apparently Hiromu and Amakusa's Budokan match really carried that show. Is that an accurate summary of the junior scene, or is it just kind of like a little bit of a Hiromu gave it a boost and then,
So yes, Hiromu gave it a huge boost. Hiromu had some great matches, looked very motivated, which is why people think that he wants to leave New Japan, given his the very stark difference in his effort level. So he came in and helped, but I have to give it to two other guys that have really helped this junior division. Yohei really stepped up. He had his first title run in 2025 as the junior champion, which always blows people's minds because they would assume he would have won the junior title by now. No, he's like 6 or 7 time GHC junior tag champ, I think, but had never won the junior title until recently, and he's really stepped up his game, and he was a great champion. And another thing that's really helped is the emergence of Daiki Odashima, who I will be voting for in the Observer Awards for Rookie of the Year. I mean, this guy gets it. He knows how to play the fiery underdog. He can fly high. He can do technical moves, and he can suplex because he's trained by Tamon Honda, who was a wrestler in All Japan in Noah back in the 90s and 2000s, who had he was an amateur wrestler that was in the Olympics. So you could see some of that shine off on Odashima, but Odashima is very small, even by junior standards. But, he has a lot of heart. He immediately got over with the crowd with fire. He had this fun little mini feud with Kazuyuki Fujita. That was awesome. Like, just Fujita just roughing him up, and then Odashima not giving up and everything. So that was awesome. So that man is the future of the junior division, like I said, along with some of the other rookies they debuted. This is what, to me, is like keeping my interest in Noah. And to me, Odashima and Asuka are like the best part of Noah right now, no question.
Anything else from 2025 you want to touch on for Noah?
Yeah, I'll just say this in a somewhat smarky way.
Sure.
I'm sorry, everybody, but WWE did not ruin Noah. All of Noah's problems are self-inflicted.
Yeah, it's amazing to me that to hear that kind of talk, because like the WWE influence on Noah has been pretty minimal, and the knock on wood that'll continue, but like just for the Japan scene in general. But like I just like they said over almost for like a week, and then we're like, oh, we're taking him back to do nothing with him. And then I guess Hank and Tank had like a cup of coffee, and of course the Inamura and NXT bit. But like, I just don't see the.
I would like to add that Charlie Dempsey had a couple of
yeah,
and he was quite good.
Charlie Dempsey, who is more of a not NXT person than an NXT person, seemingly, given how he's used. But that's a sliding door situation of if he just did not, get put into WWE by his dad. But anyways, it's just like really minimal impact, I feel like.
Yeah, because when this alliance or agreement or relationship was announced, people got really paranoid and thought that this is like the first step of them buying it, or that they were going to do NXT Japan was incoming. But Paul and I both said at the time, like, everyone's overreacting.
Yeah,
this is not going to be as destructive or horrible as people think. You're going to get some young guys come in and get some experience, and lo and behold, has a bit of problem at all.
And like I said, fortunately, that continues. 2026. What's the outlook for the company heading forward?
Like I said, mixed. I don't know. It depends. They're going to lean into the young talent that they have. That's great. Or are they going to saddle them with stupid booking decisions like they kind of are with Inamura? Or are they going to even lean on Naito even more? And is Naito going to win I don't think Naito's going to win the title. I think even they know that that's a crazy idea at this point. Muto maybe was a little different because Muto clearly has a bigger ego than Naito, but also, no one needed much more of a jolt, I think, back then. So I don't think they're crazy enough to put it on Naito, but I wouldn't rule it out. And also B, even if they don't put the title on him, they may come to do something stupid where they just rely on him too much in some performances that he can't sustain.
Yeah. I think having him in the tag team makes sense, but I mean, the downside of that is his working post would be Bushi, and like, we know what Bushi is, and he's not horrible, but he ain't exactly, dropping high 4-star, high notebook level matches on the regular either.
Yeah.
How do you think the second year of Ozawa, and I guess the first real year of like post NXT and Inamura will go? Because I think that's the most intriguing part of it, Noah, right now.
Well, to me, it's going to depend on, is Inamura going to outgrow this gimmick, Mr. Smack Daddy? He probably should. Again, like, it just doesn't bother me as much as it does others because I enjoy Inamura in ring, and I generally think he delivers. I think some people's analysis of his matches are somewhat clouded by how much they hate the gimmick, if I'm being completely honest. So I am generally mostly bullish on Inamura, although I don't like the fact that they're just going to have him run through all the Team 2000X guys. It seems like Ozawa, look, they're clearly going to do this thing where he's sort of in a slump, and then I think that's going to lead to him leaving Team 2000X. And without that sort of dangling over him, I think that opens up him to become a true babyface and a big star. So that potential is there.
Any other thoughts on the 2026 for Noah?
Yeah, I would say pay attention to the junior heavyweight division with Daiki Yoshima and Asuka, and then keep your eyes out for all of the they debut 3 rookies in December, and all of them look really great, and so I'm very excited to see them develop. And it'll be also interesting because we didn't really talk about it much, but what they find to do with Kaito Kiyomiya, because he really feels like he's taking a back seat now.
Yeah, the fact that we went this long without talking about him when he's just really a prodigy. Granted, he's aging up as a prodigy.
Well, he just celebrated his 10th anniversary.
Yeah.
And, he had this incredible Iron Man match against Keno that I put in my top 10 matches of the year for the voiceofwrestling.com poll. I thought it was incredible. But that was the highlight of his year, right? He's just sort of been doing this thing in his unit All Rebellion. I mean, he challenged Nomura, didn't win, so it just seems like he's taking a back seat to everything right now.
I think I said this a year ago, and he's still on the right side of 30 for a few more months. He needs a scenery change, and like obviously New Japan would be great, although there's always the question of how would he be booked there.
I don't think he'll be booked well.
Yeah, given how he was treated in that little Okada mini feud, I'm not exactly optimistic. But like, if he were just to make more appearances, he had some nice stuff in Dragon Gate for a little bit, and I know that like, you know, if he could appear there, and I know that like money's going to be a big concern there because I'm sure Noah pays better. But you know, there's somebody said for just like invigorating yourself, because I worry he's just going to keep sliding further down the card. Despite,
I mean, he could go to NXT. A rumor.
Yeah, I guess that would be. I think I'd have to say that's smart for him, unfortunately, because I would, you know, obviously I think he'd go to NXT and like just be in mid card hell, but I guess he'd make more money in that mid card hell. Yeah. So, we're gonna lose out on like this is like a potential Hall of Fame level career. I feel like we're just gonna lose because of malpractice. Always fun, great, good stuff.
Well, look, he's still young enough to make something of it. Like, look at, I feel like if you actually go back, maybe it was a bigger deal, but like, you know, Jun Akiyama and Go Shiozaki sort of underperformed at times relative to what was expected of them. And they still, I don't think Go's going to make the Hall of Fame, although I would think about it. But Akiyama did, and he eventually had a Hall of Fame career. So I can't rule it out for Kaito but you know, he hopefully sooner rather than later things pick up for him.
Fingers crossed. So unless you want to say anything else about Noah, I think we'll move on to let's do DDT first, which I would be you completely leading me because I watched 0 minutes of DDT this past year. It's always promotion I have a hard time finding a hook into. So how did their 2025 go?
Good. I think it was a much better comeback year. Look, I'll say this about DDT. If there's a DDT show on, like on a Saturday or a Friday night at a reasonable hour, I will just put the show on the background and then like not really start paying attention to like the second half of the card.
Okay.
I'm not really into the DDT undercard comedy stuff.
As a parachuter, like I just have a hard time. Like it just doesn't seem like there's much talk about like, you know, what is going on in the promotion in the most part in the English sphere. So I don't know. Maybe
but it does have its very, very dedicated fans.
Yeah.
That.
So anyways, go ahead, please continue.
So but there are like I said, they had a better 2025 than they had in some of the past years, and their strengths. Like Yuki Ueno continues to be one of the best wrestlers on the planet, I think, and he's champion again. So that's a solid. They also put the title back on, although I thought it was way too brief, to Kazusada Higuchi for a couple months. He had some awesome matches, and then also a great King of DDT tournament and a great defense against Jun Akiyama in August. And then he lost the title the next day to Yuki Ueno in another pretty good match. You also have the rise of Kanon, who is a Taka Michinoku trainee. He was in JTO for a while. He came in, was in Damnation TA for a bit with Daisuke Sasaki. They turned him face, and he's really bulked up, and he's in a great tag team called Strange Love Connection with Mao, and they're a really fun team. He had an awesome King of DDT final against Higuchi, where they just, like, it was like a house battle that you don't see a lot in Puro these days. So that automatically got very high marks for me, and I think I put it in my top 10 matches of the year. So that is there, and then Chris Brooks was also champion for part of the year, and he continues to be a solid hand that sort of is this, in some ways, the heart and soul of the company, right? He carries things in all sorts of angles. He had a good feud with Zack Sabre Jr. that produced some good matches, although it also saw Zack Sabre Jr. lean into a lot of comedy, which your mileage may vary on that. But the crowd was into it, obviously. And also, you've got Kaisei Takechi, who is the, Tribe Nation or something. He's a pop star.
Right.
And
Yeah.
he looks like $1 million. He's in a boy group or something. He looks like $1 million. Great body, and he could wrestle, or at least they put him in tag matches, and he could do all the moves, and is very good and could sell. Right? I mean, can he do the in between stuff that experienced wrestler? No, probably not. But doesn't matter because stick him in a tag and. No, DDT always does good numbers with him, and that's why they brought him to Wrestle Kingdom this year too, right?
Right.
In that 6-man Rambo and everything like that. So I have no doubt that they're going to continue to push him. I'm sure, and I guess the next they've got some guys in the mid card that have some sort of promise, like Toy. He's okay, although I think he needs a little more charisma. He's the Extreme Champion right now. They have also Hideki Okatani, who in some way he used to have the team with Yukio Sakaguchi until Sakaguchi retired. He's a very solid worker. He turned heel last year and joined up with Damnation TA. And the heel turn helped him because he's showing a lot more personality to go along with his great wrestling. So he's someone to watch out for. And then they have Takeshi Masada, who they're clearly trying to make into the Takeshita Konosuke Takeshita 2.0. He recently challenged Ueno for the KOD title, and it was a really strong match. Not like match of the year or anything, but I'd go like 4.25 stars. So that's why I sort of think that he is on the come up and everything like that. And it would not shock me if he wins a big tournament or something later this year, or even the title later this year. And also another big thing that I'll give Ueno credit for is that he got a pretty good match out of Minoru Suzuki in 2025. Now, mind you, 34 minutes. He went 34. It went 34 minutes, which was too long. It was the main event of Ultimate Party at Sumo Hall, but I still would go flirt with 4 stars for that match. It was an incredible performance from Ueno with what he got out of Suzuki there.
Oh, cool.
So to me, that's DDT, because I really mostly pay attention to like either the young guys upcoming and the or the main events. Not like I don't ask me what Super Sasadongo Machine is up to, because I really don't know. But also I got to say that in sort of a reverse of what happened last year, Junta Miyawaki, who was someone that I thought that Noah could have done something with in the junior division, but they always sort of ended up dropping him out after moments where I thought they were going to push him. He is transferred. Well, he's still technically listed as a Noah wrestler, but he's now wrestling in DDT at full time in 2026. And it would not shock me if eventually, Endo becomes officially Noah and Miyawaki becomes officially DDT. I think Miyawaki could fit into DDT in a lot of ways that maybe wouldn't work for Noah. He did this gimmick where he's like, lighthearted, sort of like play to the kids in the crowd. He dresses in bright colors, smiles, and that kind of thing. So there's a place for him in DDT if they want to push him, and maybe it'll just work out better for both guys, both Endo and Miyawaki, in the end for that.
Okay, cool. Anything else that stuck out for 2025?
In DDT, no, just a much better year in terms of putting direction, elevating young guys, because I thought DDT was getting a little weak in that there. Although some of it was unfortunately, they got the guys that go out injured a lot, it seems. Like, because Higuchi got injured again and everything like that. He's out right now. But, just doing what you have to do as rebuilding, because, Takeshita left, Endo left, but they've done a great job getting the next generation ready.
I can't believe you would say Takeshita left when he has 3 contracts, but
wow. Takeshita makes like 2 or 3 appearances a year.
Yeah, that was a joke. It was a joke. Obviously not close to full time for DDT. So 2026 for DDT, do you think it's going to be an even better year for him, or how do you think the path's going to go for them?
I think the path will be pretty good. I'm mostly bullish on, like, at least at the top of the card, things will be better. Ueno is at the top of the card. I haven't been in love with some of the booking ideas, but if Higuchi can come back soon, I will. I think it'll be fine, and if they are good and continue to like build up the young guys.
Okay, cool. Anyone that you think is most likely to break out in 2026 for DDT?
I would just say it'll be continuing to be the elevation of Takeshi Masada, and also watch out for Cannon.
Cool. So we'll finish up with All Japan, and I follow this promotion a little bit this past year, but honestly, again, as a parachuter, it seemed like that they have continued to move into more of a comedy direction with their cards, and I think that's really is that a fair way to summarize?
It was a fair way to summarize it, but I think the pendulum might be swinging back in the other direction now for some reasons we'll get into.
Okay, well, go ahead. Let's get into them.
So like you said, the two biggest things, issues with All Japan in 2026 or 2025, I'm sorry, was, like you said, the comedy, a lot more comedy, even like not in the main events per se, but like it moved higher up the card than it used to. And people like, Yuma Aoyagi just doing so much comedy in his matches. So, which also prompted Suwama to make a comment to the press. And now Suwama only is like an occasional wrestler in All Japan now because he's got his Evolution promotion. But he actually is, and I think some people think he fully left. He did not. He is still on their board of directors, and he is still a member of the All Japan roster. He just will wrestle for them like maybe once or twice a month. I mean, he just won the 6-man titles a couple of days ago. So he's still in the company, just on a very reduced schedule.
Gotcha.
While he mostly focuses on his Evolution Joshi promotion. But from there, which is funny because Suwama's been guilty of doing goofy stuff himself. But I mean, you could say that it went to a whole new level with a lot of the Yuma Aoyagi stuff, and that's absolutely true. And the other big thing was, look, on December 31st, 2024, the main event, and I can't believe they main evented with this at their biggest show of the year at Yoyogi National Gym number 2, is Jun Saito defeated Davey Boy Smith Jr. for the Triple Crown. And look, I will have to say this. Look, you should run with it. The Saito brothers are like, they're turning 40 in December of this year, right? They started late. You got to
very late.
You got to hit with the while it's hot, with the iron's hot, and they don't break down and everything like that. So I get it. I get it going with him for Triple Crown champion. Problem was that they gave him, he was champion until September 23rd. So he had a 266-day run with the Triple Crown, and that was too long. Like he made like 7 defenses. Too many. Way too many. That's like one of the most successful Triple Crown reigns of all time. And the thing is, like, okay, so his match against Davey Boy Smith was not good. His match against Anzai, decent enough. And then I just felt like he had a string of underwhelming matches. And then I thought, actually, shockingly enough, once you start to getting to his last couple against like Hideki Suzuki, Ryuki Honda, and his second, he defended against Yuma Aoyagi twice. I thought he was actually getting better. And I've enjoyed his singles work since losing the Triple Crown. So he's obviously like developing as a singles wrestler, but it just was just too long in the tooth. And between that and the comedy, it just felt like the company was stagnant. It's really stagnant.
I feel like All Japan, with their current roster size, it's really hard to have a long title reign, just given you have like 6 or so valid main eventer, maybe a couple more, but valid main eventers on your roster. And like, you can bring in like Go Shiozaki the one time and stuff like that. But I just think it's, really tough with a roster that thin to have someone have that many title defenses. And then, like, okay, well, we're going back through the list,
Yeah. Cause he lost it to Kento Miyahara, but that was also Miyahara's second challenge of Jun Saito during that time, right? So he had 2 guys challenge him twice, and everything like that, right? So just sort of like how that goes with the thing, and then of course Rei Saito got injured, which obviously and he's returning on February 23rd at their Oda Ward Gymnasium show. He's had a shoulder injury. This is his second shoulder injury, so that's obviously something that's going to nag him, I think. So that obviously put a kibosh on what some of the things they were going to do. But once Kento got the Triple Crown back, I think the company definitely greatly improved overall. Even if other things were weird, like because obviously like they did this weird thing where they like created the Havoc unit and they brought in Zion and then Odyssey.
Yeah.
Now, also, Zion is very, very over. He's got himself over. Also because he was so close to Taishin Nagao, who passed away this year, which was also, I forgot to bring up, which I can't believe that, but that also put a dark pale over the promotion because, he was injured in that accident with the bus, and then they basically said very little until he passed away and everything like that. So that obviously left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. At least among the international fan base, because I cannot find any evidence that it hurt their business at all. Because at the same time, shortly after he passed away, Miyahara became Triple Crown champion again, and I think their business actually improved, right? So this is sort of hard to sort of see what kind of long-term damage. I mean, it's incredibly tragic, and this guy had so much potential and everything like that. And what the company did is we don't know. Well, it seems mostly like it was really just legitimately a freak accident, but the way that the company handled it so hush-hush didn't win it any fans. The management any fans with the way that was handled and everything like that, and truly a huge tragedy. And Zion was very close with Nagao, and I think the fans saw that because he would post pictures of them on social media before the accident happened together, just doing things. So that should have turned Zion into like one of those over guys in the company, strangely enough. And like, has he improved? Yes. Can I say he's a good? Certainly not great. Can I say he's even good? Yeah, not really. He definitely feels more comfortable. He's coming along. I think he is not maybe as much as a lost cause as people would have thought he was when he first came into the company and everything like that. Now, obviously, bringing in someone like Odyssey with all of the accusations hovering around him is going to leave a bad taste in the mouth. Again, that's mostly the international fan base because I'm not sure how many people in Japan even know who he was and everything like that. And they gave them a decent little run with the tag team titles where they kept them defeated for several months until they lost in the finals of the Real World Tag League to the team of Ren Ayabe and Talos. And then at the beginning of January, they lost to Ren Ayabe and Talos again and lost the tag titles to them. And Ren Ayabe and Talos are now the tag team champions. The Titans of Calamity, as they're called. It's worth talking about them because this is a very fun team, even if they're not like the greatest workers or anything. But Talos is such a great performer, just in terms of he knows how to play the role of a giant. He knows how to work the crowd. He's also taking the time to learn Japanese and cuts some of his promos partially in Japanese, which has really endeared him to the crowd. And he takes big bumps for a 7-foot tall guy. He just takes a few every match, but it's enough to be like, wow, it's a big bump for someone of his size. Yeah. And then I think that this team is look, Ren Abe is still pretty dull, but he has become less dull by teaming with Talos. I'll give him that. So I expect them to have a decent run with these tag titles. But again, I'm sure that the Saitos will get them back in a few months.
Yeah, that seems inevitable with the Saitos, which, I mean, look, it makes sense. Now, are they – I know that at the end of 2024 that they were doing huge numbers in merchandise and relatively huge numbers in drawing and stuff. Is that still the case with them, or has that kind of fallen off a little bit?
Well, it's fallen off because Ray got injured.
Right.
And it just feels like some of it stalled because – or lost momentum just because of Ray or June's run that was too long and just underwhelming for the most part. And by the time it started to improve, it was just time to take the title off of him anyway.
Yeah. All right. So anyone poised for a breakout of this promotion in 2026?
Yeah. I think 2026 has been pretty good. And I say that both from a booking standpoint and maybe less so match quality, although, the weird thing is they have their big show of the year on the 31st, and they had a match of the year candidate between Anzai and Miyahara on that show. So it's so weird. Like, does that count as 2026 or 2025? Obviously, for voting purposes of awards, it counts as 2025, but it set the tone for 2026. So I think what you've done is you've got things going. Go Shiozaki has signed a contract, and that's a big help. Yuma Aoyagi got suspended for like 3 months because he got caught driving with an expired license in a very stupid move. But I'm going to say something really weird, is that I don't feel like he's missed that much at all.
Yeah, because of the comedy turn, right?
Yeah. Like, because I'm like, not that long ago I said, oh, this company would be like, obviously this company would be messed up if Miyahara left, but I was like, not that long ago I would have said, oh, if the Aoyagi brothers left, this company would be in trouble. I feel less about that these days, especially with Yuma Aoyagi. Now, I don't think he should leave or anything, and it would still be a blow.
Right.
But he just doesn't feel as essential as he once did. So maybe he'll come back and be a bit of a reboot for him, and I think the time off might be good for him. I think that Go Shiozaki's presence in the company is pushing them more just back in a good, solid meat and potatoes direction instead of the comedy stuff, I think.
Now, was there like an injury reason Aoyagi picked up the comedy like he did, or was it just like he just did? Because
he always had a goofy side, but he just really ramped it up.
Weird, because like I get it with someone like Suwama, because he's in his 40s if I'm not mistaken, and
Suwama's turning 50 this year. Yeah,
there you go. And sure, if you're getting old, do the easier stuff. I mean, look at Giant Baba, etc. But Aoyagi is still in his 20s, or has he finally hit 30? I think he's still
he hit 30 last year.
Okay. All right. Because I remember voting for him in a recent 30 under 30.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that he's not hurt or whatever, but this is like an old man's move typically, and it's very unusual. So,
yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's no one really knows who makes final calls and everything like that, but it was assumed that because at one point, Suwama stepped back. So him and Kenta were basically 1 and 2 in terms of seniority in the company. And so people assume that he had input on the direction of the company, and it certainly felt like that. But obviously now that he got busted, he had to do the press conference where he apologizes, and he's suspended for 3 months with pay, docked 50% type thing. So maybe he's in a bit of a doghouse, and so he I'm sure that Go, given he left Noah, probably some personal disagreement and personal conflict, but also clearly did not like the direction of the way the company was going in a lot of ways, because he had his Team Noah and Limit Break stuff that was just solid meat and potatoes wrestling. I would not be shocked for him to sign on the dotted line to wear that tracksuit that they gave him some influence. And I think that's probably happening. And I think that's going to be the direction of All Japan this year. I'm cautiously optimistic it's going to be a more focused and serious promotion this year, and I feel like that's the direction it's going in 2026. In terms of breakout stars, obviously you've got Yuma Anzai. He took some time off. He took 2 or 3 months off last summer, which I suspect was for filming a movie. We still really don't know what that was. He'll be back. He had an amazing match with Miyahara on December 31st, so I would expect him to win the Triple Crown again this year. I'm also expecting a big year for Ryuki Honda, because they've been running the story where every year for the last 3 years he's made it to the finals of the Royal Road tournament in August, September, only to lose. And I feel like that's the big story this year, that he's going to finally win the Royal Road tournament. So cool. Fingers crossed for that. And could I see him winning the Triple Crown this year? Actually, I kind of could, but I'm not 100% on that by any means. And I expect in the junior division, Ryo Inoue to break out, because he is so awesome. and he could very well become junior champion later this year. He might even win the junior tag league that they're having coming up, because he's teaming with Mochizuki Jr. in that. And watch out for the Dragon Gate All Japan collaborations, because a few years ago they were collaborating, and then whatever happened, it sort of faded. But now it's back again and going really, really strongly, because you've had two Dragon Gate teams win the All Asia Tag Team titles. Kato and Ishin won them, and then they dropped them to Mochizuki and Don Fuji. I'm trying to remember who that was and everything like that. So that's why I sort of think that Mochizuki and Inoue might actually win the junior tag league, and they're going to challenge Don Fuji and Mochizuki for the tag All Asia Tag Team titles and everything like that. So I think that, and hopefully we'll get Kato or Kakuta in the Champion Carnival. Kakuta was awesome in the Champion Carnival last year. So I think that's, and All Japan's been isolationist. I don't know. I think they might have angered some of the other companies at some point, especially around this whole Nakajima drama that happened, and that's in the rearview mirror. So they're starting to work with people again. Also, they've added, I think he's freelance or technically still affiliated, maybe vaguely, with Big Japan. But basically, Daisuke Sekimoto is mostly an All Japan guy and 0-1 guy these days. And he's a much welcome addition in the mid card. He's won the Gaora TV title. And so I think that's sort of a good role for him right now, and just to fill out the mid card in All Japan.
Okay, cool. Anything else you want to add for All Japan?
No, just that I hope that 2026 is better than 2025, but so far already it's been better than it was in 2025 for the first month. So that's a good sign.
Excellent. Well, Gerard, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate your insight and expertise on these companies. And
sorry, I forgot one.
Please go ahead.
I got a rep for All Japan, because he's criminally underrated, and he had a great 2025, and he just won the junior title. But Seigo Tachibana, who originally started, I think, in Wrestle One, now he's very affiliated with Jiro. He's like Jiro's buddy. Mm-hmm. But he is such a great wrestler. He does a lot of comedy, but he also works like a maniac when he wants to. He just beat Atsuki Ariaki for the junior title in a great, awesome 27-minute match a few days ago. It was better than the Kento versus Talos Triple Crown match, which was a lot of fun, but obviously it's going to be limited in some ways, but still. So Seigo Tachibana, criminally underrated 2025. I think they saw how great he was, and they rewarded him with the junior title. So I expect him also to be someone that hopefully I could finally get onto the FSM 50.
I'll have to check out his stuff. Well, thank you, Gerard. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, always a pleasure, Fred, anytime.
All right. Hope you have a good one.
You too.
All right. Now joining us to talk Lucha is the legendary Cubs fan. Cubs, thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Let's get your plugs in before we get started, so I don't forget at the end.
You can find me at luchablog.com, which is my thrice weekly updated blog with all the news and results from Lucha Libre. I'm on Twitter and Blue Sky under Lucha Blog, and I have a whole bunch of other sites that you can find linked from those ones.
Excellent. So we'll go ahead and get started, and I think we should probably start with CMLL this year, given that they are hopefully, it's hard to tell sometimes with the Observer votership, but hopefully in line for top 2 finish in promotion of the year, and in my opinion, probably edging out Stardom. That's how I go, at least. I feel like I already kind of answered this question a little bit, but how do you think 2025 went with him?
It went pretty well. I mean, obviously this was like one of their better business years in the history of the promotion. I think the creative was maybe a little bit less than the last few years, but because of all the star power, because of all the new stars and the people coming in, everything came, and the stuff that they've worked on for years with tourism and making it a place that people want to go. I think that all just kind of coalesced to having a great business year, where it didn't fit like a normal great business year where you're having this big angle that kicks off everything. It was more everything accumulating from the last few years into a good package for them.
So they had absolutely a ton of sellouts this year in Arena Mexico and started selling out other buildings by the end of the year, which they traditionally do not do. A lot of that is chalked up to Mystico. I think it's clear that he's their top star. Is he like really the primary reason those are happening, or can you give can you give listeners a little context for his popularity and kind of how he is having an effect on CMLL?
I think Mystico, because he's reached that point where he's like a legendary figure in Mexican wrestling, I think he's become. I think you have multiple generations, like the generation that grew up with him about 20 years ago when he first came out on the scene, and the ones who are coming now who see him as this guy who's this superhero of a wrestler who wins all the big matches, who ends the show with winning with his move most times. He's a larger in life figure. And I think it's also that because the shows have been so well received, it's been somewhat of a snowball effect where Arena Mexico has become the cool place to be on Friday nights for a lot of people. And so it's become, as the sellouts have happened, they've built on each other where once people figure out that the tickets are in high demand and they're hard to get, they become even more in demand because people are like, oh, well, if I can't get there, I really want to get there. And I think that's the perception of them being a hot promotion has helped them become even more hotter, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. So obviously Mystico, you have to say that's their top star. I feel like it's just a really stacked roster right now for CMLL. Do you want to go over some of the other top stars for the promotion and just how their 2025s went?
I think that's another part of their success is that they've had so many people. They've had guys like Mascara Dorada, who they started building up a few years ago, and now he's a single star that they could put aside by Mystico. Early in this year, and it feels like it's been longer, that early in 2025, they put together Mystico, Mascara Dorada, and Neon as a top babyface team called Sky Team. And the popularity of that, I think the popularity of Mystico has helped the other two, but I think just the team being together has become a big deal over just because they pushed them so strongly. You've had guys on the Rudo side, like Zondo Khan Jr., who was a guy that they brought into Mexico City a couple of years ago, slowly started building him up, and he really took off early 2025. I keep saying earlier this year, but it's 2026 now. Early 2025, when they, after teasing it for about 6 months, had him win Star Junior's mask at the big spring show for CML, Home a Dos Leyendas. And that was like a moment that really put him over the top as one of the top stars in the promotion. And he got a big win over Mascara Dorada a few months later. But he went out with a knee injury and then just coming back from a knee injury was Soberano Jr., who was like the other rising Rudo, who's been around a few years longer, but is a guy that the CML fans have seen work from the most preliminary matches to build themselves up and found themselves a stronger personality with his Rudo turn, and has a strong female fan base now that supports him at all his shows. So it's like those are just three of the people, but there's the success of CML is that they've tried with so many new people and they've had a lot of success with the new people that they have tried. There's been hardly someone that they've really gotten behind who hasn't worked out.
Yeah, and there's also like Defunto on his way up, and I mean, just so much talent. Neon, I think you mentioned earlier, but I mean, I think he's really improved, and in my opinion, may have surpassed Dorada, frankly. And it's just so much talent there; it's really amazing. Another thing that I think is worth calling out is CMLL's more active relationship with New Japan and especially AEW. This is primarily an AEW podcast. So I assume most people are aware of like the Dynamite that took place from Arena Mexico, which was a really special show. But I hope people did see the MJF match with Mystico and how that was part of a big feud and probably one of the best of the year.
Yeah, I run Lucha Libre specific awards called the Tapatio Awards every year, and I've done it for the last few years. And the MJF Mystico match was by far like the match of the year. Nothing was even close. I think the quality of the match, the surprising fact that it was a match where Mystico lost a lot of blood in a promotion where they specifically do not do blood loss anymore, but they brought it back just for that one match. That made it, once you haven't seen something for so long, when it comes back, it becomes even a bigger deal. But I think the work in that match, I think Mystico selling, I think MJF's performance, it was the kind of big match, big stakes match that you hope to see in the Arena Mexico every year. And that one completely delivered on that.
Anything else you want to go over for CMLL in 2025 that we didn't quite hit?
You know, I think the other interesting thing is, like you talked about, with AEW coming to Arena Mexico, we've seen the AEW and CMLL were like a little bit sharing tail in 2024. What we've seen a lot in 2020, we've seen a lot more of not just the top guys, but a lot of different people come into CMLL from AEW on a regular basis. See, in general, CMLL seems like they're very much interested in bringing in outside talent more often, where there was a CML versus MLW show, which would have been inconceivable more than like a year ago. They bring in New Japan people, not as much, but they bring in, they've got RevPro people coming in for tours. It's a promotion that, like, last decade and before it, you would really consider something that was like closed off from the rest of the world, outside of the occasional New Japan guy coming in, that they weren't really interchanging with the talent with other promotions. And with 2025, it's really like an inflection point where they are like probably one of the promotions most interested in using talent from other promotions. Sometimes it's been pretty effective. We've seen people who have fit in with the CMLL style, or people who have come in and been big stars where they've been additive to it, like Mercedes Moné coming in to win the CMLL women's title. And then sometimes it has not matched up, or it just feels like they're over expecting interest in foreign talent, where just because they're outsiders doesn't mean people are necessarily interested in seeing them in big spots. But it's been a big shift in how the promotion has worked compared to previous years.
Do you think that has had any impact on their increase in business?
I think it's helped a little bit. I think there's certain shows where I think the specific AEW talent has helped, and I think the general idea that you have more fresh matchups, because an old CMLL complaint is that you would see the same guys against the same guys over and over again. I think the roster itself has seemed like it's got bigger, but being able to add in other people, even just for a weekend, I think it's helped them. And I think there's like a emotional, motivational thing going on, where clearly they want to, whenever AAA is going to present a strong card, they want to have the strongest possible card to go against them, and having the AEW people help them with that. I'm not sure if those occasions is always making the biggest deal in ticket sales, but I think they want to present themselves as a promotion that can get stars from all over the world, just like AAA. And then to a lesser extent, I think because we're seeing those AEW people and other international people, it has opened the door to them doing those English for English pay-per-views on Triller, having a little bit more interest from people outside of the usual Lucha Libre bubble when they see the people they found in AEW go someplace else. So I think it's been a marginal increase, but I think the biggest factor is still that the promotion itself is hot, and that the regular stars are very popular to their fan base right now.
How's their women's division doing? Because it got a little bit of buzz with Stephanie Bakir, and then she left for WWE, of course. And it's always been kind of a weaker aspect of the promotion. And I was just wondering if it had stepped up any in 2025.
There's signs of positive stuff. They have a group of younger women, or women that they, like Persephone was someone who was wrestling in Texas and who briefly wrestled in AAA before CML brought her in, and Catalina, who was a WWE wrestler who ended up in who did not work on WWE, came to Mexico, and then CML put on the pressure. But scout her and try to and pull her in. So and there's a couple other women like that. Still really not the level of most North American women's divisions. I think there's a problem with finding Mexican women and training them or keeping them in their system long enough to develop them. It's still heavy on older women who never got a chance because there were older women who were at the top of this division when they were starting in. So it's like a cycle where they're still not really developing women at the rate they wanted, but they are trying to go with the younger, more promising people. But they're still a bit like a ways away and of being like even they're not terrible. They're getting closer to average, and I guess that's an improvement from where they've been over past years.
So, 2026. What do you think the outlook is for CMLL?
I think obviously they've started out, their business has gone really well this first month of the year. I expect that I don't know if they'll do the same million fans they did in Arena Mexico last year, because it's tough when you're this hot. It's tough to sustain it being this hot. But I believe, the reasons why they're hot have not changed. It's just like you worry that people are going to get tired with Mystico, and there was a little bit of pushback against Mystico earlier this year because of outside the ring stuff. When something, it's just like it'll probably cool off at some point. There's no direct reason why it should cool off, but it's just tough to keep it something that this popular to stay this popular. There's a bit of like I said, it's like Arena Mexico is a cool place to be on Friday nights, but at some point someplace else will be the cool place to be. And maybe they'll go down a little bit, but it's hard to imagine that they won't be like better than they were a few years ago at this point.
Cool. Anything else? Well, actually, one more thing. Is there anyone poised for a big breakout in 2026 that you want to call out?
There are mid-card guys that they can go with, like Valiente Jr., who has come along, has been one of the more impressive guys in the mid-card the last few months. But it doesn't seem like there's this is the guy who's just ready in. I mean, I expect that I would be surprised if someone like Silverano Jr. did not have like more of an international presence in 2026, just because he's become such a big star. But I don't see that there's like in CML's ranks, I don't know that there's someone just ready to break out. And I think that is one of the big concerns, is that there's all sorts of matches they could do for big shows, but there's not like, this is guys obviously going to get the big win, or this is the big feud that they're going to pay off this year. They're their promotion in the past prone to just being on cruise control, and if we're doing well, we're not going to do more than we have to do. And you can kind of see them falling back on that a little bit. Maybe there's cards that play that we just haven't seen yet, but there's not a big idea that you can see coming.
All right, cool. So we'll jump over to AAA now, unless there's anything else you want to add on CMLL.
No, I think the other thing is that the other limiting factor is that $35 YouTube subscription that no one really wants to pay except the hardcores. I think for an international presence, that's probably the biggest thing that's going to stop them from growing any bigger.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough monthly price point. And when you put your biggest shows behind that, it's, it hurts a little bit. So, yeah. All right. So that gives us AAA, which definitely underwent a big change by being acquired by WWE in 2025. Can you kind of summarize how that kind of changed the promotion and how WWE-ified it has or has not become since that move?
It feels like it's not completely different promotion. I guess that would be going too far, but you can tell the moment if you went back and watched it knowing nothing, you could tell the moment that WWE took over. In the presentation and the wrestlers that were being used, and how the promotion was being promoted or not being promoted. even besides the WWE people there, it's like the first half of the year until Triple Mania when WWE took over, it was a promotion that was completely around Alberto Del Rio, Alberto El Patron. And he just vanishes off the face of the earth as soon as Triple Mania happens. It's a promotion where the building to Alberto versus Land Rover is a big match. And then WWE buys the promotion and takes over. And those two people cease to exist completely in the promotion. And there's a whole bunch of other people who are like on the older side, who are the more veterans, who just, that's the end of them. There's mid-carders who are just or not around or barely around. And as soon as WWE takes over, you start to see the WWE main event talent start to filter into the promotion, and the ring style started to change, and the presentation starting to change. The real big changes in terms of the presentation, I feel like, did not happen until this year, the 2026, when they started the new TV deal. But you could tell from the moment WWE came in, they wanted to make the promotion feel more like a WWE promotion. They feel like they're still respecting the legacy of Lucha Libre because they still have masked people. They still care about legacies. But in all, to anyone who's watched Lucha Libre, it's now a WWE show that has some carryover AAA talent and is almost, but it's just as much about the WWE talent who's coming in to be the actual stars of the promotion.
Speaking of, Dominic Mysterio, AEW World Champion, has been brought in, and he, became quite popular in the U.S., and I think that some people are maybe starting to catch up that, like, wow, he's not exactly his father in the ring. He has shown some signs of improvement since he first debuted on the main roster. How do you think he is doing in AAA as one of their top people?
I think as a top star, he's doing pretty well. As a top heel, it's I don't know, that makes sense because really the popularity is that he's a 20-something guy who's very successful, who's modeled who's playing the role of an Eddie Guerrero, even though he's I always feel like I need to point out that he's not really anything close to Eddie Guerrero. But if you just watch Eddie Guerrero from WWE highlights over the years, he's close enough. He's the cool heel to a bunch of fans who feel more on the side of the Rudos to begin with, and so he's like the perfect guy that they want to identify with and cheer for. But that makes him a face, but he's still the top heel because he's a heel in WWE, and the WWE stuff comes first. That's one of the realities of the whole situation. So he's very effective at getting people care about his matches, but he's not very effective in all the faces that he's faced this year were kind of killed off because they were facing a guy who was so popular that it just did not, that they were going to be an unsuccessful face because the real face was the top heel. So it's effective in that they're selling tickets, but as a creative presentation, it does not quite work for me because it's he's in the wrong role, and everyone knows he's in the wrong role, but there's nothing really they can do about it right now.
Also, they've brought in El Gran American, or Americano Grande, I should say, and first is Chad Gable, then after injury, I believe Ludwig Kaiser. How's that character doing with the Mexican audience?
The Chad Gable one actually never made it to WWE to AAA because he got hurt before he came in.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
So when they brought in Ludwig Kaiser, it's the same situation as Dominic. But on paper, he was supposed to be a heel, but they had him doing all these ironic, meme things to suck that would play to the AAA audience. So even though he was a heel, he was doing stuff that was engineered to get him a face reaction, and he was also eating up all the faces. So it was he got himself way over, and now they actually have turned in AAA to go against Dominic and the other Rudos at some point. So it's I think a completely different character than what what the Chad Gable Grande Americano was. The Grande Americano was supposed to be like probably putting down the Mexicans, the Gable version, and this is more like in the same way that Colt Cabana's Matt Classic was a guy who was trying to pretend a guy from like 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago was come to the present. That's the gimmick that Grande Americano is really doing. He's pretending that he's like a 70s Rudo come back to Mexico. And for that, they feel the Mexican fans really like him because it's like it's a parody gimmick in the same way that there are other comedy gimmicks, but they feel like it's a respectful parody gimmick for whatever it's worth. So I think the character itself is effective. The way they've used the character has been harmful to the other characters, but it's got the WWE guy over, so maybe that's the idea to begin with. I think his work has been really good. Personally, I do not like the character. I think it's like goofy in the same way of a lot of like U.S. indie comedy guys. Comedy guys are goofy and just like making fun of the wrestling that we're supposed to be watching. But for the AAA audience, they've really taken to him, and I think he's going to be one of the big stars for until this gimmick runs its course.
Another name that English-speaking fans should be aware of is Vikingo from his excellent run before a major injury and then a very difficult comeback, I think, in 2024. And I think that kind of extended into his feud with Alberto El Patron, where he was essentially rejected as the top babyface. How is Vikingo doing towards the end of 2025 after the WWE takeover?
It was really the WWE takeover that screwed him over. WWE made a point of saying, yeah, we've been watching the AAA shows, we've got a good idea what's happening, and then they booked the Vikingo like they had no idea what was going. The previous AAA management killed off Vikingo as a top star. They had him lose repeatedly to Alberto to just make the point that he's not a top star. And then the first thing WWE did was, we're making the top star, we're putting the promotion around him. So it took the one good thing WWE did is they were not stubborn about it for a long period of time. They realized that the fans have rejected him. We've screwed up here, and we need to find something else to do with him. And he's the one guy. He's the one AAA guy they seem like they have a serious investment in. So he's a heel, and Grande and Dominic, he's a guy who gets to say cool stuff on TV and be sarcastic and funny in the way that the AAA fans like. So turning him heel and letting him show that personality has got him more well received by the AAA fans going into 2026. I don't think it's received where they're going to turn him face anytime soon, and I don't think his work is anything like it was before. But I think they've rebounded from some early troubles, and they'll get something out of him in 2026.
Anyone else you want to cover for AAA in 2025?
It's a hard promotion because they're still trying to. It's still getting a sense of who's actually important going forward. A lot of the people like the Laredo Kids and the Psycho Clowns are around and used in a lower level, and both of them are champions, but they're not guys who are going to be. But it's clear that they are secondary of importance. That the important people in the promotion are Dominic and Grande and Vikingo and whoever they happen to be feuding with, and whichever WWE guest stars come in. If it's Penta or Phoenix, if they come back again, or Dragon Lee, it's the growing. I think, especially as 25 has gone on to 26, the fans of AAA who were fans of AAA before WWE took over have kind of realized that, oh yeah, our guys are not going to be the stars here, and it's going to be a different thing. And it has not been. They have not completely turned to WWE. It's not completely WWE guys up and down, but there is a sense that the future stars of this promotion are not going to be the guys who were there a year ago, and they're going to be guys coming in from elsewhere. And it's kind of it just remains to be seen which guys coming in elsewhere end up in those positions.
So heading into 2026, what do you think the outlook for AAA is?
I think the business side seems like it's still going to be good. I mean, essentially, even if it's just a WWE Mexico, I think that'll be interesting to see if there's enough WWE support in Mexico to give them the full houses that they got most of 2025, to give them the strong turnouts, especially at the higher prices that they've already started charging for tickets. The other big question is, like, this is not I don't believe they took over AAA just to run to Mexico. I think it's supposed to be a Latin American promotion. So do we start to see AAA go to Chile or Argentina or other countries to run big shows there? Because if they can pull that off, then this is probably a pretty good deal for them, as far as like running big shows with a lower talent budget in markets that they can't normally serve. But so that's going to be the big question. If they're still running the same buildings that they always run, it'll be comforting for the AAA fans, but it'll be a sign that, like, they haven't seen the growth they want to see. And I think this promotion, I don't think WWE and TKO bought this promotion to be at the same level it was before. They expect it to be a bigger deal. So at some point, they're going to have to take some big swings to see if they can make it a bigger deal.
Anything else to add on AAA?
I think if you're interested in AAA, it is remarkably easy to follow. And especially, like, their TV set situation in Mexico is still kind of a little bit muddled. But if you're anyplace else, like, the episode is going up it's been 2 weeks, so we'll see how this goes by the end of the year. But every Saturday, they stream an episode for free on YouTube on a AAA channel, and they're doing an English version on the WWE channel. I think at some point, that's something that, like, just putting up on YouTube is not probably the business plan, that they've got to sell the rights to someplace, and that's something else to watch for AAA if they get a media deal done in the US. But until they do, it's, like, very easy to just log onto the WWE site or log onto the AAA site, watch a show that lasts less than an hour, and keep up with the promotion that way.
Awesome. Anything else you just want to add on the lucha scene in general?
I think I always want to recommend more stuff, but it's also the problem is that there has not been a lot. You have to dig deeper now to find stuff on the indies and elsewhere. It just has not been the stuff that bubbles to the top has not been the strongest stuff, and you have to go looking or find some recommendations. I wish the CML stuff was a little bit easier for everyone to check out, so they could watch that. But there is other good stuff out there, but you really have to work hard and ever to find it.
Is there a good resource to find out, like, about these indie matches that are getting a little buzz?
It's mostly sometimes good to discuss on Twitter, but, like, that's also a big lacking point, is that I'm not covering as much, and there's really, I think that's a hole in the coverage for Lucha Libre, where the stuff that's outside of the main two promotions, there's not a really great resource to find all that information.
Got it. Oh, that's a shame, but hopefully some people will step up and fill the gap. Cubs, I just wanted to thank you again for joining us, and really appreciate your insights and your expertise.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for having me on.
Hello, Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network listeners. I am Jeff Hawkins, co-host of Shake Them Ropes, with a very special announcement. If it's been a while or you've never listened to us before, the original gang is back. Myself and Rob McCarran, back talking wrestling. We have no idea where this show's going to go, where we're going to keep any of the old bits or any of the old things in there. It's going to be a process. It's going to be a journey, and we'd like for you to come along with us. Only on Shake Them Ropes on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network.